Chapter 1. Naruto watched in horror as the ship he was on sank beneath the waves. Kurama has been around for a very long time. He never seen a storm like this before. Kid finds something that floats. Kurama shouted. Naruto spots a wooden desk floating barely. Naruto swims over to the desk and holds on for dear life. What else could go wrong? Naruto said to himself. No sooner than he said that a loud roar could be heard above him. As Naruto looks up, he sees a flying red serpent dragon. It swoops down, grabs Naruto and flies away. Flashback 12 hours earlier. Naruto is having a very bad day. Thanks to Jiraiya's research, Naruto is being chased again. This mob of angry women are much larger than the last one. Damn that old pervert. When I find him, I am going to kill him. One of the women thrown a bar of soap at Naruto. It hit him on the back of the head, causing him to fall. The mob swarmed and started to beat the crap out of him. Later that night at the inn, Naruto glares at Jiraiya. What? Jiraiya asked in an innocent tone. Naruto sighed. When are you going to stop with these sick perversions of yours? Never. Naruto face palms. Why'd I even bother? I should have stayed in Konoha and let the closet pervert teach me. I hope that Makoto and Ino aren't fighting again, he thought. Jiraiya grins as his perverted sense tingled. Oh, think of your girls again. Nine-Tails chakra formed around Naruto. Pervy sage, I suggest you stop there. Otherwise, you might lose your favorite body part. Jiraiya gulped, not wanting a repeat of what happened last time. Anyways, let's talk about your training. Have you mastered the third chakra control exercise yet? The Nine-Tails chakra vanished and Naruto grins. Mastered it this morning. Good, here you go. Jiraiya hands a new scroll with the emblem of a 4. Another chakra exercises. How many are there? 12 the last time I checked. Naruto's eyes twitched. 12. Are you kidding me? Calm down, brat. Because of the fox, your chakra control is worse than the average genin. You need to have near perfect chakra control. Otherwise you won't be able to use the jutsu I plan to teach you. Naruto groans. How long will it take me to reach that level of training? Jiraiya starts counting his fingers. At the rate you going, I'd say 2 years 7 months. Naruto's eye twitched. That's it. I am going to find a new teacher. All he does is peep at women and brush me off. Naruto thought as he got an idea. The next morning Jiraiya wakes up and has a funny feeling. He looks over at Naruto sleeping in his bed. Must been my imagination. Jiraiya thought as he gets out of bed. From the window a large ship leaves port. Naruto enters his cabin. I gave my shadow clone enough chakra to last several months. All I need to do is get to Whirlpool and continue training. Naruto thought. Hey kid, where's the pervert? Kurama yawned. Oh, good morning, Kurama. I got tired of his research, so I decided to leave. We are going to Whirlpool to train. About time. We can finally resume our training. You're still not ready to use all of my chakra, Kurama said. I am aware, but there are several things I want to learn as well. My father's jutsu for one. Kid, you may have learned to the second Hokage's version, but your father's is more advanced. He had to reach level 7 seal mastery for him to improve the flying thunder god, Kurama said. Sounds like you and mom were close. Kurama grins. We were. Kushina was able to help me overcome my rage for humanity. They used my father's gift of chakra for selfish reasons. Had it not been for that blasted Uchiha, she would be alive today. Kurama growled. We will get him, Kurama. I promise you that. Thanks, Kit, Kurama said. It was Kushina's dying wish that Kurama looked after Naruto. This is one promise Kurama kept. Anyone who harms Naruto would answer to him. Naruto goes into his bag and pulls out paper and ink. Shadow clone jutsu. 7 clones appeared. Alright guys, get to it. While his clones practice calligraphy, Naruto leaves his cabin. He goes to the deck. I need to try to use that one jutsu, Naruto thought. Flashback Valley of the End. Naruto stood there as he felt Sasuke's Chidori pierce his chest. Ino stood behind Naruto in shock while Sakura was grinning. Sakura walks up to Sasuke to be by his side. He protected me, Ino thought. Dope, you're in the way. I need to kill this worthless girl to get my Mangekyo Sharingan. Ino feels her heart being crushed. He planned this, Ino thought. Baka, you're always in Sasuke's way. You have fallen far, Tem. You used Ino to gain power, but you never saw her true value. She's beautiful, smart and a capable kunoichi. You're a fool for not seeing it, said Naruto, causing Ino to blush. Naruto coughs up blood. Why are you betraying the village? Sasuke laughed. For revenge, dope. I know it was the council that ordered my clan to be massacred. Once I kill my brother for his role, I will return. Ino felt a shiver running down her spine. I will slaughter every person in Konoha, leaving only Sakura and my sister Makoto alive. Both of them will bear my children and my clan will rule all of the land of fire. With me as daimyo. Sasuke started laughing. Naruto uses more of Kurama's chakra and kicks Sasuke in the gut. Sasuke flew back several feet. Die with her then fool. Fire-style fireball jutsu. Naruto move. Ino shouted. To her horror Naruto stood his ground. Out of instinct Naruto moves his hands in a motion. The flame circles around Naruto and shot back at Sasuke. What? Sasuke said in shock. Sasuke jumps out of the way, but he wasn't fast enough. He received second-degree burns on his left arm. Flashback ends. Still haven't figured out how to do that move? Kurama asked. It has been hours and still nothing. Naruto said as he decides to call it a day. As the sun starts to set Naruto sees a storm off in the distance. That can't be good, he thought. Kid, you might want to get your bag. I sense that storm is not normal. Kurama said. Naruto nodded and went to his cabin. As he grabs his back the ship lurched to port. Naruto hits his head on the wall. Blood poured from his face. You alright? Kurama asked. A woman screams, the ship is sinking. A man shouted. Naruto's ninja training kicked in as he leaves his quarters. The entire hallway is flooding with water. Right now, the water is ankle deep. Naruto sees where the woman's scream came from. A pregnant woman was pinned under a wooden pillar. Her husband tries to free her. Someone help. Naruto runs over to help the couple. Hold the pillar still. The husband nods as Naruto forms an rasengan then starts cutting through the pillar. Once I am done, remove the top piece first. Or it might fall on your wife. Okay. Once cut in half, both the husband and Naruto removes the pillar. Naruto helps up the pregnant woman. The three of them reach the deck. The only lifeboat left. The sailor stops Naruto and the couple. We only have enough room for two. Get on, Naruto said. But. Naruto gave them a reassured smile. To the husband. It's all right. A wave slams into the ship. The force of the water was powerful enough to send Naruto flying. He landed several yards away and was dragged away from the ship. Following morning. As dawn, Naruto finds himself in a strange place. As he stands up, he sees two dragons, one red and the other blue. Hello, Naruto said nervously. The dragons nods to Naruto. Kurama appears on Naruto's shoulder. Ran and Shaw, I thought I recognized you. Friends of yours? Naruto asked. Indeed, we haven't spoken in a long time. Shaw laughs, over a century give or take. I take it the boy is your vessel. Indeed, I didn't realize we were near your home. Naruto approached the red dragon and bows. Thank you for saving me. You are welcome, hatchling. Kurama laughs. What is the place? This was once home to the Sun Warriors. After Avatar Aang's death, the Fire Nation conquered the world. Many civilizations were lost due to the Fire Lord's ambitions. The Sun Warriors sacrificed themselves for Ran and I to flee. The great calamity that followed spelled the end of the Age of Bending. You might be wrong about that. Oh, Shaw asked. Kurama laughs. The kid is a firebender. Really? That changes thing. He is still trying to figure out how to bend though. Ran looks at Shaw, who nods. There is one that could teach the boy his lost heritage. Go to the ruins, there you will find what you're searching for. Be warned, once you step foot on this path your life would forever change. Naruto nods as he walks towards the ruins. Do you think he would be able to unseal the princess? For her sake I hope so. Ruins. 30 minutes later. Naruto enters in the remains of the largest building. So, I take it this Fire Nation was before your father's time. Naruto ducks under a fallen beam. Yes. How much time before is unknown. The age of calamity that followed last thousands of years. The world is far different than it is today. Do you hear a whirling sound? It's coming from the next room. Naruto and Kurama find a large crack in the wall. In here. Naruto squeezes through the crack and sees a massive sphere of wind with several rings. One of fire, water and rocks. I take it this is what your friends were talking about. Kurama enters his seal. Careful kid, there's a lot of energy being produced by that thing. Kurama said. Naruto approached the sphere. Inside he could see someone. Well Naruto, it's now or never. As he touches the sphere, he has a vision. Vision. Naruto is in a massive courtyard filled with almost 100 soldiers. Naruto sees a young man around his age standing on podium. The left side of his face is burnt. That must have hurt, Naruto thought. Standing next to the man a young woman around Naruto's age. One has dark skin and hair, dressed in a backless red dress. Bring out the prisoners. Naruto looks to his left to see a young man a few younger than him. Bald with a strange arrow tattoo on his forehead. The second person is a young woman with long black hair, golden amber eyes and dressed in tattered clothes. Our nation has spread throughout the entire world. The Earth Kingdom and all of its allies are ashes. The soldiers cheered. Naruto glares at the man. He reminds me of Sasuke. Naruto thought. All is left is to remove the last resistance. Lord Zuko. Lord Zuko. The soldiers shouted. Zuko looks at the bald young man. Avatar Aang, normally I wouldn't do this. But you saved my life, so in return I offer you a choice. Aang looks at Zuko as rage in his eyes. I will allow you and your girlfriend Katara to leave. All you have to do is seal my former sister Azula away. What? Azula looks at Aang. It's alright, Aang, save Katara and escape. No, you're my best friend, I couldn't. What is it going to be, Avatar? Azula gave Aang a look. You have no options left, my friend. Azula said. I grow tired of this, take Katara back to the dungeon, I will have fun with her later. Wait. Zuko looks at Aang, well. I'll do it. A soldier approached Aang, however before releasing his binds Zuko nodded. Another soldier got behind Katara and pressed his blade against her throat. Once his hands were freed, Aang enters the Avatar state. I am truly sorry. It's alright, Azula said. The sky starts to turn black as an ominous eclipse begins. Aang formed the wind sphere followed by rings of rocks, fire and water. As Aang finished sealing his friend away, he lifts the sphere high in the air. Ran and Shaw swoops in and caught the sphere before flying away. For this action Zuko nods to the soldier. Aang sees the blood spray from Katara's neck. No, Aang shouted as goes into a full enraged state. No longer caring if he dies as well, he just kept charging. Flames and arrows pierced Aang's body as he falls mere inches from Zuko. Naruto closes his eyes and prays for Aang. Rest in peace, Avatar Aang. Know that I will help and protect your friend with my life. Thank you, Aang said as he dies while in the Avatar state. Zuko looks confused. Vision, Azula's POV. Azula standing in the middle of Konoha in the middle of the night. Where am I? Aang appeared in front of Azula. You're seeing the memories of the young man who is touching your seal. Aang, but how? I am just a remnant of Avatar Aang. I wanted to make sure the person to freeze you has a pure heart. 7-year-old Naruto runs through Azula as he tries to get away from a crowd. Get back here, demon. Azula and Aang decides to follow the crowd. They would regret doing that. They watch the crowd beat up Naruto. Then use him for target practice a half an hour later. Has the Fire Nation become so low they would attack a defenseless child? The time fast forward to Naruto during the 6 weeks of D-rank missions. Waiting for his team, Naruto has over 24 books that he borrowed from the library. After finished reading one, Naruto goes over to a tree. Azula and Aang saw several more memories of Naruto's past. This Naruto reminds me of you before joining my team. Like you, he hides his true self behind a mask. He's far stronger than everyone believes him to be. Naruto appeared before Azula and Aang. Where am I? Are you Azula? I am. Wow, you're very beautiful. Azula blushes at Naruto's compliment. Naruto looks away when sees Azula's undergarment. Aang smiles. I knew he would be the one to save Azula. Aang thought. Anyways, could one of you please explain what is going on? As you saw Azula's memories, I sealed her away to protect her from Zuko. I have a request, please take Azula with you. What? This is not her world anymore and she needs to start over. I would feel better knowing she is in good hands. Azula looks at Aang. I don't think this is a good idea. Naruto grins. I have no problem taking her back to Konoha. Azula eyes widen. You barely know me, Naruto. It's fine. Aang approached Naruto. I am in your debt, Naruto Uzumaki. As thanks, I have a gift for you. Aang places his hand on Naruto's forehead. Naruto could feel a rush of power course through him. Aang's eyes widened when he sensed a familiar energy within Naruto. I see, Aang thought. The reason why you can't fire bend is because of your seal. I have strengthened your fire bending so the seal won't affect it anymore. Naruto bows. Thank you, Avatar Aang. Azula starts crying. Please don't leave me, Aang. He gave her a sad smile. I am sorry, my friend, but your time in this world is not over. One day we will meet again. I will tell the others you're in good hands. Naruto opens his eyes and sees Azula laying on the floor. He takes off his jacket and puts on Azula to protect dignity. He then picks her up bridal style, then leaves. Azula wakes up as the sun starts to set. Naruto is trying to learn the dancing dragon. Ah, you're awake. You must be hungry. Naruto walks over to the campfire and picks up a fish on a stick. He hands it to Azula. Thank you. You're welcome. Naruto takes 2 larger fish then gives them to Ran and Shaw. I know you will need time to think and adjust. I will be here when you need me. Thank you. I have a question, why hide your abilities? Naruto rubs the back of his head. A lot of people back home hate me. I thought it'd be best if I hide my abilities. You and I are not so different. Like you, I hid my potential and tried to be there for Zuko. But that cost me everything. I don't want you to make the same mistake with Sasuke. Naruto looks down at the ground. Azula has an idea, you're looking for a sensei. I will teach you how to fire bend. Naruto smiles, really? I will also teach you other things. Including dropping that mask of yours. Like you, that will take time. Azula smiles for the first time in a long time. We got 3 years. Are you ready? Hi Azula sensei. Get some rest, we start training at first light. Naruto pulls out a spare bedroll out of a storage scroll. Thank you. Both Naruto and Azula goes to bed right next to Ran and Shaw. As the sun starts to rise, Azula was the first to stir. Why am I hearing a heartbeat? She thought as she opens her eyes. Azula starts to blush as she realizes her head is on Naruto's chest. She starts releasing killer intent as she raises her hand. As she was about to throw a punch, Kurama appeared on Naruto's shoulder. Just so you know, the kid is still on his side of the camp. Azula's eyes widened, why did I? Before Kurama could answer, Naruto starts to stir. Naruto sits up and rubs his eyes. He sees Azula sitting on her bedroll. Good morning. Why is your face red? Are you sick, Azula? No, I am fine. Anyways, let's begin. Kurama laughs, causing Naruto to raise an eyebrow. What's so funny? Nothing. Time skipped 7 months later. Ran and Shaw saw the progress Naruto was making and were impressed with the boy. Naruto rolls under Azula's blue flames and does a spinning kick, knocking Azula off of her feet. Naruto places his finger at Azula's neck. This match is mine, Azula. Nicely done, Naruto. Naruto helps Azula to her feet. We will continue with lightning bending after lunch. Then you can continue your training with Ran and Shaw. Naruto received the memories of the shadow clone he left with Jiraiya. Can we take a break? 5 minutes. Naruto smiles as he watches Azula walks away. Beautiful. Kid, you're so whipped. Kurama laughed. Summoning jutsu. Gamakichi hops out of the smoke. Hey Naruto, what is up? Gamakichi, how are you? Great. Gamakichi sees Azula. Hey Naruto, is that your girl? Naruto grinned. Yes, she is. He instantly blushes when he realizes what he said. You have good taste. Anyways, what you need? I need you to send a message to Konoha. Tsunade's office 1 week later. What do you mean you lost Naruto? Tsunade said as she smashed her desk. You see Tsunade, he tricked me by using a shadow clone. Shizune enters the office as Tsunade falls in her chair. Damn it, Jiraiya, I told the council you were training Naruto seriously. He probably got sick of your research and left. Gamakichi appears in Tsunade's lap. Where the desk? He asked. What do you want? Tsunade said in a flat tone. If you are going to act that way, I will go home. I will take Naruto's message with me. Tsunade's eyes widened. Could you please give it to me? Gamakichi hands Tsunade the scroll. Seeing there was a sealing array inside, she looks at Jiraiya. After handing it over, Jiraiya places it on the ground and applied chakra to it. In a poof of smoke, a shadow clone appeared. Ba-chan and Pervy Sage. Tsunade leaks killer intent. Where are you hiding, brat? The shadow clone takes a step back. Careful, I am a shadow clone. You might want to rethink on punching me. Okay, fine. Kid, you need to return to Konoha. You're in a lot of trouble. No, I am not. The pass I have allows me to remain outside of Konoha for training. Unless the Hokage orders me to return. You better have a good reason for leaving, Jiraiya. Or I will recall you. Naruto looks at Jiraiya. I do. The training I was receiving wasn't helping. Tsunade glares at Jiraiya, so I decided to go to Whirlpool. You're in Whirlpool? Not at the moment. Let's just say I found a sensei that is training me to use my Kekkei Genkai. Tsunade's eyes widened. You have a Kekkei Genkai. Chakra chains. You're not going to guess it. Anyways, I am returning to Konoha in a few months. For the Chunin exams. Also, I want my heritage revealed. You know. Naruto looks at Jiraiya. I know since I was 4. Anyways, I request my heritage to be made public. I can't do that unless you show you're strong enough to protect yourself, brat. Naruto has a smirk. Alright, what if I win the Chunin exams? Tsunade, Shizune and Jiraiya laughs their asses off. But their eyes widen when Naruto wasn't laughing. You're serious? Very. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Let's make a bet. If I win the Chunin exams, you have made the announcement. At the first council meet after the exams. What if you lose? What do I get? I am aware you have a large debt that's still outstanding. I will use my clan's bank account to settle your debt. Tsunade thought for a moment. Deal. You have 3 months before the next Chunin exams. Be back a week before. You can't be serious. He's nowhere near ready to protect himself. You will be surprised, pervy sage. Oh, before I go, I need citizenship papers. For whom? Naruto blushes. Both Tsunade and Shizune noticed. When I return to Konoha, my sensei is coming with me. Tsunade smiles. I am assuming by the way you're blushing it's a girl. Jiraiya starts giggling. Her name is Azula. She is amazing. In many ways she reminds me of Yuba-chan. You two would get along well. Can't wait to meet her. After the shadow clone poof, Jiraiya returns to his serious face. Tsunade, there is no way Naruto will be strong enough to protect himself. Not from Iwa or Kumo. Let's see how Azula's training helps Naruto. We will go from there. Agreed. Fine. With Naruto and Azula. Azula watched Naruto trying to create a new fire-bending style. Azula was unaware that Shaw is behind her. I notice you've been watching the boy more in the last few months. I am his sensei, I need to keep an eye on him. Oh, is that what you're telling yourself? You've been using Naruto as your pillow for months. Azula's entire face turns red, causing Shaw to laugh. I've been around humans long enough to know you're in love with Naruto. I am not. Your mind might not accept it yet. But your heart has. What do I do? Take your time. Both Azula and Shaw watch Naruto get tackled by an orange and red baby dragon. The dragon licks Naruto's whisker marks, Furia, flare, that tickles. He laughed. It seems you have competition. Azula laughs for a second. Is it alright to love Naruto? Azula thought. 3 weeks later. Naruto and Azula rides Shaw. I will drop you off outside of your clan's former village. There you continue your training. We are in your debt, Shaw. If you ever need Azula or my help, seek us out. No need. A cloaked figure watches them fly overhead. You may have escaped your seal. But you haven't escaped my grasp. The cloaked figure said. Until next time. I finally completed chapter 1. I hope all of you enjoyed the chapter. This is my first fanfic. Until next time. Chapter 2, Awakening. Chapter 2. Naruto and Azula watched Shaw fly away before they started walking. So, what could you tell me about your clan? The Uzumaki clan were one of 3 of the oldest clans in the elemental nations. They were known for the sealing art. Sadly, during the Second Shinobi War they were massacred by 4 nations. I am sorry. Naruto smiles. It's fine. I decided to come here because I want to honor my clan. And to learn their ways. Any knowledge we find will be brought back with us. Admirable Naruto. As they reach the top of a hill they see the ruins of Uzugakure. It must have been something before the massacre. Why is the village circle a giant lake? Azula asked. Legends say that the Uzumaki guardian deity lives at the bottom of the lake. Azula raised an eyebrow. A deity? I am not sure if it's true or if it's a legend. But from the stories said it's a massive turtle. That sounds familiar, Azula thought. Naruto gives Azula once over. Before we start looking for relics or books, perhaps we should let you get a change of clothes. Azula still wearing her ruined clothes and Naruto's orange jacket. I didn't think it would be right. I am not an Uzumaki. Naruto takes Azula's hand. It will be fine, Azula. Beside, I know you would look beautiful in anything. Azula blushes. Kurama laughs at Azula's reaction. Kid, you know how to play with the poor girl's heartstrings. So are you going to tell her how you feel? Kurama asked. Later, when we get back to Konoha, Naruto thought. I will agree, but on one condition. You agree to get a change of clothes as well. Fair enough. About an hour later they found a clothing shop. While half of the shop was set on fire, the other half was left untouched. There was only a few clothing options open to them. Naruto steps out of the changing room first. He is wearing a blood red, long-sleeved, hooded cloak whose tail comes down to his upper calves. A black Uzumaki swirl on the back. A sleeveless black shirt with a black jacket that has blood red lining along the edges. Black trousers and black leather ANBU boots. To honor his clan, Naruto changed the sash of his headband. Now Uzumaki red instead of blue. Naruto walks towards the counter and puts money for his outfit on the counter. Thank you for the clothes. Azula steps out of the dressing room. Wearing a black sleeveless shirt with a red and black jacket. Black ANBU pants, black and gray knee-high boots. Azula finally was able to fix her hair. Instead of it being down to her waist, she put it back into a tight pulled bun. 2 strands on either side of her face. So beautiful. Azula blushes while Kurama appeared on Naruto's shoulder, holding a sign with 10 on it. Azula smiled. Thank you. Naruto puts more money on the counter to pay for Azula's outfit. She looks confused. I did it out of respect. The people whom worked here put a lot of effort into making these outfits. I wanted to honor that. Azula nods as Naruto left the store. Naruto creates 1,000 shadow clones. Once each team received their mission they took off. Can I ask you something? Azula walks up to Naruto. Anything. Have you seen this level of destruction before? A few times. Does it get any easier? No. Naruto sighs, let's make camp. I want to train to get my mind off this. Azula watched Naruto walk away before she got a chill running down her spine. She looks around for a few moments. She then follows Naruto unaware she was being watched from a tree. The cloaked figure watches her 3 more days before the eclipse. Then you will be mine, Azula. The cloaked figure thought. Night 1 a.m. Azula tosses and turns in her bedroll trying to get some sleep. Damn it, she thought before looking at Naruto. Azula, if you can't sleep, you're more than welcome to sleep next to me. She blushes as she realized her secret was out. How long? Since the second night. I woke up an hour before you did. You were tired so I decided to let you sleep. Blushing, Azula walks over to Naruto. Are you sure you're okay with it? Naruto nods, causing Azula to climb in Naruto's bedroll. She puts her head on Naruto's chest. To her surprise, Naruto kisses her on the head. Good night. Yes, good night, Naruto. Azula's heart is racing so fast she thought her heart would explode. Kurama rolls on the ground in Naruto's mindscape. Man, Kushina would love this. OWW. Damn it, my tails got tangled again. Kurama shouted. Day of the eclipse. It's almost 9 in the morning. Naruto finished mastering level 8 seals. It took me only an hour to recreate my father's jutsu. But these level 8 seals are insane. He thought as he a splash. Azula just finished bathing in the lake. She is wearing a red bath robe. Azula picked it because the small size allows her to show off her legs. She decided to take Kurama's advice and see if Naruto was interested in her. Flashback 3 a.m. Azula wakes up to a fluffy tail tickling her nose. Kurama sitting right in front of her face. Want to know a secret? Azula puts a finger to her lips. Relax, Kid wore himself out with training today. You can scream in his ear, and nothing will happen. What secret? Kurama laughs. I know you are in love with the kid. What? Azula covers her mouth and looks at Naruto. Still asleep and snoring away. I sense emotions of all living things. So it is easy for me to know. Do you want to know if he feels the same way? I'm listening. Flashback ends. Azula decided to start off slow and shows off her left leg as she dries it with a towel. Naruto hears a noise and looks to his left. Instantly his entire face turns red, his heart is pounding like crazy. Look away, you idiot. Why am I not looking away? Naruto thought. Naruto hears Kurama laughing, his eyes widen. Was this your idea, furball? He thought. Hey, I am just trying to be your winged fox. Kurama resumes laughing. Having seen Naruto's reaction, she decided to increase the heat. She began to use the towel to dry her cleavage. Smoke starts to pour out of Naruto's ears. Azula turns toward Naruto and gives him a smile. With a single finger signaled for him to come to her. Blood gushed from Naruto's nose as he falls to the ground. Azula runs up to Naruto to see if he was alright. Such a beautiful angel. Naruto moaned before passing out. Kurama appeared on Naruto's chest. Well, you got your answer. Azula bends down and kisses Kurama on the head. Thank you. I give you my blessing to be with the kid. I hope you give him a large family. It's one of his dreams besides becoming the Hokage. As Kurama poof away, the cloaked figure appears behind Azula and grabs her. Azula screams, Kid Azula is being abducted. Kurama shouted. Naruto shot straight up to his feet and sees a cloaked figure dragging Azula towards the lake. Naruto gives chase. How strong is he? Kid, you will need to use my chakra to beat him. Kurama said in a serious tone. Kurama's chakra cloak covers Naruto and he picks up speed. He passes the kidnapper, then sends him flying with a roundhouse kick. Azula falls to her knees, while Naruto gets into a protective position. You alright? Azula nods, but her hands were trembling. Why is my strength gone? She thought. The cloaked figure walks out of the destroyed house. Hey, not bad. I haven't felt pain like this in a long time. Naruto pulls out a kunai. Who are you? And what do you want Azula for? Naruto said in a deadly tone. The cloaked figure laughed. This is a family matter. But since you might become family one day, I will tell you. The cloaked figure pulls back his hood. Azula is trembling. No, it cannot be. You're supposed to be dead. Fire Lord Zuko. Naruto said in a serious tone. Former Fire Lord. Now I accented into godhood. How did you survive? You should be dust in the wind by now. Kid, be careful, his life energy is unnatural. It almost reminds me of the fallen Sannin. Kurama said. Azula still trembling. No, this cannot be. Zuko laughed at the condition of his sister. What is the matter? Not happy to see me, my dear little sister. Did Orochimaru brought you back? Zuko grins. No, you can thank Avatar Zito for this. He discovered an ancient forbidden relic. Zuko pulls out a strange glowing amulet. It almost looks like a meteor. Naruto thought. This amulet allows me to steal the life force of anyone. It extends my life as well. If I absorb the life force of a firebender, my flames are greatly enhanced. Thanks to the Uzumaki clan life energy, I could survive for thousands of years. Naruto projects killer intent. What did you do to my clan? Zuko laughs. What do you think? As Naruto takes a step, two men in black appeared and grabs Naruto by the arms. I didn't even sense them. Kurama said. A young woman, one with white hair, grabs Azula. Zuko approached Naruto. Long ago I made a promise to punish my sister Azula. She betrayed our family. I would not rest until I break her and absorb her life force energy for my own. Zuko fired powerful lightning at Naruto. The lightning pierced through Naruto, leaving a hole. No, Azula shouted as Naruto fell to the ground. Enjoy your last minutes, Azula. By the time the eclipse ends, your life energy will be mine. Sir, what about him? Zuko has a thought. Throw him into the lake. Let's see, and the Uzumaki guardian deity saves him. Zuko laughed. The two guards throws Naruto into the lake while Azula tries to break free. You can't avenge him if you're dead, my lady Azula. You will get your change. The woman with white hair whispered. Azula looks at the young woman with confusion and rage. Like you, I lost someone important to that monster. Ryazetsu, bring her. Yes, my lord. They go to the beach where a boat waits. They get on board, then the boat leaves. Konoha, Tsunade's office. Tsunade just finished the first wave of paperwork. To pass her break time, she's playing poker with Hiruzen, Jiraiya and Shizune. To her horror, she kept winning. This is bad, she thought. ANBU have Kakashi, Might Guy, Asuma and Kurenai brought to me at once. I have an important mission for them. Tell them to get here on the double. If Kakashi is late, I will ban him from buying his favorite book series for life. Naruto's last message said he and his sensei Azula were in Whirlpool. I hope you're still there, brat, she thought. Whirlpool. Naruto's body hits the bottom of the lake. Damn it, kid, hold on. Kurama said as he forms his chakra cloak around Naruto. I can keep him from dying, but I need help to heal the damage, Kurama said. The sands around Naruto begun to shift as the Uzumaki guardian deity starts to stir. You can't be serious. The Uzumaki's guardian deity is a lion turtle, Kurama said in shock. The lion turtle uses energy to form a sphere of light around Naruto. He's helping to heal the kid. Good, I can save him, Kurama said as he flares his chakra multiple times. Spirit realm. To Naruto it looks like the forest outside of Konoha. Little spirits all around him watch him with interest. Am I dead? A small spirit tries to get Naruto to go a certain direction. Alright, thank you. Naruto walks until he sees a building. What is a tea shop doing in the afterlife? Naruto decides to check it out. As he opens the door, he sees an old man making tea. Ah, welcome young man to my shop. I'm sorry for asking, but is this the afterlife? This is the spirit realm, I guess you might say, as the final stop. Where are my manners? I am Iroh. The old man laughs. Naruto grins. You're Azula's uncle. Iroh looks at Naruto. You must be the boy the Aang told me about. For saving my niece I am in your debt, Naruto Uzumaki. Iroh bows to Naruto. Two young women enters the shop with a few boxes. Hey Iroh, where do you want these boxes? Mai and Ty Lee, you could do that later. This is the boy that saved Azula. Ty Lee squealed before she drops the box and hugs Naruto. Thank you. Ty Lee, you're going to squeeze the life out of him. Mai grins. The Shinigami enters the tea shop. Ah, there you are. I came to fetch you. You're returning to land of the living. Naruto has a serious look. Good, I can rescue Azula and get even with Zuko. Iroh, Ty Lee and my eyes widen. He's alive. They shouted. He is thanks to a forbidden relic that Avatar Zito found in his era. Your nephew is causing major problems for me. Iroh sighs. I am sorry for my former nephew. Ty Lee has an idea. Shinigami-sama, I ask that you please allow me to give my knowledge of Kai block to Naruto. Naruto remembers Azula talking about Ty Lee's Kai blocking. It almost reminds him of the Hyuga's gentle fist without the Byakugan. That might allow Naruto to have an advantage against Zuko. Very well, in return I want you Naruto to destroy that artifact. Naruto grins. Consider it done. Ty Lee's forehead touches Naruto's. He could see all of the memories and hours Ty Lee put into her Kai blocking. Then Naruto receives other memories linked with the Kai blocking. By the end of it, Naruto's face was red. Naruto flicked Ty Lee in the forehead. Ouch. What was that for? That was for making me blush. I didn't want all of the girl talk that come with it. Girl talk. Oh no, Ty Lee thought. When Ty Lee trains, she would have private talks with either Azula or Mai. Often the talks got very erotic. Ty Lee blush, let's pretend that didn't happen. Naruto sighed, agreed, anyways thank you Ty Lee. Ty Lee grins, marry Azula, we will call it even. Naruto blushed like crazy as the Shinigami sends Naruto back to his body. Naruto's mindscape. Why am I here? The lion turtle appeared, you have been returned to your body child of prophecy. But you still need training in order to stop Zuko. Naruto looks down, but Azula. As you know time here moves at a fast rate than in the real world. 10 minutes in the real world is a month in here. Can I save Azula without your training? No. Naruto has serious look, then what are we waiting for? Spirit world. Iroh looks at the Shinigami, if I may ask could you tell me more about Naruto? A TV appeared on the table next to Iroh. Ty Lee and Mai sits at the table. The three of them watched every event in Naruto's life. By the end Ty Lee was crying, those damn villagers. How could that do that to Naruto? Mai grins, man, I never knew Azula had it in her. Iroh has a new level of respect for Naruto, for a young man to endure so much. He's a pure soul. The Shinigami nods, indeed, he puts others before himself. He would have made a great avatar. The Shinigami grins, what did you do? I did nothing. Whirlpool. Naruto wakes up next to the lake. Ran, Shaw, Furia, Flare and the lion turtle is beside him. Furia licks Naruto's whisker marks, Furia I am up. As Naruto sits up he remembers what happened. Azula. Naruto gets to his feet. You had us worried there for a second, Kurama said. Guys, where did Zuko and Azula go? They went to the south island of Whirlpool. There is a city filled with Zuko's followers. Naruto looks over his shoulder. Thank you for your aid. I am in your debt. The lion turtle starts to fade away. Use what you learned to bring balance to this world. I will, I promise. As the lion turtles disappears Naruto looks to his friends. Ready to save a fire princess. Always Kit. The morning sky starts to darken as the eclipse begun. Naruto climbs on Ran, let go guys. Azula doesn't have much time. Konoha. Kakashi bolts into Tsunade's office out of breath. You summoned me, Lady Tsunade. Jiraiya, Might Guy, Asuma and Kurenai is there as well. I want you five to go to Whirlpool Village on the double. I have a bad feeling something has happened to Naruto. You leave at once. Hi. Tsunade and Shizune felt a cold chill as the darkness from the eclipse reached Konoha. This is very bad. Skies above Zuko's island. Naruto eyes widen when he saw that a large city covered the island. Can you tell how many firebenders are there? Kurama is on Naruto's shoulder with his eyes closed. Too many. Wait, I sense a lot of firebenders going towards that massive obelisk. Kurama returns to Naruto's mindscape. Ran, drop me off here. I will signal you if I need you guys. I want to avoid putting Furia in danger. Ran got low enough for Naruto jump off of him. Summoning jutsu. Naruto whispered. Gamakichi appers in front of Naruto. What's up? Gamakichi, I need you to bring Jiraiya here at once. I need his help, Azula been kidnapped. Gamakichi nods before reverse summon himself. Naruto creates 20 shadow clones on the roof. Team 1 get as many firebender clothes and bring them here. While Team 2 scout out the obelisk. As the last clone left Gamakichi, Jiraiya and his team arrived. I brought them as you asked. Them. Naruto turns around and sees the team. Good, this will make it easier. What kind of mess did you get yourself into this time, brat? Asuma and Kurenai jaw dropped as they see the massive city. Where are we? Long story short, Azula was kidnapped by her evil brother Zuko. He desires to steal her life force from her. And this city is filled with thousands of his followers. Asuma and Kurenai raised an eyebrow, so yeah, that covers it. The first team arrives with several cloaks, here you go. Naruto received the memories of Team 2, good, she is at the obelisk. Get changed, we move in 5. Hold on there kid, this mission is far too dangerous for you. Jiraiya was about to reverse summon Naruto but Kurama appers on Naruto's shoulder. Jiraiya and the others paled seeing Kurama. What have you done? You're so desperate to save her, you cut a deal with the fox. Naruto laughed, no, the truth is Kurama has been free since I was 4. Jiraiya and his team jaw dropped, but I thought that I was a mindless beast of hatred. Well, that part was true before Kushina freed me of my anger. Jiraiya looks at the fox with a serious look, had it not been for that Uchiha controlling me, she would alive today. You mean the masked man was controlling you? Kurama nods, I made her a promise, I would protect Naruto and the people precious to him. including his mate Azula. Naruto blushes, they didn't need to know that furball. Kurama laughs, so you all have two choices, help or leave. Either way the kid and I are going to save her. All of them looks at each other before nod. Thank you. Kakashi, you once told me you have one of my father's three-pronged kunai. May I borrow it? Sure. Kakashi hands Naruto the kunai. It won't help kid, you need to learn how to use that jutsu. Naruto sees the seal on the handle. Strength, honor, conviction. Naruto smiles before he cuts his finger and puts his own seal on the other side of the handle. Humble, loyalty, protect, balance. Jiraiya's eyes widen. How? For years I chosen to hide my true potential. To tell you the truth, I already mastered all 12 chakra exercises. Jiraiya. At the age of 8. Naruto grins. Jiraiya's jaw dropped. Because of Azula, I am done hiding. Jiraiya grins, I can't wait to meet her. Naruto points the kunai at Jiraiya, I am only going to say this once pervy sage. If I find out you doing research on Azula they will never find the body. Kurenai giggles, I like this change. Sadly I will have to tell Hinata about this. She thought. While Jiraiya and his team puts on the robes, Naruto explained his plan. All of them are shocked. Naruto sound like a seasoned jonin. Both Jiraiya and Kakashi sees Minato instead of Naruto. Are we clear on the plan? All of them nods, let's go. The team shunshin while Naruto disappeared into a yellow flash. Obelisk. Asuma and Kurenai was on the roof that overlooks the obelisk. Asuma watch Azula being chained to it. That's Azula. Man, Naruto has good taste. Kurenai raised an eyebrow, what was that? Asuma coughed, nothing. He adjusts his spy glass and spots Zuko. That must be the brother. Yeah, Naruto is right, he reminds me of Orochimaru. The sky turns completely black, Kurenai shudders, you feel it too. The hair on the back of my neck is standing on end. Father once told me, when that happens pay attention. Because you are to bear witness to history. Kurenai raised an eyebrow, do you believe that? The jury is still out on that one. A shadow clone of Naruto lands beside Asuma. On the clone's shoulder is Kurama ready to do his part. What is the fox going to do? Kurenai asked. Kurama chuckles, you're a genjutsu master. You're really going to enjoy this. Left of the obelisk. Might Guy decide to remain in the crowd near some of the firebender warriors? Guy-sensei, you will remain hidden next to the obelisk. When they react make your move. Keep them focus on you. Naruto said. Naruto's asking for me best. I shall show him my flames of youth. Guy thought. Building rooftop clear view of the obelisk. Jiraiya hates to admit it, but he messed up with Naruto. He compared him to Minato and never saw the real Naruto. After this is over I will make this right. I will train him the right way. Good to know pervy sage. He turns around and sees Naruto standing there, I thought. Shadow clone. The clone nods, I am sure we can both agree. We both messed up on this training trip. Jiraiya nods, how about this after Azula is safe we continue our training? Agreed. Alright, Jiraiya smiled. The clone stands next to Jiraiya, so your feelings for the girl, are they serious? The clone blushes, I never felt this way before. Whenever I'm around her it feels like my body is on fire. Naruto glares at a grinning Jiraiya. Naruto punched Jiraiya in the shoulder, I didn't mean it that way you perv. I know what you meant. Your father said the same thing when he talked about Kushina. Naruto smiled, I hope, I make them proud. Jiraiya puts his hand on Naruto's shoulder. You already have, but there is one thing you need to know. You must marry multiple wives if you desire to restore your parents' clans. The clone sighed, the Clan Restoration Act, I am aware. I don't know how to tell Azula about it. If what you told Tsunade and I is true, she might be okay with it. Just make sure Azula knows she is the matriarch of the house. The clone smiles, thank you, Jiraiya-sensei. Jiraiya pulls out a camera, I need to capture this moment. The clone sighed as Jiraiya takes a picture. Just like that the moment is ruined. Back of the obelisk. Naruto, several shadow clones and Kakashi moves closer. Kakashi is impressed with Naruto. Normally he had to tell him to be quiet several times by now. Naruto hands the three-pronged kunai to a shadow clone. The clone nods as he breaks off from the group. Kakashi and I will take point in rescuing Azula. I will have several clones with us placing Hiraishin tags around the battlefield. Once Azula is free, a clone will move her to Asuma and Kurenai. Naruto's orders still fresh in Kakashi's mind. Sensei, you would be proud of the man your son has grown into, Kakashi thought. Naruto stops when he sees a woman with long white hair trying to free Azula. As she was about to make the final cut, two warriors stopped her. Well, this complicates things, Naruto thought. Zuko grins as Ryazetsu is brought to him. Well, it looks like your plan has failed. Ryazetsu spits in Zuko's face, I will kill you bastard. My sister and the others you murdered will be avenged. Many of the people looks confused. The clone with Asuma and Kurenai smiled. As I thought, the people doesn't know the truth. Kurama, do you have a jutsu that could help? Kit, I am already ahead of you. This will take a few minutes. Kurama stands up on his back legs, both Asuma and Kurenai raise an eyebrow. Kurama starts running through hand signs. Asuma drops his cigarette, you got to be kidding me. Shish, Kurenai said. She was interested in seeing what Kurama was going to do. Obelisk. Naruto waits until Kakashi and his clone was in position. Naruto removes his cloak and punches the soldier in front of him. 3 soldiers grabs Naruto and brings him to Zuko. Jiraiya and clone. Game time, the clone said. Say this plan works, how are we going to stop him? Wait and see, the clone smiles. The clone goes through hand signs and stops on the last sign. What are you doing? Waiting. Naruto, you not supposed to stop on the last hand sign. Normal jutsu yes, but this a Uzumaki style jutsu. The longer the wait the better. What the hell, Jiraiya thought. Zuko. 10,000 years ago I killed Avatar Aang in Mortal Kombat. You don't get to say his name monster. Naruto thought as he was brought to Zuko. My lord. Zuko turns around and his jaw dropped. How I killed you. The Uzumaki guardian deity says hello Tem. He was trying to get past our guards. You done well, I will save you for last. Zuko approached Azula who is relieved to see Naruto alive. Hey Zuko, want to see a magic trick? Zuko looks over his shoulder, huh? Kakashi cuts the rope and frees Azula. As she falls to the ground Naruto's clone caught her. They disappear in a yellow flash. Now Kurama. Asuma's team. Kitsune Genjutsu, Dance of the Shadow Fox. The entire crowd around the obelisk disappeared in front of Zuko's eyes. What the hell, where did they go? Kurenai's jaw dropped, she looks at Kurama with stars in her eyes. Can you teach me that? Kurama chuckled, maybe. Jiraiya and the clone. Uzumaki Genjutsu, Oblivion Mind. Jiraiya looks at the clone in shock. He can do a genjutsu. He thought. All of the civilians become unaware of what is happening around them. All of them are focused on Zuko, Naruto and Ryazetsu. Courtyard. The soldier tries to reach to Zuko, dynamic entry. Guy kicks a soldier in the gut sending him crashing into several soldiers. A firebender launches a flame at Guy. He easily dodges it, leaf hurricane. A firebender behind Guy was about to launch a flame at Guy, Chidori. Kakashi runs the soldier through with his lightning blade, not bad Kakashi. But the score is 5-1. You say something. A red barrier forms around the obelisk, looks like Naruto wants to finish Zuko himself. Yosh, Naruto is showing his love his flames of youth. That sounds wrong on so many levels. You do know that right? Kakashi shakes his head. A yellow flash dances around Guy and Kakashi. After a few seconds the clone lands next to Guy and Kakashi. Not bad Guy-sensei, but I have 27. The clone said winded. Guy, Kakashi didn't want to be outdone by a clone attack more soldiers. Several minutes the battle raged on. A dozen of firebenders charged towards the obelisk. Oh no you don't. Water-style water dragon jutsu. A clone poof after the jutsu was casted. The poor firebenders were slammed through a wall. Asuma, Kurenai and Azula. I can't believe, Naruto knows that jutsu. What is it? Azula asked. During the invasion of our village that barrier was used against us. My father almost died because of that barrier. Several squads of firebenders reached the roof. Most of them charge Asuma, Kurenai and Azula. Focus on the ones charging. I will handle the ones in the back row. How are you going to do that? Kurenai asked. Azula begun launching several blue fireballs. Kurenai blinks, okay then. Asuma pulls out his trench knives and charges the firebenders. He bobs left and right avoiding flames then slice through a firebender. 4 of them approached Kurenai, she disappears in a whirlwind. Huh. A tree sprung out of the ground and captures the 4 firebenders. What the hell? As they try to get free Kurenai jumps out of the tree. Azula does a forward flip and torch the tree with her blue flames. Within seconds the firebenders were turned to ash. Azula stands to her feet Kurenai approached her. Nicely done. Azula grins, you not bad yourself, Kurenai. How? Naruto told me about you. Genjutsu master of Konoha. That was an impressive genjutsu. I like this girl, Kurenai thought. All of a sudden the barrier begun to expand and shatter. Smoke filled the area. Naruto. Azula shouted. Naruto. As the smoke clears, everyone sees Naruto standing there covered in burns. He has a faraway look in his eyes. Zuko was furious at Naruto. You will pay for destroying my relic. Zuko growled. Zuko launched powerful, unnatural green flames at Naruto. Naruto closes his eyes. No, I will not let it end like this. Naruto thought. All of the released spirit energy begun to be absorbed by Naruto. A blinding beam of bluish-white light fills the area. The flames were dispersed by the light. What the hell is going on? Everyone stopped fighting and watched in awe. As the light dies down, Naruto opened his eyes. Instead of his normal blue eyes, they changed. His eyes are glowing in white light. No, it can't be, Zuko said in shock. To be continued. Hope you guys enjoyed chapter 2. Next chapter I will reveal what happened in Naruto and Zuko's battle. As well Zuko's follower reaction when they learned Zuko's dark secret. And a few other surprises along the way. Next time on Firefox Chapter 3, New Avatar Cycle. Chapter 3. Flashback 10 years before Aang was found. Zhao's ship docks at a secret base. A woman with short black hair and eyes waits for him. Wearing a lab coat. This better be good. I've been summoned by the Fire Lord. Believe me, Admiral, this is worth the delay. Very well. Leads into Admiral Zhao into a small building at the far end of the base. As a squad of Zhao's soldiers past them, looks at the Admiral. 3 weeks ago some of your scouts returned with a little girl. She might prove to be the perfect weapon for your army. I doubt it. Aikika giggles, you might be surprised, Admiral. They enter the small building. Inside was a testing range with a fire bender, a earth and water bender. North tribe waits. They salutes the Admiral, send Momo in. A soldier nods before leaving the room. And Zhao watch for a minute before little girl with short white hair and red eyes enters the training field. Dressed in gray clothes, the little girl walks to the center of the training field. The poor girl trembles as the flames, rocks and water being thrown at her. But when the attacks was 10 feet from the girl, something happened. The flames disperse, the rock fall to the ground and the water lost of all its power splash the girl. Instead of sending her flying. Zhao's jaw drop. Momo has a genetic anomaly that produces a field that could negate bending. I call it the null field. What is the range of this null field? 10 feet, but if Momo's stress level rises it could expand up to 16 feet. Could negate wind bend as well. From the data, I believe Momo's null field could negate all 4 elements. Zhao grins as he looks at the doctor, very impressive. I want Momo's memories wiped and her trained. When the Avataro returns, I want her ready. Bose, yes Admiral. I am very pleased, first Avatar Zeto's relic, now this. You will get more funding. Thank you Admiral. Time skip, an hour after Zuko won his duel with Zhao. Zhao puts the amulet of Avatar Zeto in his pocket as he approached Zuko's quarters. Zhao knocks on the door. Come in. As Zhao enters his quarters, Zuko glares at him. What do you want, Zhao? Zhao sighs before he bows to Zuko. I came to apologize to you, my prince. Zuko's eyes widen. Why? As you know, your father casts a very large shadow. Because of this he demands respect, loyalty and results. I am very aware of that. Zuko rubs the burn scar on his face. I believe both of us can agree, we desire the same thing. To bring our Fire Lord the Avatar. To that end I suggest we combine our forces and lure him into an ambush. Zuko rubs his chin for a moment. It would quell the tension between our crews. Iroh would support this, Zuko thought. Very well, I agree with this suggestion. It might be what we need, to capture the Avatar. Zuko turns around to get a map. Zhao grins as he pulls out the amulet of Zeto. He points it at Zuko, it glowed green for a moment as green tendrils comes out of it. Then the tendrils shot towards Zuko and pierced his back. Seconds later the tendrils rips out Zuko's spirit out of his body. Then pulls into the amulet. Zhao grins before cutting his hand, blood runs on the amulet. A couple of drops of Zhao's blood hits Zuko's neck. Sensing what Zhao's desired, the amulet's tendrils begun to pierce both Zhao and Zuko. Zhao's spirit transferred into Zuko. As payment the amulet consumed Zhao's body, turning it into dust. A minute later Zuko gets up and stumbles towards the mirror. It worked. Zhao grins seeing he was now in Zuko's body. Zhao walks over and picks up the amulet. Zuko, you made a mistake, you embarrassed me in front of my men. From this time, until the end of time you're my prisoner. Zhao leaves and goes to the bridge. Ah, there you are, ready to depart. Iroh smiled. Yes uncle, I am ready. Time skip, the day Aang and Team Avatar was captured. 12 airships of Zhao's elite guard approach the war theater. On board the lead airship was Aikika. She is there for the important briefing. Zhao enters the room. They salute him. Men, today will forever mark our destiny. Today is when the world will see their last hope be crushed beneath our fleet. Lord Zuko. Lord Zuko. Zhao smiles on the inside as the projector starts. The objective of the mission is capturing the Avatar and his team. Phase 1 of the mission will focus sending in waves of soldiers to wear down the Avatar. Periodically each wave will be switch out to rest, while the fresh wave keeps the Avatar and his team on defensive. Phase 2 will begin on the 7th wave. When the Avatar and his team are tired, Berenice will be sent to the battlefield. She will focus on the Avatar while our soldiers focus on his team. With Berenice as null field in play, our soldiers could capture the Avatar. Any questions? Zhao asked. A soldier raised his hand. My lord. Yes, Zhao asked. With respect, my lord, the last time Berenice faced the Avatar she was defeated. Aikika takes a step forward next to Zhao. While her null field is impressive, it does have limits. It can't nullify the more advanced bending like lightning or metal bending. The soldier that asked raised an eyebrow. However, we were able to remove this weakness. Her new armor is made of platinum and other pure metals. And her armor is fully insulated against lightning bending. With these weakness removed, she is able to capture the Avatar. Mission starts within the hour. Dismissed. The soldiers and Chica left, leaving Zhao by himself. Zhao sees Zuko's spirit appear before him. Your plan will never work. Zuko glares at Zhao. Oh, you think so? Just wait, I have something special in mind for your sister. How many more must suffer? For your ambitions. Zhao grins, until I rule this world. Now back in your cell. Zuko's spirit vanishes into the amulet. Time skip, 7th wave. Aang and his team are tired after pushing back another wave of soldiers. There is no end to them. Aang said, trying to catch his breath. How many waves was that now? Sokka asked, panting. Azula the only one still standing, barely. That was 6 waves. What is my brother up to? Azula asked. Toph's eyes widen when she sensed a familiar void in her seismic sense. Oh no, it was a trap. What are you talking about? Sokka asked. Suki's eyes widen as a young woman with long white hair, red eyes appeared behind Sokka. Wearing a silver armor body suit, silver gauntlets, a white belt with pouches, white knee-high boots. Azula glares at Berenice. It's her. The one that killed Iroh and the White Lotus, Azula thought. Toph grins. She wants some more. You would have thought she would learn her lesson after what we done to her last time. Toph thought. Berenice strikes Sokka in the back of his neck. The sheer force of the kick killing Sokka instantly. No. Katara and Suki shouted as Sokka's body hits the ground. Suki running on adrenaline charge Berenice. She throws a fury of punches and kicks trying to drive her back. Ty Lee and Mai helps Katara to pull Sokka's body away. After Berenice kicks Suki away from her, Toph tries to destroy Berenice's armor. To her dismay she could not. Damn it, her armor is made of platinum. Toph thought. Seeing Toph's react, Azula begun to channel energy within her. Toph move. Toph jumps out of the way as Azula fires a lightning bolt from her fingers. The lightning hits Berenice and she started walking towards Azula. This is very bad, they will capture Aang if we don't flee. Azula thought. Azula look at Toph who nods. The two of them tries to keep Berenice busy. Ty Lee and Mai. Get Aang, Katara and Suki out of here. Suki finds the last of her strength, joins Azula and Toph. Katara, who still in shock, is holding her dead brother in her arms. Mai comes up to Katara and slaps her. I am sorry, Sokka's gone. But you need get to your feet now. Mai look. Ty Lee points to the horizon. Hundreds of Zhao's soldiers are charging in. Damn it, they are coming in for another wave. The 12 airships comes out of the clouds and passes over the wave of soldiers. I have no choice, Aang thought. Aang enters the Avatar state for a second time. He begun to create a powerful tornado. As he was about to push it towards the firebenders, Katara, Toph, Suki, Mai and Ty Lee lands by him. Aang looks over his shoulder as Berenice comes into range of Aang. The tornado begun to lose steam and disperse. Surrender is your only option, Avatar. Aang spins around and jumps back out of the null field. I need to get her away from my team, Aang thought. Aang runs towards the firebenders in an attempt to draw Berenice away. During their first encounter, Aang was able to draw Berenice away, then pull a fast one. They flee with little effort on Aang's part. However, Berenice would not fall for the same trick. She draws her sword from her sheath and walks towards Katara. She picks Katara up by the throat. You have a choice, Avatar. Flee or surrender. I promise you this, if you flee your team will die by my hands. Aang glares at Berenice, before his eyes turn back to normal. Several of Zhao's soldiers grabs Aang and puts on platinum shackles on him. And his team. Sokka's body was left there on the battlefield. Time skip 2 years after Aang's death. Zhao enters the room where Berenice was in a coma. The drugs Aikika used to enhance her body is killing her. If one that could be said about Zhao, he was loyal to a very small degree. The ones that had his respect could be counted on one hand. How long before she dies? A day at most. Her null field is already starting to collapse. Zhao pulls out Avatar Zito's amulet. You served me well, Arenes. I have one last mission for you. The amulet absorbs Arenes' body. Was that wise? We don't know if her null field will work. And if it does, what kind of an effect it has on you. Let's find out. Aikika tries to fire Ben but nothing. As I thought. Zhao grins. Now you try it. Zhao tries to fire Ben. Damn it. We will need to run tests. Zhao grins. I have an idea. Guards. Two of Zhao's men enters the room only for their life force to be drained by the amulet. They turn to dust when they hit the ground. What are you doing? Testing out my own theory. Zhao grins as green flames comes out of his hands. Has your flames always been green? No. What could this be? Is this the result of Arenes' null field? Aikika thought. Time skip Zhao's battle with Naruto. Hey Zuko. Want to see a trick? Zuko looks over his shoulder. Huh. Kakashi cuts the rope and frees Azula. As she falls to the ground, Naruto's clone caught her. They disappear in a yellow flash. Now Kurama. To Zhao, Naruto and Ryazetsu, it appeared that the thousands of people vanished. When Naruto grins, Zhao throws his green flames at him. Naruto was able to flash away to safety. The three guards holding him weren't as lucky. The green flames burned away everything except for their bones. When their blackened skeletons hits the ground, they turn to dust. Naruto appeared next to Ryazetsu and kills the guards holding her. You up for ending this bastard? Ryazetsu grins. Absolutely. Good, he has a lot to answer for. Awesome as team. Azula's watch Naruto and Ryazetsu fighting Zhao. Her eyes widen as she sees both Naruto and Ryazetsu's flames being dispersed before they hit Zhao. That's impossible. How does my brother have that damn woman's ability? She thought. Azula runs to Naruto's clone. Naruto, you once told me that anything the clone learns, the real one does as well. The clone nods. That's right, it's an ability the shadow clone has. What is wrong? Zuko has an ability I have seen once before. It's an barrier of some kind that negates bending. What? Are you sure? Azula nods. Yes, but there is a weakness. The barrier only works on the basic elements. If you use lightning bending, the barrier won't negate it. Thank you, my love. The clone said as it turns into a puff of smoke. Fire benders reach the roof, causing Asuma to grin. We got company. Obelisk. Naruto begun to use lightning bending to keep Zhao on the defensive. Ryazetsu gets behind him to finish him off with her white flames. But like before, they were stopped by the null field. That won't work, use lightning bending. How did this brat know the null field's weakness? Zhao thought. I can't use it. Damn it, this is going to make this more difficult. Naruto thought. Zuko, seeing this, had an idea. He projects himself out of the amulet and touch Naruto. He was trying to share his memories, but it didn't work as he planned. Zuko found himself inside of Naruto's mindscape. What are you doing in this place? Kurama roars. To help you. Kurama approached Zuko laughing. I will end you. Any last words? Killing Zhao is all that matters to me. Do what you must, but allow me 20 seconds of your time. Kurama blinks in confusion. Who? I was trying to give my memories to the boy, but I was dragged here instead. Kurama sensed Zuko was telling the truth. Hold still, brat. Kurama puts his massive paw on Zuko's head and closed his eyes. Images of Zuko's memories filled Kurama's mind. After it was over, Kurama sits down. How interesting. The bastard the kid is fighting is a fake. What is his name again? Zhao. Zuko nods. I wish there was a way to expose him of his crimes. Kurama laughs. There is a way. Spirit Realm, Iroh's tea shop. To say Iroh, my entirely were shock was an understatement. Ah, that makes so much sense now. The Shinigami said. Iroh frowned as he closed his eyes. My nephew, I am so sorry for doubting you. Mai remained silent. How could I not seen it? The man I loved was replaced by that bastard Zhao. Zuko, I am so sorry. Mai thought. Ty Lee runs out of the tea shop. I must tell Aang and the others. They must know the truth. She thought. Obelisk. After avoiding another green flame, Kurama's chakra covered Naruto. Kurama. Don't worry, kid, we have a plan to expose the fake, Kurama said. We. The thousands of civilians and Ryazetsu was covered in Kurama's chakra. All of them begun to see Zuko's memories. As well as all of the atrocities Zhao has done while in Zuko's body. Murderer. You killed my daughter. You damn demon. Naruto grins. I am so glad that I'm not on the receiving end of that. Kurama nods in agreement. Zhao's former followers begun to throw things at him, from rotting fruit to trash. After everything I done, all of you betray me. Zhao roars as he sends a massive wall of green fire towards the civilians. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. 4 clones appear behind Naruto, the flash away to the 4 corners around the obelisk. A red barrier forms around the obelisk. The flames were stopped at the last possible second. Zhao glares at Naruto. Your days of harming people are over, Zhao. Looks like Naruto wants to finish Zuko himself. Yosh. Naruto is showing his love, his flames of youth. That sounds wrong on so many levels. You do know that, right? Kakashi shakes his head. Naruto throws a kunai with his Horaitian seal and appers before Zhao. Aang, Katara, Suki, Sokka, Mai, Tai Li, Zuko, Iroh and the countless others. This is for you, he thought. Using Kai blocking, Naruto makes several strikes in Zhao's arms, shoulders, gut and legs. As Naruto steps back, Ryazetsu follows up with a spinning kick. Zhao is sent flying and hits the obelisk that Azula was chained to. Zhao's amulets land several feet in front of him. Kit. Naruto spins around and shoots lightning at the amulet. When the lightning struck, it shatters into multiple fragments. No. What have you done? White energy from the fragments starts to leak out. Millions of white flames appeared around Zhao, Naruto and Ryazetsu. One of the flames approaches Ryazetsu and changed into a little girl with white hair. You. Big sister Ryu. Zhao glares at Naruto. No. My reign as a god won't end today, he thought. Enough. Zhao shouted. Zhao sends green fire all around him. Naruto flashed next to Ryazetsu and used his flames as shield, protecting them. Naruto's flames were hitting Naruto as much as blocking Zhao's flames. The barrier shatters and smoke fill the area. Naruto. Azula screamed. As the smoke clears, everyone sees Naruto standing there covered in burns. He has a faraway look in his eyes. Zuko was furious at Naruto. You will pay for destroying my relic. Zuko growled. Naruto's mindscape. Zuko sighs in relief. It's finally over. All of the souls Zhao trapped are free. Almost. Kurama and Zuko turn to their left and the Shinigami steps out of the shadows. Why are you here, Shinigami-sama? Kurama asked. He pulls out a small bottle from his robes. From what Zuko could tell, it looks like a small white kit. He opens it. Rava. The spirit of light leaves the bottle. The Shinigami summons his staff, spins it around and slams it into Rava. All of the spirit energy begun to be channeled into the Shinigami's staff, then directed into Rava. The energy causes the spirit to grow into the size it was before Aang's death. In order for the child of prophecy to complete his destiny, balance is needed. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, you have shown me that you're worthy enough. As of today, you're the first avatar of this new cycle. Rava and Kurama guide him well. The Shinigami approached Kurama and whispered something in his ear. Kurama nods. Yes, I will tell them. Obelisk. No, this cannot be, Zhao said in shock. Ryazetsu was in awe seeing Naruto. She heard the legends about the avatar, but she never believed them. An ominous green aura formed around Zhao. The areas that Naruto strikes begun to tear and green flames erupt from them. Kurama uses his chakra to heal Naruto's wounds. Kid, you're becoming tired, you need to end this quickly, Kurama said. This ends now, Zhao. Naruto begun to throw flames at a very impressive rate. Without the null field protecting him, Zhao was losing badly. One of Naruto's flames burns off Zhao's left arm. No, if I am to die, I am taking all of you with me. More tears on Zhao's body appeared, green flames begun to pour out of the wounds. Kid, he is going to blow himself up. Naruto flashed to Ryazetsu, follow my lead. Shadow clone jutsu. Over 50 shadow clones appeared and quickly formed a circle around Zhao. All of them begun to bend fire clockwise around Zhao. After a few seconds, a fire tornado formed and was getting larger. Both the real Naruto and Ryazetsu helped the clones. However, Ryazetsu's white flames seemed to have an effect. Kit, it appears that the white flames are absorbing the corrupted flames. Keep it up, Naruto shouted as his legs starts to shake. Naruto, the clones and Ryazetsu starts to move closer to Zhao. As the white flames touch Zhao, his body starts to turn into ash. No. I am not to die this day. The last thing he saw was Zuko standing in front of him with a huge grin. Once it was over, Naruto dropped to one knee. Azula, Jiraiya and the others run up to him. As he was falling forward, his eyes returned to normal. Azula caught Naruto and held him into a tight embrace. You are safe, I am so glad. Naruto said as he closes his eyes. Tears running down her face. Baka. I was so worried. As she looks down, Naruto was asleep and drooling on her bosom. Jiraiya pulls out a notepad, but it was taken away by Kurenai. Kurama appears on Naruto's shoulder. Azula, we need to talk. Later, alright Kurama. Kurama nods as he returns to Naruto's mindscape. Spirit Realm. The Shinigami and Zuko were walking towards Iroh's tea shop. The millions of souls that were trapped in Zhao's amulet has been freed. Most of them are in the spirit realm. So, what happens with Momo and me? Thanks to Avatar Naruto, the truth was revealed. Both of you will be allowed to remain in the spirit realm. Momo is with her mother at the moment. She sends her thanks to you and Avatar Naruto. I assume Zhao is in a place where he belongs. Zuko asked. Yes, he is currently chained up in the underworld. He will never harm another soul again. Zuko grins at that news. They stopped in front of Iroh's tea shop. Go on. But. Zuko, for once in your life do what you are told. My nephew. Zuko's eyes widen as he looks to see Iroh, Mai, Ty Lee, Aang and the others standing in front of the shop. Guys, Iroh approached Zuko and pulls him into a hug. My boy, I am sorry. Zuko returns the hug. No Iroh, I am sorry. After few minutes Aang and the others forgiven Zuko. As they celebrated, Aang and Sokka watch the TV. Naruto is sleeping in a hospital bed. Azula is sleeping in a chair beside him. You alright with Naruto being the avatar? Sokka asked. Aang smiles, I am at peace with it. Naruto is the perfect choice to take up the mantle. I hope Naruto will take care of Azula. Katara said as she approached them. Aang smiles, from what I saw of his memories, Naruto keeps his promises. Zuko raises a glass, everyone a toast, to Naruto Uzumaki. The new avatar and my future brother-in-law. Zuko grinned. Katara, Suki, Mai and Ty Lee giggled. Without him and his partner I would not be here right now. A toast to him and my sister Azula. May their lives be blessed, always. Cheers. Cheers. Island of Whirlpool Hospital. Naruto woken up in a hospital bed a week later. Am I in Konoha? No, you're not. You're still on our island Avatar Naruto. The nurse smiled. Naruto looks down at his arms which were free of any restraints. You're not a prisoner, Avatar Naruto. At first, he was confused, then spot Azula next to him. She's sleeping. Naruto runs his hand through her hair. She begun to stir. Naruto. My beautiful, fire princess. Azula hugs Naruto, you're okay. More or less. What happened after I passed out? Thanks to you and Kurama's effort the firebenders didn't want to fight anymore. They brought you here for treatment. Did Kurama told you what happened? Azula nods, he's shown me, Zuko's memories. I am still a little shaken about it. Naruto took her hand, whatever happens Azula, both Kurama and I will be there for you. Kurama appeared on Naruto's shoulder, of course we will. Now you're awake I have to tell you both something. What? If you're not aware Kit, you're the new avatar. Because of this, you have more duties to perform. I understand, it's an important duty. Also, the Shinigami decided to keep the avatar cycle going. Through the Uzumaki and Namikaze clans. Naruto and Azul's eye widen, what? Yes, because of your training with the lion turtle, you learned the ability to grant bending. The Shinigami wants you to grant all of your future wives bending. Their children will become benders as well. I see. Azula, I would like your opinion on this matter. Azula raised an eyebrow, really? Naruto nods, you're very important to me and I value your advice. Azula smiles, oh really now? I didn't know we became that close. She teased. Naruto looks hurt at that comment, she giggles, I was only playing Naruto, I have no objections in this matter. Really? I am surprised. Naruto, this kind of thing was common practice in the Fire Nation. Oh, I see. Jiraiya enters the room, you feel better kid. He smiled. Tired, but I am doing better. Good, get dressed, the council wished to talk to you. Sounds important. Time skipped nightfall. Azula and Kurenai were enjoying the hot springs. Many of the women in the hot spring was celebrating Zhao's death with sake. Fireworks being launched into the skies. Really? Naruto is letting the firebenders remain on this island. Yes, Naruto didn't want thousands of people to lose their home. So instead, he had a few suggestions. The firebenders will protect the islands of Whirlpool. Form treaties with the Land of Wave, the Land of Fire and Konoha. Lastly, the fire monks will help train the avatars that follows after Naruto. Kurenai impressed with Naruto's ideas. She leans back to watch the fireworks. Hair research. Kurenai sighs while Azula grins. She looks up in the tree and throws a kunai at Jiraiya. He moved his head to the left, ha. You no match for the Toad Mountain Sage. Women screams and runs out of the hot spring. Jiraiya felt killer intent behind him. What did I say I would do, if I caught you pervy sage? A high-pitched scream as the tree overlooking the woman hot spring shakes left to right. Jiraiya tries to escape Naruto but is pulled back into the tree. After several attempts, Jiraiya jumps out of the tree, he bolts down the road. Naruto hops down and chased after Jiraiya. I am sorry. Come back here. I know, you're not sorry. Both Azula and Kurenai alone in the hot spring laughs. Should we stop Naruto? Kurenai asked. No need, Naruto is many things, but he won't kill his perverted godfather. Jiraiya might walk funny for a while though. Since you're here I want to talk with you Kurenai. About your student, Hinata. Konoha, Tsunade's office. Tsunade sighs in relief after reading Jiraiya's report. Naruto and Azula are safe. Thank goodness, Shizune said. Indeed, after the team leaves a whirlpool, they will make a stop at Wave before coming home. Ino walks into the office with a stack of papers. Here you go Lady Tsunade, the documents you requested. Thank you Ino, you may have the day off from training. Ino raised an eyebrow, really? You've been working hard in your training. Plus you and your friend had something planned today. Thank you, Lady Tsunade. Ino leaves the office. Tsunade smiles, you're in a good mood. Naruto is safe and I won almost 500 yen. I believe my luck is finally turning around. Shizune giggles. Nah, I don't see that happening. She thought. Naruto's apartment. The apartment complex is that Naruto in is owned by a slumlord. There are several others living there with him. Haku, Karen and Tayuya among others. Why are we here again? Shikamaru asked. Naruto will be back less than 3 years. I would like for him to come back to a clean home. We owe him at least that much. Given what happened during our last mission, Ino grins. Troublesome. Tell the truth, you're only doing this because you're bored. Kiba laughed. Ino blushed. Asuma and the other sensei haven't returned from their mission. So maybe Ino wants to show Naruto her. Smack. What was that for Ino? Rock Lee asked. Ino blushed while covering her breast. Baka, I am not showing them to Naruto. Tenten giggles. That's not what Rock Lee was going to say. Oh, sorry then. Ino and the rest of the Konoha rookies picks up the cans of paint and cleaning supplies. They start walking to Naruto's home. Inside Naruto's apartment was Haku who was repairing the sink again. Tayuya was laying on Naruto's bed reading a girl's manga and eating pretzel sticks. On her ankle an ANBU ankle bracelet. While Makoto was using Naruto's shower. That hits the spot, that damn slumlord needs to fix the hot water problem. Makoto thought. Ino was going to pick the lock on Naruto's door, but Hinata lifts up the doormat. There a spare key was hidden. Hinata, how did you know that was there? Neji asked. Lucky guess, she said nervously. Ino rolls her eyes as she opens the door. As they enter Naruto's apartment, they hear the shower running. Damn, that is going to be an expensive water bill. Ino said. Don't worry, I will turn it off. Kiba goes into the bathroom. A few seconds later they hear a scream. Kiba runs out of the bathroom. Makoto soaked in a towel chased after him. Get back here you pervert. I will burn your balls off. She starts throwing fireballs at Kiba. Ino and the others had to move out of the way. Baka, you're going to burn down the apartment with us in it. Ino shouted. A fireball hit the wall causing a seal to absorb it. What? Haku comes out of the kitchen with a kunai. Hey, keep it down out there. I am trying to read my manga. Haku, Makoto, what are you doing in Naruto's apartment? Hinata glares at both girls. They better have a damn good reason. She thought. After what happened with Sasuke, I decided to move out of the compound. Just until the heat dies down. Naruto offered to let me use his place until he got back. What about you Haku? Hinata said in a flat tone. Haku grinned. So you're interested in him as well. Sorry, but Naruto's my master and I won't give him up so easily. She thought. I was fixing Naruto's sink. Makoto asked for my help. Tayuya comes out of Naruto's bedroom. Keep it down. You're ruining my good mood. What is she doing here? Ino points to Tayuya. Tayuya blush. Well, during the invasion Naruto captured me. Kiba whistles. Naruto, you lucky dog. Tayuya while blushing glares at Kiba. Anyways, he protected me from the council. So, he offered a place to stay. He even promised to help me get rid of this. Tayuya points to her curse mark. The door opens and Karen enters the apartment with sacks of food. Here's the food Makoto. Why are you here for? Oh, hey guys. I was shopping for food for Makoto, Haku and me. You live here as well? Hinata asked in an annoyed tone. Karen sensed Hinata's anger. So that's how it is. Two can play at this game. Karen thought. I live across the hall from Naruto. I wanted to make sure Makoto had food. Oh, I see. Hinata smiled. Karen grins. I want Naruto to consider me as a close friend, before we rebuild our clan together. What? Hinata and Ino said at the same time. Troublesome. This lucky bastard has a harem, Kiba thought. After a few minutes everyone calms down. That's a good idea to clean up the place. Naruto will be home in a few days. What? I thought he was going to be gone for 3 years. Ino asked. He's coming back for the Chunin exams in 3 weeks. Yugao-sensei told me last night. Perfect, Hinata and Ino thought. Harbor. Jiraiya and his team left this morning by means reverse summoning. While Naruto, Azula decides to go with the firebender envoy. Having Naruto speak on their behalf would make the treaties go more smoothly. Approaching them is Ryazetsu, she has a determined on her face. Avatar Naruto, Princess Azula. Hey Ryazetsu. It's good to see you're well after what happened. Have you come to see us off? Azula asked. Ryazetsu goes down to one knee and holds out white flames in her hands. She offers them to both Naruto and Azula. Because of her lessons Azula knew what Ryazetsu was doing. Avatar Naruto Uzumaki, you helped me in avenging my baby sister. You saved my family and my people from that false god. I owe you a debt I will never be able to repay in my lifetime. Please accept this. Are you sure you want to do this Ryazetsu? If we go through with this your life would forever change. Naruto asked. I am Naruto-sama. Azula looks at Naruto in surprise. After waking up I decided to brush up on your culture. Naruto accepts Ryazetsu's flames as did Azula. They combined it with their own flames. From this day forward my life is your avatar Naruto and Princess Azula. I will follow all of your commands. If Naruto-sama desires it, I will bear his children. Naruto blushes, let's take one step at a time, I am not ready for that. Lady Azula, I will protect and love your children as if they were my own. I am honored Ryazetsu. But please don't be formal with me. I am no longer the fire princess. Very well Azula. The firebender envoy approached them. Avatar Naruto, thank you for choosing to help. Not a problem. The captain of the ship approached them, ready for departure. Naruto, Azula, Ryazetsu and the envoy boards the ship. 2 stops then home. I can't wait to show Konoha my true self. Chapter 4. Firebender's ship, October 11th. The firebender's ship was 4 hours from Land of Wave. Naruto was meditating in his seat while Azula was teaching Ryazetsu how to lightning bend. After completing the last set Azula started to sweat. Let's take a break. Ryazetsu walks towards her seat to grab her drink. When she saw Naruto she stopped and watched him. Azula saw this and grinned so Kurama was right, well then this will make my job easier. Azula thought. Azula walks up to Ryazetsu. Like what you see. Ryazetsu jump and her face turns red. Lady Azula, it's not what you think. Kurama appers on Naruto's shoulder. Liar. He chuckled. Kurama, what were the emotions you were sensing from Ryazetsu? Let's just say, you would blush by the emotions I sensed from her. Ryazetsu lowers her head, I am sorry. Don't apologize. Come, let's take a walk. Kurama returned to Naruto's mindscape as Azula and Ryazetsu walks away. They walk down the port side of the ship. Sailors pass them as Azula stops holds on a rail. So when did you fall in love with Naruto? When he saved me from Zhao. I watched him being burned by his own flames to protect me. Naruto is a rare type of man that puts others' safety before himself. Indeed, he makes you worry by his actions most of the time. Azula giggles, so true. I've been thinking about this for a while. Because of my brother's memories and your fight with Zhao, I got a clear picture of you. Oh, what is this picture of me did you see Azula? You're a loyal, strong and capable woman Ryazetsu. While you decided to become Naruto's servant, you weren't not true to yourself. You figured it out. When I offered you to my flames, my mind was screaming don't do it. Azula giggles, it reminds me of when I fall in love with Naruto. The dragon shot told me my heart was in love with Naruto. But my mind hasn't accepted yet. Ryazetsu leans against the railing. What did you do? I took my time with Naruto and got to know him on a personal level. It was only then, I accepted what my heart telling me. Now I am giving you the same advice. Take your time. Just like that. Azula nods, of course. I see. Let's call it quits for today. We will be arriving in Wave in a few hours. So I need to get packed. You want me to help? No, it's alright. Naruto should be finishing his training for the day. Why not use the time to get to know him better? Ryazetsu bows to Azula, thank you Azula, for understanding. You're welcome. Azula walks away while Ryazetsu stood there considering her next move. Spirit Realm. Naruto waited by the tree for Toph for almost an hour. Where is she? He thought. He looks to the seal on his wrist. I return to the world of the living, in just over an hour. Naruto thought. Tired of waiting, Naruto walks down the hill and enters Iroh's tea shop. When he entered, the place was packed with several spirits. A few avatars among them. "Ah, Naruto, how are you today?" "Do well." "Hey Iroh, have you seen Toph? We were to continue my metal bending lessons. But she never shown up." Iroh looks to Zuko cleaning a teapot. "Hey Zuko, have you seen Toph?" "No." Iroh sighs, "Sorry my boy, but she has not been in the shop for a while." Naruto frowns. "Oh I see, thank you." A woman dressed in green clothing, her face is covered in face paint, stood up. She walks over to Naruto. "Toph won't be able to train you for a while, young avatar. She's currently on a walkabout. She asked for me to look after your training." Something must be bothering her. Naruto thought. "Do you know metal bending?" "No, but I can teach you something just as impressive." "Really? What style of bending are you going to teach me?" "Lava bending." Naruto blinked in surprise. "Huh. Konoha Council Room. Tsunade. My spies have told me that Akira Terumi, leader of the Mist Resistance, is in Wave. This might be the perfect chance to ally with Kiri. Naruto and Azula will arrive in Land of Wave today. Do you want me to remain in Wave and secure an alliance?" Jiraiya. "What do you think?" Tsunade asked. "Helping Kiri would be in our best interest," Kaharu said. "Troublesome, stopping a Jinchuriki is no laughing matter. We barely survived the One-Tails during the invasion," Shikaku said. "For that reason I'm sending Tenzo, Makoto Uchiha, Karen Uzumaki and Haku to aid Jiraiya in the mission. A genin team. We should be sending ANBU to help the rebels." "Normally I would agree. But," Shikaku asked. Tsunade pulls out a report of the battle between Gaara and Naruto. "I will spare you the long-winded version. When Gaara unleashed the One-Tail, Makoto and Karen was there, using their bloodlines to subdue the One-Tail. Long enough for Naruto to wake up Gaara. It has been done in the past, using the bloodlines of the founding clans to capture the tailed beasts," Inoichi said. "I see where this is going. With wood style, the Sharingan and chakra chains, it would play a huge role. Yes, with Tenzo, Makoto and Karen suppressing three tails so the rebels can capture Yagura." Shikaku grins. "Troublesome. The elders hate to admit it, it's a brilliant idea," Tsunade suggested. "ANBU fetch, Tenzo, Genin Uchiha, Uzumaki and Yuki." "Hi." Naruto's apartment. Makoto was sharpening her katana. The purple tint to the blade gave it a very unique ripple effect. As she finished cleaning her sword, there's a knock. Makoto sheaths her sword and walks to the door. As she opens it, ANBU with a falcon mask was standing there. "Yes. Lady Tsunade requests your presence in her office." "Understood." After the ANBU left, Makoto puts her sword in Naruto's room. She then leaves the apartment. Team 7 training ground. Karen was standing in the middle of the small lake. 4 chains emerge from her body and begun to go in different directions. Karen lowers her head and clench her teeth as a new chain begun to emerge from her body. "Damn, this part is always painful," she thought. As the 5th chain was fully extends, an ANBU appeared. Genin Uzumaki. Karen lost her focus and falls into the lake. Her chains sticking out of the water. Karen sticks her head above the water and glares at the ANBU. The ANBU has a sweat drop. "Ahem, the Hokage requests your presence for a mission." "Understood," she growled. Forest of Death. Haku hops out of bush. Several kunai and senbons flies towards her. Haku deflects them with a small kunai made of ice. "This Anko is no joke. I am surprised she wanted to train with me," Haku thought. "Ah, is that all you have? Only 10 minutes of fun." Haku looks behind her, no one was there. "Come now, it's not fun if the prey is too scared to run." Anko giggled. Several snakes comes out of the shadow and wraps around Haku. "Well then, my little mouse, time to eat." Haku grins as she starts to turn to ice. "What?" Anko feels something sharp pressing against her neck. Haku was standing on Anko's left. "This snake and mouse game is over." "You got that right." Haku felt something pressing against her stomach. Anko had a kunai in hand. "You want call it a draw." Haku sighed. "Very well." Both women lowers their kunai. "So why did you wanted me to train with me?" An ANBU appears in front of Anko and Haku, Gen and Yuki. "Lady Tsunade request your presence." "Understood." Haku formed an ice mirror and walks through it. Council room. Tenzo was the first to arrive in Tsunade's office. He looks through the files of the genin on his team. I see why you chosen them. Having both the Sharingan and the chakra chains will be a huge help. Your primary mission is to train Makoto and Karen for the capture. Once the rebels makes their final assault, your team will support them." "What about Haku?" "Because of her knowledge of the region, she will help Jiraiya and Naruto on missions." The boy that defeated Gaara. That will make things interesting. When do we leave for Wave? Within the hour. Understood. Land of Waves, noon. Jiraiya grins, so, we have a deal, Akira Terumi. Sitting across table from Jiraiya is man in his early 40s. Long auburn hair, green eyes and long scar on the right side of his face. Yes. In exchange for Konoha's help, Kiri will form a defense and trade treaties with Konoha. They also have the option of choosing either the Three Tails or several bloodlines. But not both. Jiraiya nods before he shook the Akira's hand. One last thing you should be aware of. Yagura has been getting help from Iwa. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. Has Han or Roshi shown up in Kiri? No, but I can't rule that out. My force has been spread too thin. I will have my spies look into this. Akira nods. That last thing we need is an alliance between Kiri and Iwa. Jiraiya thought. Jiraiya hears a commotion outside. What is going on? He asked. Both Jiraiya and Akira leaves the tavern as the firebender ship pulls into the harbor. People were curious to see who was on board. When Naruto got off the ship, he received a hero's welcome. Thank you for the warm welcome. Naruto right on time. Naruto grins, Jiraiya-sensei. Who is this boy, Lord Jiraiya? My student Genin Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto, this is Akira Terumi, leader of the Mist Village rebels. Naruto gives Akira a respectful nod. Azula and Ryazetsu leaves the ship. He has Ryazetsu with him now. I can't wait to learn how that happened. Jiraiya grins. Naruto glares at Jiraiya. Remember what happened a few days ago, pervy sage? Jiraiya coughed. Anyways, Tsunade wants you to help in my mission to help the rebels. A team has been sent from Konoha. They should arrive tomorrow. Very well. Jiraiya-sensei, did you get the item I asked for? Jiraiya hands Naruto a small storage scroll. It took me forever to find a skilled smith able to forge those. It wasn't cheap. Why is he making that face for? I was the one that gave him the money for it. Naruto thought. The firebender envoy steps off of the ship. The elderly man was dressed in a white garb. Jiraiya-sensei, this is Envoy Hoshi. Jiraiya shook Hoshi's hand. If I may be excused, I need to make arrangements for Azula and Ryazetsu. Jiraiya nods. Alright, go ahead. Naruto leads Hoshi, Azula and Ryazetsu to Tezuna's house. After brief introduction, Naruto let Hoshi discuss a treaty with Tezuna. Naruto, wanting to get back to his training with Kyoshi, sits on the floor, then taps the seal on his wrist. Naruto's mind goes to the spirit realm. After dinner, Azula helps Tsunami with the dishes. How long have you been with Naruto? Azula blush. How? Tsunami giggles. You chosen Naruto's seat and watched him through most of dinner. I can tell you're with him. I see. Tsunami hands Azula a towel. How did you meet Naruto? It's a long story. Azula sighed. Tsunami grins. We got all night. Following morning. Naruto, Tezuna and Hoshi were at the harbor. So, are you pleased with the treaty? Naruto asked. Indeed, I am. The trade agreements and funding will allow Wave grow into a large port city. Hoshi shakes Naruto's hand. Both the Whirlpool Republic and I are in your debt, Avatar Naruto. I hope the letter of introduction I wrote will help. Your daimyo will be interested in how I met you though. What should I tell him? The truth. I have nothing to hide. Hoshi nods. Very well. Remember, Avatar Naruto, you're always welcome in the Whirlpool Republic. Good to know, thank you Hoshi. Naruto said as he bows. Hoshi gets on board of his ship and leaves after a few minutes. Naruto and Tezuna walks back to the house. Tezuna's house. As they entered, Kurama sensed the Konoha team. Kit, the team just entered Wave. Kurama said. Thank you. Naruto goes up to his room. Azula and Ryazetsu finish changing. He knocks. Yes. It's me, Azula. Come in. Naruto approached them. Sorry, I have to part ways, this mission is important. Azula hugs Naruto. I know. Just be careful. I always am, Azula. Kurama appears on Naruto's shoulder. Kit, you're such a liar. He laughed. Azula and Ryazetsu giggles. Azula leans forward and whispering something in Kurama's ear. How interesting. Alright, I will let you know what I find out. Good. Care to fill me in, Azula? Azula smirks. No. She then grabs Naruto by the collar and kiss him. Once the kiss was over, Naruto summons a shadow clone. The clone will take you to Konoha. I will try to get the mission done with as soon possible. I know. Is there anything else I should know before we part ways? Not offhand. I told you everything I am aware of. Alright, ready Ryazetsu. After she nods, the clone touched Azula and Ryazetsu's shoulder. All three of them disappeared in a yellow flash. So, care to tell me what Azula told you? No. Kurama said in amusement. I didn't know you're on Team Fire Princess now. What happened with Team Kitsune? Kit, I don't pick sides. Besides it's not balanced. Kurama smirked. Oh great, he's doing Avatar jokes. Naruto thought. When Naruto comes down the stairs the team was in the living room. Jiraiya was talking to Tenzo. Naruto, this is Tenzo. He's the Jonin sensei for Makoto and her team. Naruto shakes Tenzo's hand. Nice to meet you. Tenzo sensei. Akira enters the house. Good, the team is finally here. If we hurry, we could reach my base in 6 days. Naruto received memories of a shadow clone. No need. Akira raised an eyebrow as Naruto raised a hand. Jiraiya, I took the liberty to send a shadow clone ahead. It will save us time. Jiraiya grins. Good thinking, kid. Everyone, you will need to touch Naruto or you will be left behind. Everyone looks confused but did what they were told. A moment later everyone disappeared in a yellow flash. Mist 20 miles east of Kiri. The area Naruto chosen was full of mist. Karen who was going to say something but she started throwing up. Yeah, sorry about that. Tenzo's eyes widen. Naruto, was that my father's jutsu? Yes. Incredible, he was able to recreate Lord Fourth's jutsu. He's not even 20 yet. How strong is Naruto? Tenzo thought. Akira looks at Naruto. That was Minato Namikaze's legendary Hiraishin. Then that would mean, Akira thought. Come this way. It would be best to get there before dark. How could you tell? There is so much mist I wouldn't be able to tell it's night or not. Makoto asked. Haku looks at Makoto. Trust me, I lived here for years and I still can't tell when the sun sets. Akira looks over at Haku. Is she a survivor of the blood purge? He thought. Yagura's office. Yagura looks out at Kiri from his office window. You mean to tell me that Akira was able to slip through your fingers? Yagura looks to his 7 swordsmen. You're the best warriors of Kiri. A group of Aiwa were listening to Yagura chewing out his ninja. Roshi, your team's orders are to weaken both sides of Kiri. When our army arrives, you will capture Yagura. While Han and the army takes Kiri. Onoki's order echoes in Roshi's mind. Once we have Kiri, we can then move to destroy Konoha and Suna. Only 6 more days before the army gets here. Roshi thought. Roshi, how long will it take you to eliminate the rebels? Yagura asked. Not long, by the end of the week the problem will be removed. Good. Amayuri Ringo glares at Roshi. Yagura is a fool for bringing Aiwa into this. I'm going to keep a very close eye on that one. She thought. Rebel hideout. After almost an hour Akira and the team finally reached their objective. Akira's base is an old fortress from the First Great Ninja War. Akira leads the team to the command center. Many of the people within were busy. Some were keeping tabs on teams in the field, while others were focused on intel gathering. 2 people approached them. One was a middle-aged man with eye patch over his right eye. The other is a young woman with long auburn hair and green eyes. Wearing a long-sleeved, dark blue dress. When Naruto saw the young woman, he blushed. Oh, you like this one? Kurama teased. Shut up, furball. Naruto thought. Oa and Mei, this is the team Konoha has sent to aid us. Lord Jiraiya, this my second in command, Ao and my daughter Mei. Lord Jiraiya, Oa said. Mei just nods before she looks at Naruto. She's going to be a problem. Makoto, Haku and Karen thought. Before we begin, Mei show the Konoha genin to their rooms. I need to have a discussion with Jiraiya and the team leader. Mei nods, this way. She leads Naruto, Makoto, Haku and Karen out of the room. Akira looks to the map. So how will the Konoha team will help us? Many eyes were on Tenzo and Jiraiya. Tenzo steps forward. My team will focus on training for the final battle. When you decide to make the final push, my team will subdue Yagura. While you capture him. Akira raised an eyebrow. How? Tenzo summons a small tree. You have wood style. Ao asked. Yes. Makoto Uchiha has the Sharingan and Karen Uzumaki has the adamantine chains. During the invasion the One-Tail tried to destroy Konoha. Makoto and Karen subdue the One-Tail with their Kekkei Genkai. This allowed Naruto Uzumaki to stop Gaara. Impressive, this might work. Akira thought. So your team will be focusing on dealing with Yagura's tailed beast. Yes. This will allow you and your soldiers focus on capturing him. What about the other 2? They will assist your teams when you need them. Haku lived in the region so she knows the area. As for Naruto, he's Lord Jiraiya's student. How skilled is your student, Lord Jiraiya? Ao asked. Jiraiya has a sweat drop, he will surprise you. Not surprised, he's the son of Minato Namikaze after all. Akira grins. Oh crap, he figured out Naruto used the Hiraishin. Jiraiya thought. Immediately the morale of Akira's men improved. The son of the Yellow Flash. We are going to be okay. Back to work people. I will assign them to Mei's team. Fortress halls. Mei and the others pass through the hallway. Naruto sees many wounded people. He stops walking for a second. Makoto bumps into Naruto. Something wrong? She asked. How many injured do you have? Mei turns around. Too many. The healers we have were injured during an ambush. If I heal the healers it would be a huge help. He thought. Mei, would you mind if I treat the injured the healers? Mei raised an eyebrow. You know medical jutsu. No, but I do know a healing technique. Very well. This I got to see. Mei, Makoto, Haku and Karen thought. Shadow clone jutsu. 10 clones appeared. Mei, is that lake we passed the source of the fortress drinking water? No, the water supply is a large underground river. Good. Balcony. Akira decides to take Jiraiya and Tenzo outside for a break. Oa joins them on the balcony. Now that the details are done we could finally. Akira spots a clone of Naruto leaving the fortress. What is he doing? Akira thought. Jiraiya and Tenzo sees him as well. Naruto. Tenzo asked. A shadow clone on a lower balcony wave. Alright, send the water up. The clone shouted. The clone nods as he starts water bending the water in the lake. After 20 seconds the clone shoots the water towards the clone on the balcony. What the hell? Akira shouted. The clone of the balcony bends the water through the doorway. The clones waiting in the hallway channels the water into the infirmary. Akira and the other enters the infirmary. 2 shadow clones were keeping the water from the lake in a sphere. 2 Kiri Shinobi puts a badly burned man into a metal tube. Most of the burns were on the man's hands, arms and back. Do you think this boy could heal Liger's hands? If not, we will have to remove them. Infection started to set in. So this boy is my last hope to remain whole. Liger thought. Naruto approached him. For me to treat your burns, you will need to remain in the tube. I can't tell you if you will pain from this. Kid, I barely feel anything from the burned areas as it is. Alright then, let's begin. Naruto started to bend the water into the tube to fill. This a weird sensation. Liger thought. Once the water was up to his neck Naruto began to wave his hands and arms in a strange motion. The water began to glow as an energy wave ripples through the water. To Liger's amazement the burns begun to heal. It's working. He thought. After 30 minutes Naruto was finished. Liger in shock, he sits up in the tube and stares at his hands. Many are amazed that Liger's burns were gone. Liger looks at Naruto. Thank you. What's your name? Naruto Uzumaki. I am in your debt, Naruto Uzumaki. Liger gets out of the tube. All of the other burns were gone. Akira approached Naruto. Thank you Naruto. How did you do that? It's a technique a master of mine taught me. If Katara was here, she would have healed him faster than me. Naruto thought. I will heal the healers in the worst cases. The healers could handle less severe patients. Thank you. Naruto spent hours healing people. It was almost 1 AM by the time he finished. Makoto comes with a plate of warm food. Here you go Naruto. Oh, thank you, Miko-chan. Makoto blushed hearing her old pet name Naruto gave her. Naruto starts eating his dinner. So how did it go? Pretty well. Can I ask you something? Of course. Are you feeling alright? Makoto raised an eyebrow. I am fine, why do you ask? Well, I took a small break around 4. I saw you having problems fighting Tenzo. Flashback. Naruto finished healing the last healer. He decides to take a small break. Hopefully I can finish soon. Clang. Naruto looks down seeing Tenzo training with Makoto with her 3 Tomo Sharingans activate charged Tenzo. She thrown down the kunai then draws her katana. Blood begun to seep out of the blade. Kenjutsu Uchiha style, Blood Raven. As Makoto does a slices the air the blood drops transform into ravens and flies towards Tenzo. Wood style Wood Dome. While Tenzo was in the dome, Makoto rushes to free Karen, who has trapped inside a wooden box with bars. Once free they tried to capture Tenzo but with his experience, it was only a matter of time. Damn it, I will have to use it then, Makoto thought. Makoto closes her eyes as she begun to morph her Sharingan into the Mangekyo Sharingan. Different images begun to fill Makoto's mind. Of her clan being massacred, Itachi killing her parents in front of Sasuke and her. Sasuke going insane and piercing Naruto with the Chidori while he protect Ino. Makoto's eyes returned to normal. No. Tenzo captured her in the wooden cage. That's enough for today. Naruto goes back inside of the fortress. Flashback ends. Makoto's head was on Naruto's lap. She looks at the metal tube in front of them. Naruto is slowly stroking her hair, trying to calm her down. I see. When did you unlock your Mangekyo? When I saw Sasuke tried to kill you and Ino. All of the emotions I felt overwhelmed me. Naruto sighs, I am sorry, I should been able to stop the Tem from leaving. I am not worried about that. Naruto looks down at Makoto, then, what are you afraid of, Miko-chan? That I might become like Itachi and Sasuke. Naruto smiles, you will never be like them. Miko-chan. She turns her head and looks up at Naruto. He could see tears in her eyes. What do you mean? We saw how the Sharingan changed them. It was a decision that set them down Madara's path. All of us has light and darkness within us, Makoto. What matters is how we act with our choices. Makoto remains silent. Since you're here, I have something for you. Naruto reaches for his bag and pulls out several small scrolls. The scrolls has an Uzumaki swirl with 2 cross swords for an emblem. What are those? Uzumaki Kenjutsu scrolls. Makoto raised an eyebrow, Kenjutsu. Naruto chuckled, hey now, my clan is known for more than just the sealing art. Miko-chan. I don't know Naruto, I am not an Uzumaki. Makoto's eyes widen as the wrong idea popped in her head. Wait, is this his way of asking me to marrying him? She thought. Makoto begun to go beet red as she stands up, Makoto. While holding the scrolls to her breast, she backs up to the doorway. I will consider it, Makoto said before running out the infirmary. What was that all about? Kurama appears on Naruto's shoulder. What are you smirking about? Nothing, he chuckled. I will need to tell Azula about this. I think she will have no issue with Makoto. She's almost as loyal to Naruto as Azula is, he thought. Sensing they have a visitor, Kurama returns to Naruto's mindscape. I assume you pleased with this outcome. Tenzo-sensei. Naruto looks to the doorway. I am. Does Lady Tsunade knows about the fox being freed? She does, Jiraiya and a few Jonins knows as well. Very well, I will keep a close eye on you going forward. I don't want the fox to influence you too much. No need, he's harmless as a kitten. I dare you to say that to my face. Kurama growled. Naruto has a sweat drop as he nervously chuckles. Hey, this gives me an idea. Kurama, can you mimic the 3 tails? In both appearance and abilities. Kurama appears on Naruto's shoulder. Yes. Tenzo-sensei, maybe we can give your team a trial run. It would help. Alright, tomorrow at first light. Iron Country, following morning. One of Jiraiya's spies in Iron Country sent an urgent request for a meeting. Jiraiya has a bad feeling about this. He enters a dojo of the Iron Clan. The samurai apprentice leads Jiraiya to her master. Master Ken, Lord Jiraiya is here to see you. Ken pours some tea. Very well. You may leave Faye. Faye bows before she resumes her training. Well, you're doing well, since the last time I saw you. Jiraiya, enough banter. This is very serious. Ken hands Jiraiya some tea. Thank you. So where's the fire? It's coming. 3 days ago 2 of my students returned from a mission. During their report they told me some news I never thought would hear again. Oh really? What news? Jiraiya said as he drank his tea. Han is leading Iwa's main army. They're on the move. Jiraiya spits out his tea. You can't be serious. He coughed. Ken pulls out a map. My students saw them in this region. Ken pointed on the map. This is very bad, Jiraiya thought. From what I could tell, they are planning on attack either Suna, Land of Wave, or Kiri. Suna would be their best. One last thing you should be aware of. Yagura has been getting help from Iwa. Akira's voice echoed in Jiraiya's mind. Oh no. What? Iwa is going to capture Kiri. From there they can attack both Suna and Konoha. How long before the army arrives? Less than 4 days by their rate of travel. Jiraiya stands up. Thank you for the warning, Ken. I owe you a huge debt. Jiraiya reverse summons himself. Kiri's underground tunnels. May, Naruto and Haku were traveling under Kiri. There has been a development. Someone within Kiri wants to defect. The person claims they has proof of a pending threat to Kiri. May, take Naruto and Haku with you. Check this out. If things go south, Naruto, get your team out using the Horaishin. Akira's orders echo in May's mind. Haku lead them through a maze of underground tunnels. Every so often Naruto placed level 9 seals on a wall. Kit, I am sensing one of my siblings. Kurama said. Are you sure? Yes, by the chakra I believe it's Son Goku. Kurama said. The 4 tails. This is bad, Naruto thought. As they reached the meeting point, May raised her hand. Both Naruto and Haku stopped. Come out. Amayuri Ringo walks out of the shadows. May's eye widen. You got to be kidding me. It has been a while, May. She draws her swords and lays them at her feet. She approached May. Tell me, why do you want to defect to the rebels? I am a loyal kunoichi of Kiri. You have a funny way of showing it. If I wasn't loyal, I would let Iwa take Kiri. Mei raised an eyebrow. What are you talking about? I didn't trust that man from Iowa. Is this person named Roshi? Amayuri raised an eyebrow at Naruto. How? It doesn't matter. Late last night he talked with an Iowa shinobi squad I never seen before. They talked about their battle plan to weaken both sides of Kiri. Once the main army arrives, Roshi will capture Yagura. Why? Mei asked. Kurama sensed chakra signatures approaching Naruto and his team. Kit, we need to leave. I am sensing many chakra signatures approaching us. One of them is Son Goku. Kurama said. An explosion happens between Amayuri and Mei. Roshi walks through the hole. Because it for the good of Iwagakure. Fortress Infirmary. When news of Mei's team returned, Akira gone the infirmary to see if they were alright. Besides Naruto, the rest of the team was in good shape. Father. Mei hugs Akira. What happened? Amayuri approached them. What? You're the defector. It has been a while, Akira Terumi. Father Roshi of Iowa attacked my team, while we were talking with Amayuri. Why would he do that? I thought you guys were on the same side. No, we never were on the same side. Iowa plans to take Kiri from us. What? Jiraiya enters the infirmary. She speaks the truth, Akira. My spies have told me that Iowa's main army is going to assault Kiri and take it. The army will be here in less than 4 days. Akira leaves the room to warn his people. Liger approached the group. Liger, how's Naruto? He's in a coma at the moment. The fox is doing his best to heal the damage done to him. Mei started crying. Damn it, Naruto, it should have been me in a coma, not you. Spirit Realm, Iroh's tea shop. Iroh finished making a fresh pot of tea. He gets up from the table and approached Aang. Crash. Naruto smashed through the ceiling and bounced off the table. Ouch. He moans as he tries to get to his feet. Iroh, Aang and Katara runs to check on Naruto. You alright? Aang asked. Katara starts to heal him with her healing technique. Where? You're in my tea shop, Naruto. Though next time I would prefer you use the door. How did I get here? I was in Kiri's tunnels. The Shinigami appeared before them. I brought you here, Naruto Uzumaki. Why? The first storm approaches and you're nowhere near ready. Aang, fetch Avatar Yoruichi and your team. Have them go to the well. Aang nods before he leaves the tea shop. I don't understand. I accepted my role as the Avatar. Yes, you have, but you also denied an important part of yourself. You're unbalanced now. You won't be able to enter the Avatar state in your current condition. How do I restore my balance? Come, there are some people I would like you to meet. With the tap of his staff, the Shinigami, Naruto and Katara disappeared. Konoha Council Room. The Shinobi Council arrived in quick order. All of them have a bad feeling something is going to happen. Glad you all could make it. What is this meeting about, Lady Tsunade? Sum asked. Jiraiya has informed me that Iwagakure has mobilized their main army. Troublesome. Any idea what is the objective of the army? Shikaku asked. Thanks to Jiraiya's spy we learned they plan to take Kiri. The army will arrive in less than 4 days. Troublesome. If Iowa is able to capture Kiri, they will be able to attack both Konoha and Suna. Inoichi said. During a retrieval mission, Naruto was ambushed by Roshi and was injured, while he protects his team. How bad? Inoichi asked. He's in a coma. To prevent Iowa from capturing him, Jiraiya sent him back to Konoha. A wise move. Currently Ino is treating Naruto. Konoha Hospital. Ino changed the IV for Naruto but stops to look at him. Once again, I failed to protect my childhood friends, she thought. Ino bends down and kisses him on the forehead. I am so sorry, Naruto, I wasn't there for you again. No more. I will make sure you get through this. I will remain by your side always. Azula coughed, causing Ino to jump. With a blush on her face, she glares at Azula. Hey, no visitors. That doesn't apply to me. Lady Tsunade gave me permission to be here for Naruto. Oh, I am sorry. Azula sighs. It's alright. How is Naruto? Spirit Realm. Naruto was in seeing a large village before him. In many ways the location reminded him of Whirlpool. An old man approached them. Shinigami-sama, have you come for more tea? Not today, Benimaru. I brought you an important visitor. Kushina's son, Naruto. Benimaru's jaw dropped. You're Kushina's son? Yes, I am Naruto Uzumaki. Benimaru hugs Naruto, my grandson. I am Benimaru Uzumaki, former leader of the Uzumaki clan. Can we get to the matter at hand, please? A woman with porcelain skin, long black hair, black eyes approached the group. She wears a white oriental hat and robes of a shrine maiden. On the back of her robes were the kanji for fire, wind, water and earth. Naruto, this is Avatar Yoruichi. Katara has stars in her eyes. It's such an honor to meet you, Lady Yoruichi. Yoruichi giggles, thank you child. Are you a water bender as well? Katara bows, I am. Maybe after Naruto's training is over, I could teach you some of my styles. I would be honored. Wow, Katara is starstruck. How powerful is Yoruichi? Naruto asked. Aang and his team arrives. From the stories I was told, Avatar Yoruichi was greatly feared and respected. Her strategic mind brought armies low, far more than her bending abilities ever could. I don't believe she used the Avatar state once during her entire life. Zuko said. Naruto whistled, that's incredible. Yoruichi approached Naruto and looks into his eyes. Naruto turned white under Yoruichi's gaze. It feels like she is staring into my soul. He thought nervously. I see, you were right to bring him to me Shinigami-sama. Your training will begin at once. Only when you are able to enter the Avatar state your training will end. Naruto stood in front of Aang, Katara, Toph, Suki, Mai, Ty Lees, Zuko and Yoruichi. Before we begin, here are the rules for your training. Bending, chakra and weapons are allowed. Makes sense, considering the team I am up against. Naruto thought. He won't start out using his chakra. He will focus on bending. It might take him a while before he uses both bending and chakra in battle. Only then, the balance in him will be restored. Yoruichi thought. Begin. Benimaru decides to watch the match under his favorite tree. He pours the Shinigami a cup, thank you. Shinigami, I have a question. Is my daughter still alive? What makes you say that? If she was dead, she would be here with her clan. A very good point. Benimaru smiles, does Naruto know? Not yet. Benimaru sighs as he watches Naruto get clobbered by a combined attack from Zuko, Mai and Ty Lee. That's going to leave a mark. Fortress Day that Iwa army arrives. Giving the options open to them, Akira decides to make his stand for his people. If this was their last day, so be it. Tenzo's team goes through the plan again. So, we are going through with the capture? Makoto asked. Yes, it would be our best option. We can't let Iwa gain the 3 tails. Then they would have 3 Jinchuriki. We can't allow that. What does Akira thinks of this idea, sensei? Haku asked. It was his idea. Get ready, we leave in 10 minutes. Mei approached Makoto and the team. I want to thank you for the help you have given to the rebels. Makoto nods. Anytime. Will you remain in Kiri when the army arrives? Yes, I chosen to remain by my father's side. Until the end. Makoto has a sad smile. Shame, I was hoping you would come with us. I would have loved to see the look on your face when I claimed Naruto. Mei grins. Oh really? Team, let's go. Tenzo ordered. Makoto picks up her katana and leaves the room. Spirit Realm. It was down to just Yoruichi and Naruto. Holding a 3-pronged kunai in his right hand, he has come a long way in a short amount of time. I figured it would take at least 12 rounds. He does it in 4. Impressive, Yoruichi thought. Before we end this, I wanted to say thank you, Master Yoruichi. You sound like you're going to win. Naruto grins, am I? He disappeared in a yellow flash. He appears to the Yoruichi's left as he forms a rasengan in his hand. Yoruichi forms a wall of water blocking Naruto from hitting her. Damn it, we only fought 4 times, and she's always 1 step ahead of me. Maybe Zuko is right, but how'd I outsmart a genius? Wait, I know, Naruto thought. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 7 shadow clones appeared, very clever Naruto, but it won't be enough. Yoruichi thought. The area around Yoruichi started to get cold. The water on the ground around her starts to turn into ice. Katara has stars in her eyes. She's going to use it. What? Aang asked. There was one story that caught my attention. Yoruichi is known for one more thing. Her ice bending, Zuko said. The clones begun charging in. Yoruichi sends ice spikes at the clones. Naruto closed his eyes. The Shinigami was right. After I become the Avatar, I stopped using my normal chakra abilities in combat. No more. I am both a bender and a chakra user. If I want to bring balance to the world, I must first start with myself, he thought. As Naruto opens his eyes, he goes into the Avatar state. He finally did it. Ty Lee cheered. 2 clones left. Naruto forms a rasengan, then started channeling his wind chakra into it. A loud buzzsaw sound filled the area. Rasenshuriken. After Naruto thrown the Rasenshuriken, he begun to use wind bending to guide it in. As Yoruichi destroys the last clone, she is hit by the Rasenshuriken. She is sent flying into a tree. As Naruto sighs, his eyes return to normal. The Shinigami appeared next to Naruto. Nicely done, Naruto. Thank you, Shinigami-sama. Yoruichi hops out of the tree. She landed in. Now in her spirit form, she approached Naruto and put a hand on his shoulder. Nicely done. Thank you, Master Yoruichi. 10 minutes later Naruto prepares to return to the real world. How much time before the Iwa's army will hit Kiri? They are already begun their assault on Kiri. I don't have much time then. Benimaru approach Naruto, the Uzumaki will live on in you and your children. For that I have a gift for you Naruto. He hands a tanto to Naruto. He draws the sword from its sheath. The blade has a silver-white color. The handle is several seals engraved into it. The blade is made of a special metal found only in the spirit realm. It will allow you to bend elements regardless of it being chakra or bending base. Thank you, grandfather. I will use it well. Benimaru hugs Naruto one last time before he returns to the land of the living. Kiri battlefield 10 minutes later. Jiraiya and his toad were sent flying. Roshi covered in his lava charka mode. This is the end for you. As Roshi was about to end Jiraiya, Naruto appears on the battlefield. Using earth bending is able to knock Roshi back a few steps. Naruto lands between Jiraiya and Roshi. Wearing his father's cloak, Naruto stands up. Roshi sees the cloak and the three-pronged kunai in Naruto's hand. Roshi takes a step back. No, you can't be alive. Jiraiya coughs up blood. Minato. Naruto glares at Roshi. Round 2, you bastard. He growls. Chapter 5. 20 miles west of Kiri. Jiraiya waits on a tree for Roshi. Thanks to his spy's network he was able to narrow down the area. He will come this way, he thought. The ground shaked. Jiraiya looks towards Kiri and spot Yagura transform, so they pushed him that far. Not bad, I see why Tsunade chosen them, he thought. Lava style, scorching rocks jutsu. Jiraiya jumps out of the tree as several molten boulders comes towards him. The boulders turned the tree into Swiss cheese before it burst into flames. He lands on the ground as Roshi appeared before him. I thought I smelled a toad. Jiraiya grins, so you've finally shown yourself. So, you found out what Iwa was planning. It wasn't that hard. Konoha will not allow Iwa to take Kiri. Han slaps his hands together, your village has been around far too long. It's time for Konoha to be buried by the sands of time. A tail emerged behind Roshi. I will take pleasure in eliminating you. I hope you're more of a challenge than that boy was. That boy is my student. Jiraiya growled. Roshi grins, I see. Since you're a powerful foe, I will show you proper respect. I won't hold back. Lava begun to form around Roshi. Great, he is using that lava form I heard so much about. Jiraiya thought. He quickly goes through hand signs, water style, exploding shockwave jutsu. Great volume of water pours out Jiraiya's mouth and creates a massive column of water. As the water surrounds Roshi, steam from the water forms around him. I see now why you're the strongest Sannin. Still, this won't help you. Roshi jumps towards Jiraiya. Jiraiya rides the wave as he approached Roshi. Iwa army 3 miles from Kiri. Has this been confirmed? Han asked. An Iwa scout nods, yes, a Konoha team is helping the rebels. Currently the team is trying to capture Yagura. A scout said. This is very bad, if they are able to capture and transport Yagura. It will greatly affect our plan, he thought. Very well, I want several squads of. Han sensed Roshi using his tailed beast's chakra. Another scout appeared. Jiraiya of the Sannin is battling Roshi. Where? The scout points to the west, 17 miles that direction. Han growls, damn it. I want 7 teams to go aid Roshi. The main army will assault Kiri. Hi, the shinobi shouted. Once the 7 teams were away, Han and the army march on Kiri. Fortress. Naruto appeared at the entrance of the fortress. Naruto summoned a shadow clone. Go to Suna and warn them. Once that is done, head to Iwa and leave a Hiraishin seal. I will deliver the message myself. The clone nods before it disappeared in a yellow flash. He kneels down and pulls out the scroll Jiraiya gave him. He opened it and saw the storage seal. After going through hand signs, he slams his hand on the seal. Release. A few seconds after the poof of smoke disappeared was a pile of items. 12 3-pronged kunai, a letter and some white folded. Naruto opens the letter. Naruto. I am very proud of the man you have become. I am sorry for not being there for you or trained you seriously. Your father's death has left a deep wound. To me he was a son, I saw so much of him in you. It was very painful for me to let him go. I know words can't make up for my neglect, but I hope you might forgive me one day. I will do my best to support you in Azula. To guide you in your time of need. This cloak belongs to your father, but now it's yours. Jiraiya. Naruto grins, this is perfect, he thought. He takes off what is left of his red cloak and replaced it with Minato's. Kurama laughs, when the Iwa shinobi sees you wearing that, they will wet themselves. Kurama laughed. Jiraiya sensei has given me the perfect weapon to deal with the Iwa army. Avatar Yoruichi once told me, fear could be a powerful weapon. She's not wrong, Kit. Your father struck fear in the Iwagakure. Even the Tsuchikage feared him. Kurama said. Well then, let's remind them of that fear. Shall we? Kurama laughed as Naruto started to put his Hiraishin seals on each kunai handle. Kit, after this is over, what will you do? You resigned as a Konoha shinobi. Kurama said. Flashback 20 minutes earlier. Naruto wakes up in the hospital bed. Azula is talking to Ino about his injuries. He sits up. Hey. Azula hugs him. He felt tears on his cheek. Sorry to worry you, Azula. I see that I am back in Konoha. Once Azula took a step back, Naruto gets out of bed. Whoa, where do you think you're going? Kiri, I am needed there. Ino tries to push Naruto back into bed. You need to rest. You were in a coma a few minutes ago. Naruto looked Ino in the eye, which surprised her. If I do that, the fourth great ninja war would begin. Naruto looks at his girlfriend, Azula. Go. Naruto gets out of bed, he grabs what is left of his cloak, then leaves. Why did you give him your blessing? He needs to recover from his injuries. Naruto needs my support. You're his childhood friend Ino. But there's a lot you still don't know about him. Azula and Ino leaves the room. Ryazetsu walks up to them. Azula. Good, there you are. Walk with us. Ryazetsu nods before following Azula and Ino. Council room. Tsunade, both the shinobi and civilian councils were making preparations. As Naruto enters, many of the civilians glares at him. What do you want, demon? You're not allowed in here. Naruto pushed past two of the civilians and approached the shinobi council. Azula, Ino and Ryazetsu enters the room. Naruto, why are you here? You should be recovering. That's what I've been trying to tell him, Lady Tsunade. Ino said as she joins them. I request permission to return to Kiri. Out of the question, Tsunade shouted. Naruto raised an eyebrow. So you're going to let Kiri fall and a fourth war happen? Genin Uzumaki, while this is regrettable, we must hold back our forces and prepare for an attack. If a war begins, this is our best option. Kaharu said. So, you're willing to let innocent people die because it's more convenient for Konoha. Watch what you say, demon. Show the council respect, it deserves. All of the council members including Tsunade agreed with Kaharu. Naruto looks at them with disappointment. What was I thinking? I wanted to be just like them. He thought. There's nothing wrong to desire things, Kit. It's what makes you human. Kurama said. Naruto looks over his shoulder at Azula, who nods. He then takes off his headband and puts it on the table in front of Tsunade. She takes it. Sorry Naruto, we will have a discussion later. Once you calm down, I will give this back to you. The civilians were laughing at Naruto. Azula, Naruto asked in a calm voice. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Go, Ryazetsu and I will be here when you come back. Naruto disappears in a yellow flash. Silence filled the room for several seconds. What the hell? Sakura's mother shrieked. The civilian council start to demand answers. Tsunade, the shinobi council and the elders were in shock. Troublesome. Tsunade raised a hand, causing everyone to go silent. She then looks at Azula, who has a grin. Remember this day well, everyone. Today the son of your greatest heroes prevented the fourth great ninja war. Ryazetsu, let's return to Naruto's apartment and pack. When he returns, we will leave Konoha. Yes, Lady Azula. Both girls leave the council room. Shikaku sighs. Troublesome, we might have forced Minato's son in making a choice. One of which Konoha will never recover from. As Azula and Ryazetsu left the tower, they looked towards Kiri. Do you think Naruto would leave Konoha? Azula smiles. No, at least not until he got the answer he desires the most. Flashback ends. To tell you the truth, a part of me wants to start over either in Kiri or Suna. Even in the Whirlpool Republic. Kurama raised an eyebrow, but I am too damn loyal for my own good. Kurama sighs. They don't deserve your loyalty, Kit. You bled for that damn village, and you still are treated like trash. Even if you stop this war, the civilians will not accept you. If that happens, I will have my answer. Then I'll leave with Azula and Ryazetsu. Very well. Naruto finished putting on the seal on the last 3-prong kunai. Naruto then puts the 12 kunai in his father's cloak. Well Kurama, you ready to save the day again? Kurama laughs. I am right behind you, Kit. Naruto leaves the fortress and summons an army of shadow clones. After giving them orders, all of them disappeared. Kiri, Iwa's invasion. Mei and Amayuri Ringo has their hands full dealing with all of the Iwa shinobi. Amayuri cuts an Iwa shinobi in half, nothing like an invasion to unite Kiri. Off in the distance, Yagura in his 3-tailed form. He's being dragged down to the ground by tree branch and chains. Many of his shinobi looks concerned. Take a good look at that bastard. He brought this invasion to Kiri. Most of the shinobi on both sides looks at Amayuri. His selfish desire for power has brought Kiri to ruin. Almost everyone here, including myself, were lied to. Because of that monster Iwa is at our walls, this civil war no longer matters. All of us here, both rebel and loyalists, love our home. For us to save it, we must unite as one. For Kiri. Both rebels and former Yagura shinobi cheered. Not bad, I am almost impressed. Mei grins. With the men's morale restored, they pressed on. Mei and the rebels under her command focused on protecting the walls. While Amayuri, the surviving 7 swordsmen in her forces, took the fight to Iwa. Amayuri draws her second sword and crossed them, lightning style, lightning fang. Lightning from her swords arcs forward, hitting many of the Iwa shinobi. After a few seconds they would fall to the ground. Amayuri would advance while her men finished off the disabled Iwa shinobi. Several squads of new Iwa shinobi come out of the shadows, causing Amayuri to grin. With her swords, she made quick work of them. Seeing Han and 3 full teams ahead of her, Amayuri stabs the ground with her swords. Lightning style, Thunder Gate. Kiri. Mei sees a lightning arc up into the sky followed by several lightning strikes. She's kept her side of the deal. I need to do my part, Mei thought. Mei goes through hand signs, water style, water bullet. She launched a bullet at a team of Iwa attacking civilians. After sending the team flying, Mei looks at the civilians. Get to the shelters. Yes, Lady Mei. Once the civilians fled, Mei turned her attention to the real threat. A new wave of Iwa shinobi pours through the massive hole Han made. Mei approached Kiri's wall. No more. Lava spews out of Mei's mouth and flies towards the massive hole. She then turns her head as more lava coats the area, forming a makeshift wall. Brilliant. She patched the hole that bastard made. Man, I owe the bloodline users a huge apology. A loyalist Kunoichi thought. Mei wipes the lava drops from her mouth. She then turns to the Kunoichi. I will handle them. Don't get near me until they die. Otherwise, I might kill you by mistake. Jiraiya vs Roshi. Jiraiya and his toad Gamma were sent flying by Roshi. They hit the ground hard, causing a small crater. Roshi approached them, grins. This is the end of you. As Roshi was about to end Jiraiya, 3 boulders hit him in the chest. Roshi was knocked back a few feet. Naruto land between Jiraiya and Roshi. Roshi sees Minato's cloak and 3-pronged kunai in Naruto's hand. Roshi's eyes widen as he takes a step back. No. You can't be alive. Jiraiya coughs up blood. Minato. He glares at Roshi. Round 2, you bastard. Naruto growls. Round 2. Roshi thought. I see, you're that boy that fled with his team. I won't make the same mistake twice. Roshi charged, causing him to jump back. Naruto summons a dozen shadow clones. 6 of them begun to use Katara's healing technique on Jiraiya and Gamma. The other 6 helped Naruto. 3 of them used both water bending and jutsu to keep Roshi focused on them. The 3 other clones were setting up a ceiling array, while the real Naruto was using lava bending. This surprised Han, seeing his own lava attack sent back at him. Naruto reaches behind him and draws his tanto. This ends now. Naruto flashed in front of Roshi to make a slice. Roshi grins. That sword will melt, like a hot knife through butter. Roshi thought as he felt the sword cut into his shoulder. Roshi jumps back and grabs his wounded shoulder. Roshi sees blood on Naruto's tanto. Roshi's eyes widen. That's not possible. My sword is able to bend and cut through any element. That lava cloak of yours might as well be paper. Naruto flashed away to attack Roshi again. Jiraiya was in awe seeing Naruto battling Roshi. That's my student, he thought. Roshi covered in cut steps into the ceiling array Naruto's clones set up. The seals begun to emit a field that begun to suppress Son Goku's chakra. After the lava cloak failed, Naruto puts his tanto away and used Kai blocking. Several spots on Roshi's arms, legs and chest were struck by Naruto. After the last strike, Naruto steps aside as Roshi falls to the ground. He pulls out a piece of paper with seal on it. He applies it to the back of Roshi's neck. Good lucky trying to use your chakra. That's a level 9 Uzumaki seal. Only I can remove it. Jiraiya stands up to his feet and gives Naruto a thumbs up. You have done well, Naruto. Thank you, grandfather, Naruto said as he flashed away. Jiraiya's eyes widen. What did you say? One of the clones hold Jiraiya up, grins. He said thank you, grandfather. He read your letter and forgave you, pervy sage. The clone grins. A tear rolls down Jiraiya's cheek. Thank you, Naruto. Jiraiya, Gamma and the clones left before Han's teams arrived. Konoha. Several shadow clones brought back Jiraiya, Tenzo, his team, Yagura and Roshi. Standing in the center of Konoha. Many people saw them. All but one clone poof away. An ANBU arrives. Lord Jiraiya, you and the council request your presence. Understood. I will take both of them to a holding cell. The clone said. The council also wants you there, Genin Uzumaki. Sorry, I am not the real Naruto Uzumaki. He's still in Kiri. What? The clone takes Yagura and Roshi away. Damn you, son of Minato Namikaze. When I am freed, I will kill you. Roshi yelled. Many of the civilians' jaw drop. What did he just say? Naruto rolls his eyes. Yeah, keep moving. Council room. Tsunade and councils watch the team enter. Lady Tsunade, the Konoha team has returned, intact. Both Yagura and Roshi of Iwa has been captured. Many of the people were looking for Naruto. Where is Genin Naruto Uzumaki? Danzo asked. He's currently in Kiri at the moment. Why did you leave him there? Tsunade asked. I was in no condition to stop him. I almost died battling Roshi. Many shinobi and civilians were shocked. Well, the important thing is you team brought in Yagura and Roshi. With respect, Elder, Naruto was the one that captured Roshi. Danzo raised an eyebrow. How? The shadow clone of Naruto enters the council room and approached Jiraiya and his team. Jiraiya-sensei, I put both Roshi and Yagura into cells. Then I checked the level 9 seals I put on them. Do you need anything else before I leave? No, you have done well, Naruto. The clone nods. Wait. Kaharu shouted. Naruto looks at the elder with annoyed look. What? The council's demands you tell us how you were able to defeat Roshi. Sorry, I am no longer a Konoha shinobi. I don't answer to the shinobi council. Please, Naruto. The daimyo asked. The clone sighs. Fine. I will allow Ino's father to show you. Inoichi approached the clone and put his hand on the clone's head. You're not allowed to show any personal memories of Azula and me together. Those are private. I understand. The clone should add another restriction. Everyone learned what happened to Naruto after he left Jiraiya. His battle with Zhao, becoming the Avatar, him training in the spirit world. The battle between Roshi and him opened a lot of eyes in how they see Naruto. Thankfully Inoichi didn't show the memories of the fox talking to Naruto. When this over I will take Naruto to meet Fukasaku. He's ready, Jiraiya thought. The power that boy wields must remain in Konoha. If we must swallow our hatred for him to remain, so be it. The elders thought. You see, the demon is becoming too powerful. When he returns, we must kill him. That's enough, the daimyo shouted, slams his fist on the table. Many of the civilians takes a step back. Lord Daimyo, with your permission I would like to make Naruto's heritage public. The daimyo nods. I agree. After today Minato and Kushina's enemies will hunt his son Naruto. All of the civilians' jaw drop. What? When Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze returns, all of Konoha will apologize to him. Shikaku grins. Troublesome. Kiri wall. Once the Konoha team left, several clones brought Akira and his men to Kiri. At the moment they are keeping the Iwa wave at bay. Barely. Mei was low on chakra, was getting tired. At her back was Amayuri. Damn it, Han is a beast. You couldn't finish him off? Mei asked. Hell no, he took a direct hit from my Thunder Gate. I would be surprised that he felt a thing. Han appeared next to Mei and Amayuri then smashed the ground between them. Mei was sent flying. As she was about to be slammed into the wall, Naruto caught her, bridal style. He flashed away and appeared next to Akira. When Naruto put Mei down, she gave him a kiss on the cheek. Thanks for that. Naruto nods. I will handle Han. What about the main army? Amayuri asked. Naruto grins. They are not coming. I was able to capture them with an army of clones. Thanks to bending in the Hiraishin, I broke their will to fight. Akira grins, using their fear of your father against them. Impressive, Naruto. Be careful, Mei said with concern. Don't worry, I got this. Naruto approached Han. So, you have survived Minato Namikaze. I will enjoy crushing you. Sorry to disappoint you, but I am not my father. I see. I will take your head to my Tsuchikage. Han charges Naruto and throws a punch. Naruto does a backflip and throws a three-pronged kunai at Han. Konoha, Tsunade's office. Tsunade, Jiraiya, Shizune and the daimyo were in her office. 10 minutes ago, Tsunade told the entire village of Naruto's heritage. How much will this change people's minds? The daimyo asked. Hard to say, but if Naruto does prevent a fourth war, they might finally accept him. She sighs, I hope I made the right decision. Lady Tsunade, it will be alright. Regardless, if you told them or not, things would still be chaotic. True, after this battle in Kiri's over the world will know. An ANBU appears before Tsunade. Hokage-sama, there been an incident in the training field 7. Tsunade sighs, what is it now? Several of the kunoichi attacked a civilian. What? Training Field 7. When Tsunade, Jiraiya and Shizune arrived, their jaws were on the floor. There's ice, fire and large holes all over the training field. Ino, Makoto, Haku, Karen and Tayuya were laying on the ground. Azula was standing in the middle, not a scratch on her. I told you, this would end badly for you. Azula grins. She begun to walk away. It's alright Lady Tsunade, they are just taking a nap. What happened? Just defending my place, that's all. Ryazetsu approached Azula. Ryu, wait here until the girls come too. When that happens, bring them up to the apartment. We need to talk. Yes, Lady Azula. Naruto was right, I like this Azula, she thought. 2 miles outside of Kiri. Naruto stood before Han in 5-tail beast form. His steam armor on his arms and chest was destroyed. Naruto has a grin, finally he's using the final tail. Time for me not to hold back, he thought. Be careful Naruto, if you die while in the avatar state it will stop the cycle. Rava said. Thanks, Rava. Naruto enters the avatar state and begins to rock bend. Massive boulders were thrown at Han. Han jumps over them and smash the ground in front of Naruto. He jumps into the air and launch a lightning strike at Han. When he lands on the ground, Naruto then draws his tanto, then charged Han. While Han focused on the real Naruto, several clones were busy. They were getting Han's armor fragments ready for Naruto's endgame. After the last level 9 seal was applied, the clones dispersed. After receiving the memories, Naruto puts his tanto away, then flashed towards the armor fragments. Naruto shot a lightning attack at Han to get his attention. Han turns around and spots Naruto. He charges towards him. That's right, a little closer. As Han got into striking range, Naruto started using metal bending. A few fragments of Han's armor flies into the air and attached to Han's body. Naruto spins to the left to avoid Han, then launched 4 more armor pieces at him. Han starts to form a tailed beast bomb. That's bad, he thought. As he was about to fire it, the last fragment connects with Han. All of the seals activate and starts draining the 5 tails chakra. Naruto flashed behind Han and used the hilt of his tanto and struck him on the back of the neck. Han falls to the ground. Naruto quickly puts a level 9 suppression seal on Han. You have done well, kid. Kurama said. Naruto signs as his eyes returns to normal. Kurama and Rava, thank you. It'd been a very long day. Naruto summons a shadow clone. Take Han to Konoha. Make sure that he is put in his cell. After I speak with Akira and deliver the message to Iwa, I will return to Konoha. The clone nods before he grabs Han and flashed away. Kurama, mind if I borrow some of your chakra? Sure, kid. Kurama's chakra covered Naruto for a few minutes as his reserves replenish. 2 more stops. He yawned. Kiri. Akira was holding a meeting with his council. Several loyalist shinobi were there as well. Akira, Naruto has returned. Good, I'll send him in. Naruto entered the room. He looks tired, Akira thought. It's over, Mizukage Terumi. Akira approached Naruto and shook his hand. On behalf of Kiri, I want to thank you, Naruto. Everyone clapped. Naruto. He turns to his left and Mei gives him a kiss. It was so intense, it caused Naruto to become putty in her hands. After it was over, he was laying on the floor with smoke coming out of his ears. Damn, you go girl. Mayuri grins. So, Mei chosen Naruto. Then this will be perfect. Akira thought. Iwagakure. Next morning. Onoki was getting nervous, they have not received word from Han. What is taking so long? Naruto, dressed in an Iwa colors and headband, enters the room. Not to give himself away, he used a henge. He has black hair, the whisker marks are gone and a long scar on the left side of his face. Lord Tsuchikage, this came for you. At last. Onoki opens the scroll. Tsuchika's Onoki. Your army has failed in their mission to capture Kiri. Both Han, Roshi and your army are my prisoners. If you want them all back, call for an emergency cage summit in Iron Country. Both Hokage Senju and I will be there for negotiations. You have 2 weeks to comply. If not, then I will give Roshi to Suna and Han to Konoha. Given their crimes, it will end badly for them. Mizukage Akira Terumi. Onoki throws the scroll to the floor. They failed. Kiri still stands. There is a gasp. How is that possible? Well, I did have a huge part in that. All eyes turned to Naruto, who dropped the henge. Everyone was shocked seeing Naruto wearing Minato's cloak, while holding a 3-pronged kunai in his hand. The yellow flash. A kunoichi shouted. Several council members faints and the daimyo is shaking in his seat. ANBU surrounds Naruto, but they don't act without Onoki's orders. He could see the fear in their eyes. I suggest you accept the Mizukage's terms, Onoki. Otherwise, it will end badly for Iwa. Naruto disappeared in a yellow flash. Onoki was seething, damn that Minato Namikaze. Konoha, front gate. Naruto appeared in front of the guard station. Huh, Naruto. Hey, it has been a while. Kotetsu and Izumo. How are you? Well, Lady Tsunade and the council wants to speak with you at once. Naruto sighs, very well. As Naruto walks towards the tower, he noticed a change. Many of the people were looking at him differently. Kurama, what is everyone feeling? He thought. I am getting regret and curiosity. Kurama said. Naruto enters the tower. Council room. An ANBU appeared in front of the shinobi council. Lady Tsunade, Naruto Uzumaki has entered Konoha. Have Azula come to the council room at once. The ANBU vanished in a body flicker. Naruto enters the council room. Many eyes were on him. Welcome back, Naruto. Please give your report. Naruto walks up to the council table. Here we go, he thought. After finishing his report, many of the people who heard it had a look of awe. You revealed yourself to Iwa. Are you insane? A little, to be honest. A civilian laughed. I figure it would send a clear message to the Tsuchikage. Troublesome. If there's nothing else, Lady Tsunade, may I be excused? Hold on, Naruto. The daimyo has something to say. My lord. The daimyo stands up. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. For your role in preventing a fourth great ninja war, I award you clan head status of both the Uzumaki and Namikaze clans. With all the rights it contains. Everyone in the room claps, which surprised Naruto. Furthermore, the wealth, properties of both the Uzumaki and Namikaze clans are now yours. I am very proud of you, Naruto. Sakura's mother stands up. My lord, if I may. Oh great, Queen Banshee wants to tear me down again. Naruto thought. I am sorry, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Naruto's jaw drops. Huh. All of us here taken our anger out on you because of the sins of the Nine Tails. For what it's worth, all of us are sorry. For the first time in his life, Naruto was speechless. Azula approached him and hugged him. Many of the Konoha rookies were there. Hinata has a purple aura around her. She doesn't like to see Azula hugging Naruto. I will get her for this. Naruto is mine, she thought. Kid, are you happy with the answer you got? Kurama asked. A little, I will let you know in a month or two. He thought. Konoha, 3 months later. Naruto was enjoying his day off. He's lying under a tree watching the clouds. His head is in Azula's lap. I see now why Shikamaru Cloud Watch, so relaxing. Azula. Yes. Do you have any plans tonight for dinner? Azula raised an eyebrow, not offhand. Do you want to have ramen tonight? No. She puts her hand on Naruto's forehead. You don't have a fever. Are you coming down with something? Naruto chuckled. No, I am fine, Azula. I have something special planned for us tonight. Azula grins. Oh, you do? Hey, Naruto. Naruto looks to his left and sees Jiraiya walking up to them. Hey Jiraiya, what's up? Jiraiya grins. I see the two of you are enjoying yourselves. After what we've been through this year, I figured both of us deserves a break. I have no doubt. Lady Tsunade is returning from Iron Country today. Took her long enough, I bet the council will be relieved. Naruto grins. Jiraiya chuckled. I think Tsunade chosen Guy as the acting Hokage to punish them. It's either Flames of Youth or Lee. Guy sensei. Both Jiraiya and Naruto laughs. So, what can I do for you? After Tsunade gets back, we will need to continue your training. Really? You still have 2 years on the pass she gave you. Might as well use it. Naruto looks up at Azula. What do you think of this, my fire princess? You should go, Naruto. I will wait for you to return. If you're alright with it. When do we leave? 3 days from now. Good, that means I can follow through with our plans for tonight. Oh, have something special planned. Jiraiya grins. Naruto rolls his eyes. Not in that way, pervy sage. Well, enjoy your night, I will wait for Tsunade. Naruto and Azula's apartment, sundown. Azula enters their bedroom and sees a box with a bow on it. She opens it up, her eyes widen. Naruto was in the bathroom getting ready. The suit he chosen was almost perfect, but at the moment he's having a problem trying get the tie on. Damn it, not again. Ryazetsu enters the bathroom. Need some help. Thank you. Ryazetsu tries to avoid eye contact. Something wrong? No, I was wondering what you have planned for Azula. Well, that would be telling. Besides, you need to get ready too. Ryazetsu raised an eyebrow. Go into the living room. There's something there for you. Have Azula and you meet me down, starts in a few minutes. After finishing with the tie, Ryazetsu goes to the living room. On the couch was a white box with a bow. Naruto waits for almost 20 minutes. What's taking them so long? He thought. Kit, I need to explain the ways of the female. Kurama said. Are we talking about humans or foxes here? He thought. It doesn't matter what species it is, Kit. All females follow a set of rules. Rule 1, females takes longer to get ready. Rule 2, always tell them they look skinny, unless the female is a gorilla. Otherwise, you will get clobbered. Rule 3, always compliment them. They really enjoy that, Kurama said. Thank you, Kurama-sensei. No problem, Kit, Kurama said. Azula was the first to come down the stairs. She is wearing a red evening dress with off shoulders. Azula has her hair up in a beautiful bun. My beautiful, fire princess. Azula smiles at the compliment. Ryazetsu walks down the stairs wearing a beautiful white cross-back bias gown. Ryazetsu's hair has several braids. Both of you are more beautiful than all of the jewels in the world. Azula blushed. Thank you, Naruto. Thank you. Where are we going for dinner? Naruto walks up to them and puts his hands on both of their waist. Then all three of them disappeared in a yellow flash. Phoenix Island, Firebender's Island. The three of them appeared in the courtyard where Naruto fought Zhao. Why are we back here? This way. Naruto leads them to a massive building. Above the main entrance was a sign, Excelsior. Wait, you're taking us there. Ryazetsu pointed. Is there a problem? Naruto, that's the most expensive restaurant on the island. It's fine, Ryazetsu. But Lady Azula. Naruto put a lot of effort into this, let us enjoy the night. Very well. Sorry, Naruto. Naruto grins, it's alright, Ryu. They entered the restaurant, a stewardess approached them. Ah, Avatar Naruto, your table is ready. Thank you, Naruto grins. As they walk by, many of the people were delighted to see Naruto. Konoha, Tsunade's officer. Jiraiya, are you going to come in or not? I am tired and don't want to deal with you. Jiraiya climbs through the window. Well, how did it go? Better than I thought it would be. Because of Naruto's actions in Iwa, they were left with little options. True, I doubt they want to lose their army to Naruto again. So, what are the terms? Kiri agreed to return the army, Han and Roshi. What does Kiri get? Tsunade grins, see for yourself. Jiraiya looks over the terms, his eyes focused on the last term. His jaw drops, you got to be kidding me. Chapter 6. Suna, week after Kiri invasion. Suna has been on edge ever since Naruto warned them of the Kiri invasion. Thanks to their acting cage, Suna was able to dodge a bullet. Flashback day of the Kiri invasion. After a long mission, Temari was looking forward to sleep in her bed tonight. Kankuro is talking to Baki while Gaara was keeping to himself. They came into view of Suna's front entrance. They spot a familiar blonde-haired young man. What do you mean I can't see the Suna Council? This is an emergency. Gaara approached the young man, Naruto Uzumaki. The shadow clone turns around. Gaara, it has been a while, how are you? Well, all things considered. Naruto, where is your team? Temari asked. The clone remembers its mission and started to freak out again. This not the time, I need to warn your council. Slow down, Naruto, tells us what happened. Baki asked. Iwa has invaded Kiri. They are planning to attack Suna and Konoha. What? Baki shouted. Gaara has a serious look in his eyes. Naruto Uzumaki, follow me. Gaara walks past the guard post. Temari, Kankuro, Baki and the clone follow him. Hey, you can't interrupt the council's important meeting. Suna council room. Very well. Motion is passed. On to the next bill. It has come to my attention. The doors fly open. This is a closed meeting, council members only. A council member said. Gaara, his team and the shadow clone enter. I am sorry to interrupt this meeting, my lord and honored council. But there is an important development has arisen you need to be aware of. Very well, the daimyo said. Naruto. The clone nods to Gaara as he approaches the council. Mateen was sent to Kiri to aid the rebels in their civil war. During our mission we learned that Iwa was planning an invasion. Many of the civilians' council members started whispering. What proof you have that this invasion will happen? It's happening right now as we speak. During the mission Amayuri warned us that Roshi was in Kiri. Amayuri of the Seven Swordsmen. The clone nods. As we were about to bring her to the rebels, Roshi arrived and attacked my team. From what we learned, the Iwa's army is being led by Han. Their mission is to capture both Yagura and Kiri. Why Yagura? A council member asked. He is the holder of the three tails. Iwa is planning to transfer it to one of their shinobi. This is bad. On behalf of Suna we thank you. Naruto Uzumaki. Gaara said. Thank you for bringing this to our attention, Naruto Uzumaki. The clone nods. We are allies, it was no problem. The clone bows then turns to Gaara. Gaara, you want to prove yourself to Suna. This is the perfect opportunity. I am in your debt. Friends don't have debts. The clone smiled. After the clone leaves, Gaara approached the council. Lord Daimyo, honor council if I may. What is it, Gaara? The daimyo asked. Without a cage, it will make it difficult for Suna to prepare for an attack from Iwa. Until this threat is over, I ask you please allow me to become the cage. Tamari, Kankuro and Baki's jaw drops. What are you crazy? A council member shouted. Gaara does have a point, without a cage it will make this difficult to get organized. I will allow it. My lord. The daimyo stands up. Gaara, what is your reason for becoming our cage? I won't lie, for the longest time I wanted to be acknowledged by Suna or anyone for that matter. What changed? Naruto Uzumaki. He holds the same burden as I do. Yet he fought to protect his village regardless of his burden. Like him, I want the same thing. I want to protect Suna. The daimyo smiles. Gaara of the desert, I name you as our acting cage. Suna is in your hands. Gaara bows. I won't let you down, my lord. Flashback ends. The Suna council hate to admit it, Gaara done well as acting cage. His first order was to evacuate the 4 villages on the border with the land of Earth. By the time the civilians arrived in Suna, several shelters were set up. Also, several teams were sent outposts near the border. At the moment the council is debating if Gaara should take the job full time. Are there any objections? One Jonin Kunoichi with long brown hair stood up. My lord, if I may. The daimyo nods, causing the Jonin to approach the council. My lord, cage Gaara and honored council. I request that until Konoha's Chunin exams are over, we hold off on making Gaara our new cage. Tamari glares at the Kunoichi. You got to be kidding me. Kankuro shouted. Many people both civilian and shinobi begun to shout at the Jonin. Gaara stands up. Let's hear what Jonin Kohaku has to say. Gaara said. Everyone grew quiet. All eyes were on the Kunoichi. I hold nothing against you, Gaara. I am only suggesting this to protect Suna. Everyone in the room looks confused. Gaara sits down in his chair. Very well, Jonin Kohaku, you may present your case. Gaara asked. Kohaku nods. Suna has an opportunity to weaken Iwagakure on a scale no one thought possible. In what way, Jonin Kohaku? The daimyo asked. Iwa almost caused a 4th Great Ninja War, with their failed invasion. As a result, most of the other countries, in the elemental nations are imposing sanctions. On both Iwagakure and Land of Earth. She's not wrong. I already decided to do the same thing. The daimyo said. To save face, the Tsuchikage would have no choice but to enter Iwa into Chunin exams. Gaara, Tamari and Kankuro are still genin. So, they could take part in the Chunin exams with our other teams. How does this help Suna? Kankuro asked. They lost over half of their forces in that failed invasion. If Iwa were to be eliminated from the Chunin exams before the finals, it would be disastrous for Iwa. It would also send a clear message to the Tsuchikage. Jonin Kohaku, you brought up a very good point. Gaara said. I meant no disrespect, Gaara, I was only looking after Suna's best interest. Your loyalty is appreciated, Jonin Kohaku. Thank you, cage Gaara. Jonin Kohaku bows before she sits down in her seat. With Lord Daimyo and the Suna Council's blessing, all of the Suna teams and I will send a message Iwa would never forget. The daimyo, the council and everyone else in the room raised their hand. Very well. As my last order is acting cage, 4 teams will be sent to the Chunin exams. The room is filled with clapping. Time skip Kumo a week after Kiri invasion. The Raikijin Council was holding their annual budget meet. Please let something happen today. These meetings are so boring. The Raikage thought. The doors to the council room opens, a Jonin approached the council's table. Sorry to interrupt this meeting. An important message came for you, Raikage. It's from Zine. Zine from the Thunderbirds, a civilian asked. Very well. The Raikage opens the scroll. Raikage-sama. There has been a development in Kiri. My men and I discovered that Iwa was planning on capturing both Yagura and Kiri. Both Roshi and Han were in Kiri leading the operation. From the data we gathered suggest Iwa was planning on using Kiri as a forward base to launch attacks against Konoha and Suna. I'm not going to lie, it was bad, this could have triggered a 4th Great Ninja War. The Reika begun to shake a little in his seat. Is something wrong, Raikage? A council member asked. Thankfully, one person was able to stop that from happening. We don't have much intel on this shinobi but giving the evidence. I believe he's from Konoha. My team captured several photos of him fighting the Iwa army, Roshi and Han. What are your orders involving this, shinobi? Zine. The Raikage looks at the photos. The first one was of Naruto fighting Han in his four-tail form. Naruto has a rasengan in hand. The second picture was Naruto in the avatar state using metal bending. The last photo caught the Raikage's eye. Naruto bending a fireball back at an Iwa shinobi. I never seen a fireball arc like that before. This needs to be looked into, Raikage thought. Konoha 3 months after the Kiri invasion. Hinata was walking towards Naruto's apartment when he saw him. Naruto was in his black suit. Hinata had a blush, he's so handsome, she thought. Then she saw Azula and Ryazetsu in their dresses approached Naruto. Why is Naruto holding them? Hinata thought. Azula looks over her shoulder at Hinata and has a small smile. Before Naruto, Azula and Ryazetsu disappeared in a yellow flash. She's using Naruto. I have no choice, she thought. Hinata walks towards the Inuzuka clan compound. I might not like this Azula, but I can't deny her strength. She taken down 6 strong kunoichi. As it stands right now, I am no match for her, Hinata thought as she enters the Inuzuka compound. She knocks on the door. Kiba answers. Oh, hey Hinata. Kiba, is Aunt Sum home? Kiba looks a little confused. Sure, she's in the kitchen. Thank you. Hinata enters the house. I will need Aunt Sum's help if I want to beat Azula, she thought. Time skipped 2 weeks before Chunin exams. Before Naruto left with Jiraiya, he named Azula as his regent to both clans. So Azula been attending the council meetings while Naruto was away. To everyone's surprise, Azula had some amazing ideas. At the moment the council is going over the roster for the Chunin exams. As far as we could tell, each village is sending 4 teams this year, Tsunade said. I can see why for Suna, Kiri and Iwa, Azula said. Troublesome. That's all we need is for a small war to happen in the Forest of Death. All we can do is keep the damage to a minimum and outside of village. Azula is right about that, Inoichi said. I have a couple of suggestions if you would like to hear it. Go ahead, Tsunade said. Could I have a map of the Forest of Death please? Kaharu fetch a map and hands it to Azula. If we have the Iwa, Suna and Kiri teams at these gates. She pointed to the map at several gate locations. This will keep the 3 villages separated at the start of the second stage. I can't guarantee it will stay that way though. Shikaku nods, good idea. Is there a time limit to get to the tower? Azula asked. Yes, 5 days. Most of the team makes it by the 3rd day, Sum said. Given how volatile this could get, maybe we should consider having the time limit be set at 3 days. Like Lord Shikuka said, we don't want a war happening in the Forest of Death. Many of the shinobi nods in agreement. Very well, all in favor? Tsunade asked. Everyone raised their hand. Motion for the rule changes are approved. Now to the team selection. There has been a development. Asuma's team won't be able to attend this Chunin exams, Tsunade said. Why not? Danzo asked. Asuma has a sweat drop. Because of Shikamaru being a Chunin, I am still looking for a 3rd team member. Choji has a very aggressive stomach virus. How bad? Hiyashi asked. It will be at least 3 weeks before he's on his feet. Ino is the only member of my team able to enter. Sadly, she can't because it's a team exam. Ino could join Team 7 with Naruto and me. That way Team 7 could attend the exams. From Naruto's memories and the reports from Jiraiya, many of the council members has a clear view of how capable Azula is. There were no objections for her to take Sakura's place on the team. I still can't believe she talked me into allowing her to join Team 7. She doesn't even have chakra, Tsunade thought. I see now why Hinata wants to fight Azula. She has the traits of an alpha, and the fight prowess to back it up. Henna and I have our work cut out for us in getting Hinata ready, Sum thought. Countryside 30 miles from Iron Country. Naruto was looking forward getting back to his sage training. Tsunade asked for him to escort the Snow Princess. That woman was a handful, he thought. Kit, you know you like the assignment, Kurama said. Naruto pulls out a signed picture of Koyuki Kazuhana. Well, at least I got Azula something she will enjoy. She loved Koyuki's last movie, he thought. I was surprised the Hokage want you to take the mission, you were in the middle of sage training, Kurama said. It was for a good reason. Even with the Iwa accepting the terms of Kiri's demands, tensions are still very high. Most of the teams are stationed at both Kiri and the border of Fire Country. Besides Jiraiya, I was the only one not on either assignment, Naruto thought. True, but that Hokage of yours needs to keep a close eye on Iwa. I won't be surprised if they attacked Konoha during the Chunin exams, Kurama said. Naruto was taking a small lunch break when a slug summon appeared in front of him. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Yes. A message from Lady Tsunade, the slug said. Naruto pulls out the scroll, thank you. The slug reverse summoned itself. Naruto. Due to the tensions with Iwa, Suna and Kiri, the council decided for you and Team 7 will take part in the Chunin exams. It will quell some of the tension and send a message to Iwa. Both Azula and Ino will be your teammates for the Chunin exams. Return to Konoha at once you receive this message. Hokage Tsunade Senju. Naruto sighs, so much for returning to my sage training. He puts his sandwich in his mouth then disappeared in a yellow flash. Hokage Tower 3 minutes later. Naruto enters the council room. Lady Tsunade and honored council. Azula smiles seeing Naruto. Good you got my message. Sorry to interrupt your sage training Naruto. But Konoha needs the yellow flash. I guess the tension are worse than we feared. Iwa, Suna and Kiri are sending 4 teams. Troublesome. Naruto sighed causing Shikaku to grin. Indeed. While you're near Sannin level, the daimyo and the councils wants you in the Chunin exams. As a deterrent you mean? Yes. Having the yellow flash take part in the exams would send a powerful statement. Tsunade said. Very well. How long before the Chunin exams begins? 2 weeks from today, Tsunade said. Understood. If nothing else this council session is over. Tsunade said. The council members start to leave the room. Azula want to grab some ramen. She nods as she follows Naruto out of the room. Both Hiashi and Tsume sees Azula talking with Kurenai for a moment. Maybe we can find out more about Azula from Hinata-sensei. They thought. Hyuga compound 30 minutes later. Hinata been sparring with Neji for almost an hour. While Hiashi and Tsume were in his study. As he makes tea there's a knock at the door. Yes. Kurenai Yuhi is here to speak with you. Show her in. Kurenai enters. You wanted to see me, Lord Hiashi. Yes, Kurenai. Please have a seat, we need to talk. Kurenai sits on a mat. A few weeks ago Hinata came to me asking for me to train her. Oh, I am sorry. When she was asking my help, she told me that Naruto's girlfriend Azula was using him. All of us saw Naruto's memories. We know almost as much about Azula as Naruto does. Yes, but we need to know if she has hidden plans in regard to Naruto. With Naruto, no, but she does have a plan for Hinata. Hiashi raised an eyebrow. I am impressed she planned this whole thing out to the last detail. She told me if you asked about her to fill you in on her plan for Hinata. Tsume raised an eyebrow. Very well, please explain. Hiashi said. Flashback night in the hot spring. Hair research. Kurenai sighs while Azula grins. She looks up in the tree and throws a kunai at Jiraiya. He moved his head to the left. Ha. You no match for the Toad Mountain sage. Women screams and runs out of the hot spring. Jiraiya felt killer intent behind him. What did I say I would do, if I caught you pervy sage? A high-pitched scream as the tree overlooking the woman hot spring shake left to right. Jiraiya tries to escape Naruto but is pulled back into the tree. After several attempts Jiraiya jumps out of the tree, he bolts down the road. Naruto hops down and chased after Jiraiya. I am sorry. Come back here. I know, you're not sorry. Both Azula and Kurenai alone in the hot spring laughs. Should we stop Naruto? Kurenai asked. No need, Naruto is many things, but he won't kill his perverted godfather. Jiraiya might walk funny for a while though. Since you're here I want to talk with you Kurenai. About? Your student, Hinata. Kurenai raised an eyebrow. What about her? Naruto filled me in on her dire situation. Should she fail to rise to the Hyuga clan elders' expectations? I see, Naruto is not wrong. If she fails to make Chunin again, then the elders will strip Hinata of her status as clan heir. She would be placed in the branch family. And Hinata becomes a caged bird at the same time. Kurenai's jaw dropped. Naruto told me. I can help Hinata avoid that situation. How? By giving her proper motivation. I have the one thing she desires most. Naruto. Azula nods. Yes. Don't tell her that Naruto is going to be put into the CRA. Let her believe that I stole Naruto from her. Why? She will hate you for that. True, at first she will. I don't know about this. Azula leans back and watch the fireworks. Hinata needs a reason to push herself to grow stronger. If that means I must become her rival, then so be it. Don't worry Kurenai, I will explain my actions to Hinata later on. I get why you want to help Hinata. But what do you get out of it? I am looking for my equal. Kurenai raised an eyebrow. I am not planning on becoming matriarch of both Naruto's clans. That would be almost as much work as being the Hokage. Instead, I will take the role of head wife and matriarch of the Namikaze clan. Your equal will become the matriarch of the Uzumaki clan. Yes, if it's Hinata or someone else. What I am after is someone that could be my replacement. Should anything happen to me. What happens if Hinata's father starts asking questions about you? Then tell him my plan. I think he would want Hinata to avoid that fate as well. Flashback ends. Both Hiyashi and Sume were smiling. Our fear was misplaced. I owe her an apology later. Sume said. Should I tell Hinata? Kurenai asked. No, if Azula really wants to help Hinata, then let her. We will see how this plays out. Hiyashi said. Hiyashi thought he heard a noise. It was probably nothing. He thought. Iwagakure. Onoki was holding one last meeting before he sends the teams to Konoha. Among the people was his granddaughter Kuretsuchi. All of you are aware Iwa is in a bad place at the moment. We need to show the elemental nations Iwa is still strong. All of you need to advance to the finals. Onoki said. Hi. The teams shouted. As the teams walks out, the daimyo approached Onoki. Don't worry my lord, Iwa will win the Chunin exams. For your sake Onoki, they better. Otherwise, I will follow through with my backup plan. Onoki and the other council members' eye widen. You don't mean. I don't tolerate failure Onoki. I let your hatred for Suna and Konoha drive Iwa into the ground. If your teams fail to reach the finals Iwa is finished. I will create a new hidden village. The daimyo storms out of the council room. When Onoki fails I will have him eliminated. His granddaughter still has use to me. The daimyo thought. Kiri, night before the teams leave. Akira goes over the terms of their treaty with Konoha one last time. Mei enters the office. You want to see me father? Yes, I wanted to talk to you about something important. Mei has a seat. Konoha has chosen the bloodlines instead of the three tails. I see. Tell me, how would you feel about marrying Naruto? Mei's face goes instant red causing Akira laugh. I will inform the Konoha council. What about the three tails? Suna offered to buy the three tails in exchange for gold, trade agreements and a mutual defense for 12 years. Generous. They don't want Iwa to invade their lands either. Anyways I have a special mission for all of the Kiri teams going to Chunin exams. Yes. None of the Iwa teams makes it to the finals. We need to send a message, that Kiri pays its debts. Mei grins, I understand, I will let the teams know. Kumo. The Raikage and the council been looking over the intel reports the Thunderbirds collected. As I thought, this shinobi is the son of Minato Namikaze. The Raikage said. What should we do? We could always force the boy into joining us. The Raikage destroys the table with his fist. We are not Iwa. Kumo will do no such thing. The Raikage is correct. With the tension at an all-time high it might spark a war. What do you suggest Raikage-sama? A council member asked. We could use Iwa's blunder to form a bridge with Konoha. Really? They killed our envoy and blamed us for the attempted kidnapping of Hinata Hyuga. I will have Zine look into that incident. The Raikage said. Alright, but what about the yellow flash's son? Konoha, 4 days before Chunin exams. Naruto approached Shino's team training field. He waited until they finished before approaching them. Hey guys. Hinata has a small blush. Hello Naruto, how are you? Doing well Hinata. Is Shino around? I am right here Naruto-san. Naruto turns around and sees Shino. Just the man to talk to. I have a question for you guys. How would you like to get your hands on the second scroll right off the bat? Hinata and Kiba's jaw dropped. That's crazy. They will kick you out of the exams for that. Kiba barked. For the record, it's not against the rules. Naruto summoned a shadow clone then henge to look like Anko. There's no rules in how you get the scrolls. Just be sure to have both a heaven and earth scroll when you enter the tower. The clone disperse, you're not wrong about that. Shino said. What I have planned requires 2 teams. If you help me, I will make sure that your team gets a heaven scroll. You make a good case but logically there's no guarantee you will keep your end of the bargain. Naruto looks at Kiba, I give my word that you will get a heaven scroll. Besides Kiba and I have unfinished business to settle. Kiba grins, Naruto always keeps his word Shino. We can trust him. Very well, let's hear your plan. Uzumaki Namikaze compound. Makoto, Haku, Karen and Tayuya are a little surprised. You want us to take part in the Chunin exams as well? Haku asked. Yes, the other villages are sending 4 teams. I offered the council you ladies to help. Why should we take part? You're crazy. Azula glares at Tayuya causing her to sweat. Lady Azula. Tayuya said in a sweet voice. Before our fight, all of you made it clear you want to be with Naruto. I am offering you the chance to be with him. As you know Naruto was put into the Clan Restoration Act. I am surprised that the council doesn't demand that of Haku, Karen or me. Makoto said as she takes a sip of tea. That was my doing. I informed the council of your desire to marry Naruto. They agree to not force you into the CRA. Are there any conditions we should be aware of, Lady Azula? Karen asks as she cleans her glasses. I have only one condition, I am head wife in this household. In return I make this promise to all of you. I will love and protect your children as if they were my own. All of them were surprised by this. Do we have a deal? Azula asked. Makoto and the others nods. Very well. This Chunin exam will be far more dangerous than the last one. All of you will need to be careful and watch each other's back. Especially you, Makoto, Haku and Karen. You were on that mission in Kiri. I would not be surprised if Iwa targets you as well. Makoto, Haku and Karen nods. Konoha, front gate. When word of Suna's team's arriving, Naruto flashed to the front gate. He spots Gaara, Temari, Kankuro and Baki enter the village. Naruto walks up to them. Right on time, guys. Temari blushes and starts to play with her hair. Naruto, how are you? Kankuro grins as he elbows Baki in the stomach, then points to Temari blushing. Doing well. You guys just missed Kumo and Kiri teams to arrive. What about Iwa? Gaara asked. They will arrive at any time. Naruto sees several of the Suna teams looking at Gaara. So did you take my clone's advice? Boy did he ever. Kankuro said. Gaara became our acting case cage. Temari said. Nicely done, Gaara. I am impressed. Naruto spots Kuritsuchi and the rest of the Iwa team arriving. Many of the civilians started shouting. Leave you warmongers. Iwa trash. Kuritsuchi spots Naruto and glares at him. Nice to see you two, beautiful. I will end you for what you done. Bastard son of Minato Namikaze. Kuritsuchi growled. Temari draws her fan and was going to throw it. Kankuro and Naruto had to hold Temari from starting an incident. The Iwa teams walks past, all of them were glaring at Naruto. Temari, not now. You will get your chance in a few more days. Naruto said. How can you be so calm? She insulted you by calling you that. I have a thicker skin than most. She will get what's coming to her. Gaara, I have a favor to ask. Go ahead. I am worried that Iwa will target Makoto's team during the second round. They were on the Kiri mission. I understand, I will have one of my teams keep an eye on them. Thank you, Gaara, I am in your debt. Friends don't have debts, Naruto. Naruto grins, that they don't, nonetheless thank you. Chunin exams first test. Team 7 arrives in the building a little late. The council gave Naruto some additional orders. What took you so long? Ino growled. Sorry, Ino. Tsunade wanted an update on a matter. Ino raised an eyebrow. Care to explain? Not at the moment. They entered the main area, and they could feel the insane level of killer intent. Half of it was directed at Iwa while the other was directed at Naruto. He spots Makoto's team. Hey Makoto, you nervous? A little. I wasn't in the last exams because I was an apprentice under Yugao-sensei. Any advice? Pace yourself, this is like a marathon type race. You need to save your reserves. Makoto nods, thank you. Mei approached Naruto. It's good to see you, Mei. This is Mei Terumi. From what Kurama and Naruto told me, she is formidable. I wonder if she could be on my level. Azula thought. How are you, Naruto? Doing well. That's enough. Ibiki Morino shouted. Ibiki is the first examiner again. This will be easy, Naruto thought. Because of the larger numbers of people, several classrooms were needed. Naruto's team was in Ibiki's room. Once Naruto received his test, he began as soon Ibiki said begin. After 2 minutes, Naruto gets up, walks over to Ibiki and hands him the test paper. Done already. You sure you don't want to wait? You might fail if you make 5 mistakes. No, I am good. If you want, you could check it yourself. Naruto walks over and sits back down in his seat. Ibiki looks at the answers, all of them are correct. Including the last question, which Naruto knew Ibiki would repeat from last time. Damn, he just smashed Itachi Uchiha's record, he thought. During the hour, a couple of teams were removed after being caught cheating. To Naruto's dread, Iwa, Kiri and Suna, 4 teams made it through to the second round. Damn it, this is not good. I might have to follow through with the orders, Naruto thought. Chapter 7. Tower. First night of the second round. Naruto stood on top of the tower. He looks to the west. Naruto can see explosions off in the distance. I am glad the council agreed with my plan. This would have turned tragic if they said no, Naruto thought. Tsunade and Azula joins him. When your grandfather created the Chunin exams. I doubt this is what he had in mind. Tsunade sighed. You're not wrong. My grandfather wanted to create a place where battles on this level would never happen again. Naruto sighs. I am a disappointment as the Avatar. Aang would have been out there trying to stop this. Azula walks up and hugs Naruto from behind. Aang would have done the same thing. Tsunade smiles. Thank you, Azula. She thought. What would Aang do? Escort the teams that were not involved in the invasion and protect them. Ouch. Damn it, watch Four Eyes. That's my leg you're pulling. Call me Four Eyes again and I will make you walk the rest of the way. Naruto, Azula and Tsunade looks down at Makoto's team finally reaching the tower. Tayuya was being carried by Makoto, Haku and Karen. From the looks of it, Tayuya broken her leg. Naruto could see Asuna team lead by Temari at the edge of the forest. Naruto bows to the team, they return the bow before they enter the woods. The sister wives, needs more team building. Tsunade said. Azula sighs, relax Azula, they are always like this. It's how they bond. Naruto turns around and kisses Azula on the forehead. In the distance a blue dome form over the battlefield. The explosion stopped instantly. Ba-chan, I need to check that out. Go. Naruto creates 2 shadow clones before he disappeared in a yellow flash. Makoto and her team enters the tower. Tsunade looks down at the 4 clones at the base of the tower. Alright, you create the barrier now. Tsunade shouted. The 4 clones get into formation around the tower and goes through hand signs. A barrier forms around the tower. Tower inside the main area. Makoto and the others puts Tayuya on the ground. After opening their scrolls, Yugao appeared. Sensei. Yugao has a smile on her face. You have done well, Makoto. You have come far since you became my student. Tayuya grunts, that good and all, but could I get medical treatment? Yugao looks down and sees a bone sticking out of her leg. Tsunade, Azula, Ino and the shadow clones enters the room. What happened? We were jumped by ANBU. Makoto said. Tsunade's eyes widen. What? There's almost a dozen of ANBU teams in the forest. They were setting up some kind of obelisk. Haku said. From the looks of it, they want to destroy all of the Suna and Kiri teams. Then have all of their teams go to the finals. Makoto said. Shortly after discovering their camp, we are attacked. We owe Temari and her team our lives. Karen said. Flashback 4 hours earlier. Makoto, Haku, Karen and Tayuya made it to the meeting point Yugao told them to go. Because of how bad this could get, the council decided to go with Naruto's plan. Makoto, your team is to meet up with one of Naruto's shadow clones. He will give your team the second scroll you need. Once you have it, your team are ordered to go straight to the tower. Yugao's voice echoes in Makoto's mind. Would that cause problems with the other villages? Makoto asked. No, this plan is to ensure the other villages won't be dragged into the proxy war. Kumo and the other villages' teams will get their second scroll from Naruto as well. Yugao said. So, who are we to meet here? Tayuya asked. That would be me. A shadow clone of Naruto jumps out of a tree and lands in front of them. How do I know you're the real Naruto? The clone grins, well, I am a shadow clone. But if you want proof, Makoto. You have a mole on your inner thigh shaped like a. Makoto's entire face turns red, and she waves her hands. Stop. I believe you. The clone chuckled while Haku, Karen and Tayuya tries to sneak a peek. Damn it, I need to have that removed. Now they want to see it. Makoto thought. Naruto hands Makoto a earth scroll. How bad do you think this will turn out? Tayuya asked. We need to get to the tower as soon as possible. Makoto said. If I had enough chakra, I would take you 4 to the tower. Don't worry Naruto, we can get to the tower quickly. Haku said. Alright, stay safe all of you. The clone disperses, let's go team. I have a question Makoto. How does Naruto know that you have a mole on your inner thigh? Haku asked. Makoto's face turned red again. Wait a second, last night you locked the door to the bathroom. You told me you wanted to soak in the bathtub. Karen added. Did you and Naruto make love in the bathroom? Haku asked. Makoto began to fidget, both of us agreed to wait until our wedding night before we go that far. Haku and Tayuya looks at Karen who nods. How far did you go? Haku asked. Makoto's face turns beet red. Wow, that must have been a great makeout session. Tayuya grins. Makoto mumbles something before she walks away. Hold on, we have more questions. Haku said. No questions, not until we get to the tower. Makoto said as she activates her Sharingan. All 3 girls nod in agreement. The last thing they wanted was to be put in a genjutsu. After an hour of travel, they approached a small river. Take a few minutes rest. We are halfway to the tower. Karen pulls out a granola bar and starts eating. Haku was hiding in the tree as lookout. Tayuya was looking through her bag. While Makoto was looking at a map, we are still an hour and a half out from the tower. Several explosions can be heard off in the distance. It seems that Suna or Kiri found Iwa. Karen said. Makoto, I spot a few ninjas coming in our direction. Haku whispered. Makoto gave a signal causing her team to hide. Several Aiwa dressed in ANBU clothing walks past carrying some equipment. Damn it, how much farther to the camp? 10 minutes. We need to have the obelisk built before Kurotsuchi begins her offensive. I am surprised that the Tsuchikage wants to use the obelisk. If Konoha or the others finds out, Aiwa will be in big trouble. True, but he doesn't have a choice. Things are getting bad for Aiwa. Damn that yellow flash. Makoto and her team silently follows the ANBU towards a small clearing. There almost a dozen full Aiwa ANBU teams were there. Several tents were set up and a massive crystal is being set up. Haku climbs up a tree that can't be good, she thought. Haku pulls out a small camera and starts taking pictures of the crystal, the ANBU teams and several containers. Haku then forms an ice mirror then leaves. The ANBU captain smiles. We had a visitor, Alpha team follow her. When she meets up with her team, eliminate them. Hi. Haku steps through the ice mirror where her team awaits. Well, Makoto asked. It's bad, there is at least a dozen Aiwa ANBU teams in the clearing behind me. They are setting up some kind of crystal obelisk. Tayuya thought she saw a shadow moves. Her eyes widen when she saw an Aiwa ANBU running through hand signs, earth style, rock gun jutsu. Look out. Tayuya pushes Haku out of the way as a rock flies towards her. The blow from the attack broke Tayuya's right leg. Ice release, ice spears jutsu. Haku launched several spears in the direction the attack came from. Makoto activates her Sharingan as 3 attackers comes out of the bushes. Makoto draws her katana. Karen protect Tayuya, Haku focus on the one in the back. I will handle the 3. Haku nods as she disappears in a body flicker. As Makoto charged the 3 ANBU, blood begun to seep out of the blade. Kenjutsu Uchiha style, Blood Raven. She does a wide diagonal slash sending multiple blood ravens at the 3 ANBU. Seeing how bad it's getting, Tayuya looks up at Karen, break the seal. Karen looks down at Tayuya, no, you're finally over the withdrawal of that cursed chakra. If you use it again it will be harder to break your addiction. Damn that snake bastard, I hope I have enough chakra to pull this off. Tayuya pulls out her flute, summoning jutsu. Behind Karen and Tayuya were her 3 doki. As Tayuya starts blowing her flute, the curse mark tries to active. Thanks to Naruto's level 10 seal, the curse mark is fully suppressed. Damn it, if only I can get one of them, Tayuya thought as her doki aids Makoto and Haku. All 3 doki does their best with Tayuya's melody from her flute, but due to the pain, she was struggling to keep the song going. One of the doki grabs an Aiwa for a moment. The ANBU was able to break free, causing the doki to disperse. It was enough time for Makoto to cut the ANBU's head off. As Haku stepped back, an ANBU appeared behind her, was going to stab her in the back with a kunai. As he thrust forward, the ANBU was crushed by a giant studded club. Haku sees Tayuya grin, you owe me. The last thing Tayuya saw before passing out was someone else showing up. Wind style, Great Sickle Weasel. Tayuya wakes up a few hours later. Karen accidentally moved her broke leg. Ouch. Oh, you're awake, Tamari said. What are you doing here? Ouch. Tayuya groans. Relax, Naruto asked Gaara for my team to look out for you. Thank you, Tamari. If you didn't show up when you did, we would be dead. You welcome. They reach the clearing and sees the tower up ahead. Flashback ends. You owe me several bags of pretzel sticks. After I saved your ass, Ice Princess. Ouch. Tayuya grins. Haku nods, thank you, Tayuya. Naruto, you need to get me to the village at once. The council and the other villages Jonin need to be briefed. Here you will need this, Lady Tsunade. Haku hands her the camera. Thank you. A clone touches Tsunade's shoulder and both of them disappear in a yellow flash. Let's get you into on a bed, so I can start treatment. Sorry Tayuya, but you won't be in the Chunin exam finals. What, you mean I broken my leg for nothing? No, you're fine Tayuya, I will heal your leg. Naruto picks Tayuya up bridal style. She was blushing, oh. You like that? Azula teased. Baka, no, I don't. Azula grins, alright Naruto put her down. Wait, sorry Lady Azula. Azula giggles, it's alright, she said as she pats Tayuya on the head. Ino, you're a healer. You will love this, the clone said. Girls, why don't you get something to eat? I will make sure Tayuya is healed and put to bed, Azula said. Makoto and the others nods before they go the cafeteria. Ino was surprised that the others listened to Azula. Outside of the barrier 30 minutes later. Naruto lands in front of the barrier. Tamari and the others are considering cross it. But they don't know if it's safe or not. Tamari. She turns around, Naruto. He approached the barrier, I don't know if it's safe to pass through. Naruto summons a shadow clone and it crossed the barrier. A moment later is disperse, I see. The barrier is safe to cross. From the memories I got, the barrier suppressed chakra. Then that would mean, Tamari said. Yes, you would be restricted to use martial arts and weapons while inside of the barrier. Against Iwa Anbu that would be a fatal mistake. Wait here, I will take care of the barrier. Naruto begun to enter the barrier. Naruto, that is crazy. You won't be able to use chakra either. Naruto stomps the ground, causes a boulder pop out of the ground for a moment. Temari's eyes widen. Sorry Tamari, but I have a bloodline that's immune to the barrier effect. Wait here until the barrier is down. Then go help your brothers. Naruto runs off. Damn it, I hate waiting. Tamari thought. Hey Kurama, do you think the barrier would affect tailed beast chakra? Naruto thought. If that was the case, I would not be sensing the Iwa up ahead. This barrier would stand no chance against one of my siblings. Let alone Shukaku. Kurama laughed. Good to know, Gaara should be fine then. Hopefully he can keep the Iwa teams busy long enough for me to destroy the barrier. Naruto thought. Iwa Anbu camp. The Anbu teams were getting bored guarding the crystal obelisk. Almost half of them were pouring their chakra into the crystal. How long before we switch? I am near my limit. Another hour. So that's how that works. They need to channel chakra into the obelisk for it to project the barrier. I will focus on the fresh one. With them gone, the others won't be a problem. Naruto thought. Remember Kit, because of the barrier you can't use your normal chakra attacks. Including the Hiraishin. Too bad for the Anbu, they have the same handicap. Kurama said. I need to drop the barrier quickly, then that would mean I will have to use it. Naruto thought. Naruto approached the camp. Many of the Anbu saw him and took a step back. It's the yellow flash. Calm down you fools. Like as he can't use chakra. He's as harmless as a kitten. Naruto pulls out a 3-pronged kunai. The Anbu captain started to sweat. Oh crap, did he found a way to block the barrier's effects? He thought. It's ironic, Iwa feared my father for this jutsu. Naruto drops the kunai on the ground, causing all of the Iwa to sigh in relief. The Anbu captain grins. Sadly, after today, Iwa will fear me for a different reason. Naruto said as he enters the avatar state. Suna and Kiri teams 10 minutes later. Because of the barrier, Mei and her teams were restricted using martial arts. Mei does a roundhouse kick on an Iwa shinobi, switch. Kuritsuchi shouted. The teams that were fight the Suna and Kiri teams jumps back. Fresh team then jumps into the fighting. Damn Iwa, Mei growled. Kuritsuchi grins, then everyone felt the ground shaking, an earthquake. Kuritsuchi said. The barrier begun to fall. Oh crap. Kuritsuchi thought. Mei grins as lava spews from her mouth and covers 4 of the Iwa Anbu. Kuritsuchi paled seeing her men die that way. Gaara goes through hand signs as sand begun to rise out of the ground at an alarming rate, sand tsunami. Lady Kuritsuchi, you must flee. Akunoichi shouted. Kuritsuchi, Kintsuchi and Suzumaki flees as the rest of the Iwa teams and the Anbu that were helping them were engulfed in sand. Gaara puts his hands into the sand burial. Once it was over, many of the Suna and Kiri teams were trying to catch their breath. A sound of clapping caught everyone's attention. Sorry, I couldn't bring down the barrier sooner. Naruto grins. Naruto, your timing was perfect. Mei grins. I take it was you that took down the barrier? Gaara asked. Naruto grins as Tamari and her team approached. With Kuritsuchi and her team held captive. Naruto walks up to Kuritsuchi. Iwa has a lot to answer for. Kuritsuchi spat in Naruto's face. Gaara, Mei, Tamari, the Suna and Kiri teams glares at Kuritsuchi. Luckily for you, the daimyo wants you alive. Otherwise Gaara would not have held back. Naruto summons several shadow clones. Take these 3 to Anbu HQ. They will remain in a cell until the daimyo decides what to do with them. I already sent the Iwa Anbu there. How could you use chakra? Our barrier should have prevented you from using it. Kuritsuchi growled. I have a bloodline that's immune to your barrier's effect. The clones nods as they take their captives away. Before I forget. Naruto pulls out 4 scrolls, 2 of heaven and earth. I had these as a backup plan. Should Iwa make it to the tower? Naruto hands a pair of scrolls to Gaara and the other to Mei. Thank you, Naruto, Mei said. After a brief talk, the Suna and Kiri teams decided to allow Gaara and Mei's team to enter the semifinals. Following day. The daimyo, Tsunade, the council and the Jonin from other villages was looking at the obelisk. So, this is what Iwa used against the Suna and Kiri teams? Baki asked. Yes. From what I could gather, the Iwa Anbu were channeling their chakra into the crystal. From there the crystal projected chakra suppression barrier. Troublesome. I believe I can enhance Konoha's barrier with a similar effect. Sorry Naruto. Once the daimyo of Earth learns what Iwa has done, he would demand the crystal back. No problem, I am already working on a new seal to mimic the effects. Hiyashi looks at Naruto with his jaw dropped. You can do that. It will take some time, I only reached level 10 less than a week ago. What will Konoha do in response of Iwa breaking the rules? Akumo Jonin asked. For 10 full years the Iwa will be banned from the Chunin exams. I already contact the other daimyo from the other countries. They agree, also more sanctions will be imposed. A shinobi enters the room. Lord Daimyo, this came for you, Earth Country's daimyo. Fire Daimyo Ikehiko. I just learned what my former Tsuchikage has done. Without my orders he violated the Chunin exam's sacred rules. Rest assured that Onoki and the ones involved will be punished for this transgression. To prove my innocence, I offer Konoha compensation. Onoki's granddaughter will be given to Minato's son as his concubine. The other 2 members of her team will be given to Konoha. Do with them as you please. Daimyo Kaiser. Well, now that's an interest development. What? Tsunade asked. The daimyo shows Tsunade the scroll. Iwagakure Iwa council room. Onoki tries to get to his feet, blood is leaking out of the large hole in his gut. Everyone around him, from his son to the council members, are dead. Standing in the center of the room was a man with half of his face black and the other white. He has a large Venus flytrap protecting his face. I will end you for this. No, you won't. That poison I used on you is corrupting your chakra. You will be dead in less than 3 minutes. Onoki glares at his attacker as his strength starts to leave him. The door opens and in steps Daimyo Kaiser. My lord, be careful, that man is dangerous. Onoki said as he started to cough up blood. No, to me he's not. I am pleased your organization held your end of the bargain. So, I will uphold my end. Onoki's eyes widen. What have you done? Starting over. You failed me for the last time, you old fool. The daimyo hands Black Zetsu a scroll. Both Han and Roshi are yours. They are in a holding cell. There is enough money in that scroll to fund your organization for 3 years. As long as your country has no tailed beasts you will be spared. I understand. Black Zetsu begun to sink into the floor then disappeared. Kaiser looks at Onoki. Well, it seems you outlived your usefulness. Before your death I have something to tell you. For your failure I decided to punish your granddaughter. She will be the Yellow Flash's concubine. Onoki glares at Kaiser. No. The dying Tsuchikage manages to stand up. Kaiser takes a step back. How? Onoki puts his hands together. As he pulls them apart a white cube is formed. I might not be able to save my granddaughter. But I will end you for this betrayal. The white cube forms around Kaiser, particle style, atomic dismantling jutsu. Onoki grins as his former daimyo was turned to dust. The life in Onoki's eyes fade as he falls to the ground. Konoha Council Room, an hour after Onoki's death. Before we begin, I have announcement. Because of the events in the Forest of Death, the exams were put on hold. Now the crisis is over, the Chunin exams can resume. Lady Tsunade, will the teams need to do the Forest of Death again? Naruto asked. No, all teams that made it to the second round will be in finale. The 1-month training starts tomorrow. Gamakichi appears on the table in front of Tsunade. Gamakichi. Hey Naruto, how's it going? Well, what brings you here? Gamakichi hands Tsunade a scroll from Jiraiya. Thank you. Tsunade. I've been hearing strange rumors that the Akatsuki is planning something in Land of Earth. I will head to Iwa, to see if the rumors are true. Also, Zen of the Kumo Thunderbirds has approached me. He wants to speak with you and the council involving the incident with Hinata Hyuga. He has evidence that Iwa is behind it. He asks for a meeting with you and Inoichi. Jiraiya. Very well, tell Jiraiya I will meet with him the day after the finals is over. Gamakichi nods before he reverse summons himself. There's been a development. Zen, the leader of the Kumo Thunderbirds, requests a meeting. What does he want? Hiyashi growled. Jiraiya sent word that Zen approached him and has evidence that Iwa was behind the kidnapping of Hinata. Hiyashi stands up. Oh, great, here we go. Naruto thought. I will not attend that meeting. My brother dead because of them. Let me ask you something, Lord Hiyashi. Hiyashi looks at Naruto. What? Given recent events, what if this turns out to be true? Iwa was really behind the incident as well. Do you or anyone else in the Hyuga clan wants to know who is really responsible? You have not suffered by Kumo's hands. Maybe not, I was only 4 when the incident took place. So that allows me to have an open mind. Let me speak with him. Hiyashi's jaw dropped. You can't be serious. We can talk in one of the interrogation rooms. Lady Tsunade, Inoichi, you and a few others could be in the other room. Inoichi, could your clan jutsu work if you're in the next room? As long I am in proximity of the target, yes. Very well. Naruto, we will leave this up to you. Naruto nods. Chapter 8. Iron Country, capital of the samurai clans. After learning what happened in Iwagakure, Jiraiya gone to Iron Country. At Jiraiya's request, an emergency meeting between the shogun was held. All of the samurai clan leaders listened to Jiraiya. It was hard for them to hear one of the 5 hidden villages was gone. This is very bad. Not only did the Tsuchikage died, but he killed his daimyo. Do you know the reason why? A samurai of the Silver Tigers asked. No, besides the rumors I heard in Iwa. I have no clue of what really happened. What are some of the rumors going around in Iwa? A samurai in crimson armor asked. The 2 main rumors is that Onoki tried to lead a coup against his daimyo. The other that Kaiser tried to arrest Onoki and he was killed. What of Han and Roshi? A samurai dressed in black armor asked. I searched for them for several days. Not a sign of them. It's almost like they disappeared on the face of the planet. Once word of this gets out, this will lead to a war. All of the nations would want to expand regardless of the dangers it would cause. Most of the samurai nods. Then we have no choice, we will intervene before this gets out of hand. In return, Lord Jiraiya, you will use your spy network to keep this news contained as long as possible. I understand, thank you. Several armies of samurai will be sent to the border of Earth Country. There they will prevent the other nations from taking advantage. How will this be handled, my lords? Jiraiya asked. If I am not mistaken, the daimyo and kage of the 4 remaining nations are in Konoha. Yes, the Chunin exams final are going on right now. An emergency summons will be sent to Konoha. There the daimyo of the great 4 nations will come here to Iron Country in 2 weeks' time. Negotiations will start as soon as they arrive. Until the terms are agreed upon, no one outside of Earth Country can pass the border. Very well. Jiraiya bows before he reverse summons himself to Konoha. Konoha Stadium, Tayuya vs Gaara. Almost every person thought Tayuya would lose in the opening minutes of her match. Some of the shinobi had a pool going on how fast she would lose. To everyone's dread, Tayuya and Gaara's match been going on for almost 20 minutes. Tayuya stood there with a grin on her face. Her long hair is pulled back into a long ponytail. She wears a new outfit Naruto had special made for her. Tayuya now wears a white sleeveless shirt with yellow trim. On both sides of her collar are a few black musical notes. Black ANBU pants and sandals. She has a black utility belt with several pouches and a square black box. It seems along it's not just her clothes has changed. Tayuya has gotten stronger, Azula said as she looks at Naruto. Seeing his grin caused her to giggle. You have come far, Tayuya, now it's your time to show the village what you are made of. Naruto thought. Wind release, wind bullet. Tayuya fires another wind jutsu at Gaara. His sand barrier blocked another. Jutsu, so Naruto's advice is working perfectly. Now time to pull out the big guns, she thought. Flashback, Uzumaki Namikaze Compound, Day 1. It was almost 9 a.m. Naruto was making breakfast before he goes to find Jiraiya. Tayuya comes out of her room wearing a t-shirt and panties. She walks into the kitchen. Hey. Good morning, Tay. Naruto blushes, he looks away. How many times were you told to come out of your room dressed? What's with you? I am wearing clothes. Naruto shook his head. Well, at least she is wearing something. The first week she moved in, she would walk around the house naked all of the time. He thought. There was a knock at the door. Could you watch this for a moment? I can get it. I don't want a repeat of what happened last time. Tayuya sighs, very well. Naruto leaves the kitchen while Tayuya watched the eggs cook. Naruto returns a minute later to the kitchen. Girls, it's finally here. Tayuya turns off the stove before she approached Naruto. They're off training. She nods. Well then, let's see who your opponent in the first round will be. I am surprised they didn't remove you from the exams, Tayuya said. Tsunade told me that this was just formality. They are planning on making Jonin at the close ceremony. Can they do that? They done it once before, with Itachi Uchiha. Naruto opens the envelope. Let's see, you got to be kidding me. What? Who am I fighting? You're fighting a Kumo shinobi named Kai, but that's not what is bothering me. It's your next opponent you would face in the second round. Gaara. Tayuya laughs, wonderful. If I don't have bad luck, then I would have no luck at all. If you like, I could train you for the month. Tayuya raised an eyebrow. You will be one of my opponents. True, but I'm not on your tournament bracket. So, if I were to fight you, it will be in the finals. Also, since no one has offered to train you, your options are limited. Tayuya sighs. Damn my luck. Alright then, what are you going to teach me? How would you like to get your bending right now? Tayuya raised an eyebrow. I thought I had to wait until we are married. Well, considering who you would be facing, I am willing to bend that rule. Naruto grins. Tayuya looks at Naruto. Really? She asked. Naruto chuckled as he enters the avatar state, then puts his hand on Yuya's forehead. She felt a surge of power throughout her body. After a few seconds, Naruto's eye returned to normal. Get dressed, we will start your training in 10 minutes. Naruto leads Yuya to place where Jiraiya trained him. Why are we here? She asked. This location has 3 of the 4 elements. We can easily. Hair research. Naruto sighs as he looks up at the tree next to him. Jiraiya is looking through a spy glass at several of the women bathing in the lake. He will never learn, Naruto thought. Naruto shook his head before he sent an air current at his godfather. Jiraiya was launched into the air and lands in the lake. Women scream, wait ladies, I can explain. Kill the pervert. Jiraiya runs away screaming. Well, that's another check off the bucket list. Naruto grins. Naruto, could you teach me that? With her explosive personality, I would say Yuya's a firebender. But since she asked, I will check to see if she's an airbender. He thought. Sure, match my moves. Time skipped, sun set. Well, you sure surprised me, Yuya. Yuya laying on the ground trying to catch her breath. Damn slave driver. Naruto picks up Yuya in a bridal style. Well, it's part of my charm. Come on, let's go home. Wait, do we need to go home right away? Naruto raised an eyebrow. Do you want to go somewhere? Yuya's stomach growls, causing her to blush. I know somewhere she will like. He thought. Both of them disappeared in a yellow flash. End of the flashback. Yuya started to breath heavy. It seems she's at her limit, Gaara thought. Gaara launched several sand bullets at Yuya. Now, she thought. Yuya spins around gracefully, avoiding Gaara's sand bullets. She pulls out the small box. Inside was 4 small wooden flutes. Each carved by hand and perfectly shaped of a diamond. There are 8 holes in each flute, with small Uzumaki seals carved into each one. Yuya channels her chakra into small seals on each of her fingers. The seals on the flutes glows, causing them to float in the air above the ring. Many of the people were curious of what they could do. I suggest you surrender, otherwise I will have to use these. No. Don't said I didn't warn you. Summoning jutsu. Her doki appeared behind her. She grins as she started to perform ballet. Which confused most people. While she performs, she moves her hands imagining she is playing her flute. The doki moves towards Gaara and tries to attack him. Gaara stood there taking blows from all of the doki's attacks. Gaara, trusting that defense of yours will get you killed one day. Maybe I should point that out in our match. Naruto thought. How is she doing that without her flute? Karen asked. She's an airbender. All eyes were on Naruto. That's surprising. Azula said. I know, I was just as surprised as all of you. But you will be amazed how good she is. The entire month she honed her bending to an art. Look at her leg work. With each kick she sends an air current at the flutes above Gaara. The seals on her fingers act as a remote, opening and closing the holes. Naruto said. Impressive, she has fine control of how much air her flutes receive. Azula said. She did that in just a month. Temari asked. Oh yes, I dare say she's an airbender prodigy. Gaara had enough and goes through hand signs, sand tsunami. Yuya's doki were engulfed by the massive amount of sand. Damn it, final trump card, she thought. Her ballet becomes more aggressive as she moves faster, avoid all of Gaara's sand attacks. The flutes change their formation above Gaara. As she jumps into the air, both of Yuya's hands balls up into a fist. All 4 flutes begun projecting sound waves at Gaara. The loud shriek caused everyone to cover their ears. While Gaara's ultimate defense was up, it could only block most of the sound waves. The sound waves that got through started messing with Gaara's equilibrium. Gaara drops to one knee as blood start to pour out of his ears. Good, maybe this will cause Gaara not to fully trust his ultimate defense. Naruto thought. Gaara, you want my help? Shukaku asked. Yes, he thought. Sand around him shot into the air and destroyed Yuya's flutes. Naruto sighs, damn it Gaara, I spent almost a full day putting the seals on those. He thought. Yuya paled seeing Gaara stand up, oh crap, he's going to kill me. She thought. Proctor, I forfeit. Winner Gaara. Gaara walks towards Yuya, Enko jumps in front of Yuya, match is over. Gaara stopped in front of Yuya and raised his hand. You fought well. Yuya's mouth twitched, huh. You taught me a few things, so out of respect I offer my hand. Yuya sighed as she took Gaara's hand. He then grabs her wrist and raised it in the air. Many people started clapping. The judges nods, very impressive display with those objects. Indeed, she shows promise. The Raikage laughs, nicely done, are those a secret Konoha weapon? He teased. Damn it, I lost another one. Shizune is going to kill me for how much money I lost. Tsunade thought. Maybe Raikage. Akira said. Next round Azula vs Hinata Hyuga. Finally, Hinata thought. Azula gets a kiss from Naruto before she leaves to go down to the ring. Hinata left after Azula. As she approached the ring, Hanabi was there waiting for her. Hanabi. Hinata, there's something you should know. Ring. 3 minutes later. Hinata Hyuga, get out here on the double or you will be disqualified. Hinata walks into the ring, many of the people cheered. Hiyashi sits in his seat with several of the Hyuga elders a few rows above him. What do you think? One of the asked. She shown great promise fighting that Uzumaki girl. So Hanabi was right, but I need to ask Azula if this is true. Hinata thought. Hinata stops 10 feet from her opponent. I am ready. Are you ready, Azula? She gives Anko a nod. Fight. Hinata charged towards Azula. She jumps to the left, avoiding her flames. She's not using her Byakugan. Hiyashi thought. You're not taking this fight seriously. Should you be using your dojutsu? You don't have a chakra network, so that would be a waste of chakra. Many of the people were confused. What does she mean? Everyone has chakra network. Hiyashi activates his Byakugan. She's right, it's it because she's a firebender. He thought. Hinata decided to strike at Azula's pressure points instead. If you really done all this for my benefit, Azula, then I am in your debt. So out of respect I will show you my conviction. Cat's out of the bag. Alright, show me what you got, Byakugan princess. Azula grins. The two women exchange blows. Flashback 3 weeks ago. You want the scroll? Alright, I will allow you to have it. Hinata smiled. However, you must defeat Neji in a duel. You have to land all 128 palms. Do this and the scroll is yours to learn. Hinata was sparring with Neji for almost 3 hours without a break. Many of the clan watched. Hinata refuses to yield to Neji. She gets back up to her feet once again. Something has changed within Hinata, she's almost like a feral wolf. Is this because of the Inuzuka's influence or something else? He thought. Hinata wasn't seeing Neji, she was seeing her rival. I will not lose Naruto to her. Hinata thought. Neji charged in again. You're in my range. As he was about to strike Hinata, rotation. Hinata deflects Neji's strikes, causing him to lose his balance. Sorry Neji, but this match is over. With rapid quick strikes, Hinata struck Neji in all of his chakra points. As she makes the last strike, Neji falls to the ground. Time seems to stop. Everyone from Hiyashi to even some of the elders were shocked. Did she just? An elder asked. Yes, I think she did. Way to go, big sister. Hanabi cheered. Hitomi, our daughter has become strong, you would be so proud of her. Hiyashi thought. Hiyashi approached Hinata and Neji, a very impressive display by both of you. Hinata started to release all of Neji's chakra points. Thank you, father. Hinata, come with me. She followed Hiyashi into the clan vault. There he pulls out a large scroll and hands it to Hinata. This the final level of the gentle fist. You need near flawless control to use this attack. If you make a single mistake, the attack will fail. I will treat this scroll with respect, father. I know you will. Flashback ends. Both Azula and Hinata were covered in bruises and have a smile of their face. Sorry Azula, but this ends now. Chakra begun to form around Hinata's fists as she charged in again. Azula dodges several attacks, but Hinata caught her at a right hook and then Hinata quickly followed up. Gentle fist, twin lion fists. The next strike sent Azula flying several feet back. Many people including Naruto was surprised. The Hyuga elder cheer, winner Hin. Enko said. A loud gasp could be heard from the stands, causing all eyes to focus on Azula. As she slowly got to her feet. That's impossible, a Hyuga elder shouted. You should be out of chakra after being hit with that. Other elder shouted. Azula spat out blood. I hate to admit it, Hinata, that was a great move. If I had chakra I would have been down for the count. Since you showed me your conviction, it's time I showed you mine. She grins. Azula's amber golden eyes started to glow brightly. Naruto senses energy all around him being drawn into Azula. Wait, is this sage chakra? He thought. Not sage chakra kit, but the energy from nature itself. Kurama said. The area around the arena begun to insanely hot, ice and people's drink melted in an instant. What is this? Hinata thought. She starts sweating, as the drops falls off Hinata's face. The drops of water evaporate before they hit the ground. Flashback day 1 of training. Azula and Ryazetsu gone to a training field besides the Forest of Death. If I may ask, Lady Azula, why chosen me to help you train? I need your help with something. Back when the girls challenged me, I tapped into something. Into what? Something before that time I thought it was a legend. Only 2 people was able to reach that level of power. Avatar Fenikusu of the Sun Warriors and Avatar Yurioki of the North Water Tribes. Aren't both of them the only avatars that didn't use the avatar state? Yes, I assumed it's because of this. Flashback ends. I don't have a name for this. From what I learned during the month of training, our world is covered by a natural field of nature energy. I was able to tap into this field and greatly enhance my fire and lightning bending. This is just like what happened during my training with Avatar Yoruichi. She used the nature energy to cause all of the water around her to freeze to ice instantly. Even her ice attack was greatly enhanced. Naruto thought. Not wanting to kill Hinata, Azula decided to prove her point and target the large boulder next to her. Azula's dark blue-purple flames melts the boulder. This is crazy, it's too hot. Hinata thought as she passed out from the heat. Enko checks on Hinata, winner Azula by knockout. Azula's eyes stopped glowing. You have done well, Hinata. You have my respect. Azula decides to follow Hinata out of the ring, so they could have a private chat. The elders were pleased. While she lost, she did prove herself to be worthy. We will make the announcement tomorrow. Azula, I owe you a huge debt for saving my daughter. Hiyashi thought. Naruto decides to cool everyone off by causing a mist of cool water over the arena. Thanks, brat. Enko grins. No problem. Azula goes to the semifinals with Gaara. 10-minute break before we go the semifinal matches. First match will be announced shortly. Outside of Konoha. Zen of the Kumo Thunderbirds approach the front gates of Konoha. Name and reason for your business. Zen of the Kumo Thunderbirds. I have special permission to speak with Tsunade Senju. She is currently watching the Chunin exam finals. She asks that you please wait at a hotel. An ANBU will fetch you when she is ready. I understand. Stadium, medical room. Hinata wakes up feeling a cool rag to her forehead. She looks and sees Azula trying to cool her off. Sorry about that, I am still learning to use that form. Was this your plan to make me get stronger? Hinata asked. Yes, Naruto told me what your clan elders would do if you failed to impress them. So, I decided to aid you in your growth. Hinata sits up. As a matriarch you must protect all members of your family. Even your sister wives. I knew you deeply care for Naruto, so I have no objections for you to become one of his wives. To that end I decided to protect you as well. By becoming my rival. Yes. Hinata sighs as she lets go of her anger for Azula. I forgive you, Azula. Thank you. Attention all contestants still in the exam, report to the ring. I need to go. Hinata gets out of bed. Would you object of me moving in with you and Naruto? No. Stadium. The final 8 matches were announced as the following. Naruto vs Kiba, Azula vs Mei Terumi, Neji vs Rock Lee, Gaara vs Yugito Ni, Temari vs Shizuka, Kankuro vs Shino and Ino vs Karui. So, if I defeat Kiba, I will face either Neji or Rock Lee. Naruto thought. I was hoping to fight you. Kiba grins. First match, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze vs Kiba in Izuka. Other contestants return to the waiting area. Azula kiss Naruto on the cheek before she leaves. Alright then. Hinata takes her seat next to Hiyashi and Hanabi. You have done well, Hinata. Thank you, father. I couldn't beat Azula. Nonetheless, I am proud of you. Be careful, Naruto. Hinata thought. Round 1 begins. Enko shouted as she jumps back. Chapter 9. Day before Naruto started training to Yuya. Naruto enters the ANBU hold cells. In one of the cells was Kuretsuchi, in a straitjacket and several chakra suppression seals on her. It's funny, this was the last thing I wanted. Kuretsuchi glares at Naruto, what do you want, bastard? Naruto shows Kuretsuchi the scroll daimyo sent to his daimyo. No, this is not possible. I will never become your plaything. I will not bear your children either. That's not what I want, I am offering you a fresh start. You won't be hunted by Konoha, Suna or Kiri ever again. You will let me go back to Iwa. Sorry, but Iwa is gone. Kuretsuchi's eyes widen. What? Your grandfather killed Daimyo Kaiser. He's also dead. No, you're a liar. Sorry, it is true. Kit, she will never accept your offer willingly. Kurama said. Naruto sighs as he pulls out a small piece of paper. What are you doing? Shizune was talking to several ANBU outside of the cells. When there was an explosion, Shizune and the ANBU enters the cell block and sees Naruto laying on the ground. The cell door on top of him. Shizune and the ANBU helps get the door off of Naruto. You okay, Naruto? Ouch, I can't believe she did that. Shizune looks in the cell and sees a pile of ash. What happened? She'd taken her own life, she tried to take me with her. You will need to fill out a report of what happened. Sorry Ba-chan, this was the only way. He thought. Phoenix Island Hospital. Envoy Hoshi and Naruto was in the hospital room. Kuretsuchi was in a hospital bed, in a coma-like state. I am sorry to drag you into this. Avatar Naruto, this is a selfless act. I have no problem looking after the girl. Thanks to that bastard Zhao, I am the last of my line. I am sorry. It's alright, that bastard got what he deserved. Will she remember her past life? No, I placed a memory suppression seal on her. I even sealed away her bloodlines and chakra network. I want her to have a fresh start. She will never have to worry about being hunted by anyone from the elemental nations. When will she wake up? Just pull the tag off her forehead, she will wake up quickly. Out of guilt, Naruto decides to give something back to Kuretsuchi. He enters the avatar state and placed his hand on her head. After a minute, Naruto's eyes return to normal. I gave her the ability to bend, I don't know which of the 4 elements she will have. Leave the cover story to me. I will look after her as if she is my own granddaughter. Naruto nods before he looks at Kuretsuchi. For what this is worth, I am truly sorry for what happened. May you find peace and love in your new life, free of being hunted of your enemies of your past life. Naruto disappeared in a yellow flash. Flashback before Naruto-Kiba's match. Kiba decided to keep a close eye on Naruto's matches. If he wants to test Naruto's worthy of Hinata, it was important. Both Sum and Henna were a little concerned by the way Kiba was acting as of late. Naruto jumps back as he draws his tanto. Naruto uses a sword now. Tenten asked. Lightning release, lightning ball. Naruto jumps to the left to avoid the first lightning ball, then he cuts through the second one. This surprised Samui and the other Kumo ninja. I never seen a sword cut through a jutsu like that. What kind of metal is that sword made of? The Raikage asked. Naruto charge at Samu, she fires several lightning jutsu. Naruto jumps over the last attack. Samu's eyes widen as Naruto holds her by her waist with his left hand, while holding his tanto at her throat. Surrender, this match is mine, beautiful. Samu blush, I yield. Winner Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Naruto lowers his sword as he bows to Samu before leaving. He's reached to a level one thought was beyond his reach. Well then, I will take our match seriously, Kiba thought. Flashback ends. Naruto looked to Akamaru. Hey Akamaru, why don't you sit this one out? Your partner and I have unfinished business. Akamaru looks at Kiba. It will be alright, boy. I got this. Little brother, what are you doing? Henna thought. As Akamaru leaves the ring, Naruto takes off his father's cloak and tanto. Many of the women in the crowd sees Naruto's well-toned arms. Has Naruto always been this fit? Tenten thought as she blushed. Well then, shall we? Naruto grins. Kiba returns the grin as he lowers himself, fang over fang. Kiba launch himself at his opponent. Naruto steps to the side avoiding Kiba. I must remember the timing. Naruto thought. After a few minutes, people were wondering what Naruto was planning. All Naruto is doing was avoiding Kiba's attacks. Azula was confused like the others. He could easily defeat Kiba with his bending. Naruto, what are you doing? She thought. After the last attack, Kiba was winded and growing frustrated. Why are you not fighting me? Naruto grins, it's called strategy. Kiba bits his hand trying to calm himself. Now, Naruto thought. He charges Kiba with a rasengan in hand, rasengan. Kiba jumps out of the way causing Naruto to grin, wind release, wind cutter. Naruto launched a sharp blade of wind at Kiba. He barely dodged it. With a wave of Naruto's hand, the speed and power of his attack increased. The jutsu sliced through the tree causing it to fall. Kiba paled. If I didn't avoid that, it would have killed me. No, not really, I used only 1% of my chakra to make that attack. All eyes were on Naruto. Once you jumped clear, I decided to make a point. So I used air bending to increase my attack's power. Air bending? What's that? A civilian asked. Many of the civilians were confused, the Raikage was intrigued. Naruto charged Kiba and throws several quick punches and kicks. Kiba easily avoids them and punch Naruto in the gut. Both of them has a grin. Sum herself grins. Now I see, both of them wants to settle this matter. She thought. Hinata was on edge of her watching Naruto to be sent flying by Kiba. Naruto spins in the air allowing him to land on his feet. Naruto sees ice remaining from Haku's match with Mei. This will be interesting, Naruto thought. Naruto begun to move his hands in a circle motion. What is he doing? Henna asked. The ice begun to shake as it transforms into water and forms a ring around Naruto. What the hell? Kiba, Henna and Sum shouted. Kiba, you are a worthy rival and friend. Out of that respect, I am going to finish this match right now. Naruto throws several punches, causes block of ice to fly out of the water and towards Kiba. Most of the people were blown away by the display. Kiba was surprised and is hit by the first block of ice. Wait, you mean if I become a water bending, I can still use ice? Haku thought. As the ring got smaller, Naruto had an idea. With little water left, Naruto forms a rasengan, then channels the last of the water into it. The rasengan changed form into a sphere of water. Naruto placed drop of blood into it, then quickly makes a level 4 suppression seal. Fang over Fang. Sorry, but after the last attack I know your timing, he thought. Naruto jumps to the right, avoiding Kiba. He then slams the rasengan into Kiba's gut. The seal activates. The water changed shape and forms binding round Kiba. Both his chakra and strength begun to zap by the seal. Kiba falls to the ground. I enjoyed our fight, Kiba. You should be proud. Winner Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Naruto released his seal on Kiba, then helps him to his feet. Take care of Hinata. I will, I promise. Next match, Azula vs Mei Terumi. Azula and Mei enters the ring. Outside of the stadium. Kabuto watches from a few building tops away. That seal should activate any time now. It will be interesting to see how the curse mark will affect a Jinchuriki, he thought. Waiting area. Yugito watched two contestants that might be her future opponents. Haku jumps back to avoid Mei's attack. The curse seal on Yugito's back was being suppressed by a delayed seal. After receiving the release command, the seal slowly starts to fade. Kitten, are you alright? Nibby asked. Not sure, I have a bad feeling something is going to happen, Yugito thought. Naruto decided to focus on the match instead of his guilt. Kit, you need to let this go. You done a good thing, Kurama said. Did I? I ruined Kuretsuchi's life, then I lied to a woman whom I deeply care for, Naruto thought. Ice release, ice spear. Mei easily dodges Haku's ice. Damn it, even back in Kiri I couldn't hit her with my ice. She reminds me of Azula. Beautiful, strong and deadly. In many ways she's Azula's equal. Is that what Azula secretly desires? Haku thought. Enough games. Haku quickly goes through hand signs, ice release, demonic ice mirrors. Ice mirror forms around Mei. I am ending this now. Flashback, Kiri before the invasion. Before the invasion, Haku decided to put to rest a painful chapter in her life. Haku, Mei and Naruto goes to Haku's family home. Mei decides to wait outside to keep watch. Haku enters her home. To her dismay, her mother and father's bodies are still where they died. I am sorry, I couldn't save you, mother. Tears start to roll down her face. She felt someone hug her from behind. She looks over her shoulder. Naruto has a sad smile on his face with tears in his eyes. Haku turns around and hugs Naruto. She starts crying. It will be alright, Haku, I am here for you. After several minutes, Haku calms down enough to break the hug. Naruto approached Haku's mother, then bows. Haku's mother, my name is Naruto Uzumaki. I am dear friend of your daughter. Please rest easy, I will look after her, and protect her with my life. Naruto finds a bed sheet and starts wrapping Haku's mother with it. I will see that your mother will be given a good resting place. Haku wipes her tears away. Thank you, Naruto. Naruto goes outside to find a place to bury Haku's mother. Haku walks past her father's body and goes into her parents' room. She walks over to a cabinet and pulls it away from the wall. There was a hidden panel near the floor. Haku bends down and opens the panel. Inside was all of the scrolls of her clan and a letter. My dearest daughter. If you're reading this, then that means I am gone. I hope you live a full life and have many children. If you chose the path of a kunoichi, then please use these scrolls. These are what is left of our great clan. I pray that you find someone special and give your life meaning. Love always, your mother. A couple of tears hits the letter. Don't worry, mother. I did find someone special to me. Please watch over Naruto and me. Flashback ends. Haku jumps through the remaining ice mirror and lands several feet away. Steam fills the area. Damn it, she melted my ice again. In that case I must use one of the jutsu from mother's scrolls, Haku thought. She starts going hand signs, ice release, sanctuary of the ice goddess. A blinding flash of light fills the ring. When the light died down, Haku and Mei was gone. What the hell? Enko shouted. Naruto appeared in the ring. He pulls out a brush and ink. He starts to make a large level 10 seal on the ground. What are you doing, brat? Enko asked. I am creating a seal that will allow everyone to continue to watch the battle. Lady Tsunade. I will allow it. Naruto continues to make the seal. Pocket dimension, realm of the ice goddess. Konoha in this realm is completely covered in ice and snow. Mei was trembling from the cold. Where are we? The realm of the ice goddess. She has total domain of this realm. If you remain here for too long you will freeze to death. Mei started to tremble. It will take Naruto a few minutes to make a seal needed to view this realm. So this will get time for us to talk. Mei hugs herself trying to keep warm. About what? I assume you figured out Azula's plan, like I have. Indeed. Also, what would be required of us should Azula dies? Haku nods. I have a question, do you love Naruto? Mei asked. With all of my heart. Anyone that dares to use Naruto for their own selfish desires will die by my hands. She's just like me, she deeply cares for Naruto. Very well then, Mei thought. Mei spews lava from her mouth. The Arctic winds causes the lava to become cool and harden insanely fast. Haku jumps back as a large sheet of rock hits the ground where Haku was standing. Damn it, the cold wind has nullified my lava release. I will need to be almost point-blank range to use it. Mei thought. Mei goes through hand signs, fire release, cloak of the phoenix. A cloak of flames covers Mei. That's better, so nice and warm. Mei grins. Haku's eye twitch. Ice release, ice golem. Enlarged figure of ice begun to form, get her. The ice golem roars as it charges at Mei. Stadium. Naruto finishes the seal, a beam of light shots up into the air. Then forms a view screen, allowing everyone to continue the fight. Ice realm. Even with the cloak of fire, Mei was starting to slow down thanks to the cold wind. My lungs feel like they're on fire. Mei thought. Mei approached Haku and launched more lava at her. Oh crap, she thought. Haku quickly goes through hand signs, ice release, goddess kiss. A stream of cold wind launches from Haku's hand and covers the lava. The vision was obscured for a moment by the ice, snow and wind. When it clears, Haku was encased in rock, leaving her head and one hand freed. Mei approached Haku and placed a kunai at her neck. This match is over, but I must admit you have gotten much stronger, Haku. Should the day come that I must take Azula's place, I name you my equal. Haku's eyes widen. So both of them realized my plan. Naruto and the others will be in good hands should anything happens to me. Azula thought. Release. Both Mei and Haku returns to the stadium. Winner Mei Terumi. Using his earth-bending, Naruto frees Haku from her prison. Both of you done an amazing job. Naruto kissed both girls on the cheek, thank you. Haku and Mei follows Naruto back to the waiting area. You are welcome to join the Uzumaki clan, Haku. As one of my sister wives, Haku. She sighs knowing that she lost, but she will accept it, thank you Lady Mei. Flashback ends. Azula coughs up blood. Damn it, Naruto is going to give me a lecture for not telling him about my injury. She thought. Water style, water bullet. Mei launched a water bullet at Azula. I was right to name Haku my equal. That phoenix cloak costed me of more chakra than I thought. Mei thought. Let's end this, Azula. Azula eye begun to shine brightly. She's using that form again. Well, I have enough just for that jutsu. Mei thought. Water release, water dragon jutsu. Azula and Mei launched their final attack at each other. Steam filled with ring for a few seconds. When the steam cleared, both Azula and Mei were laying on the ground. Both contestants are knocked out, the match is a draw. Naruto jumps down to check on Azula and Mei as the medics takes them to the medical room. Naruto creates a shadow clone to go treat them. Next match, Neji vs Rock Lee. Both contestants enter the ring. As Naruto passed Rock Lee, don't use the gates. You're still in therapy. Thanks for your concern, Naruto. But I need to fight him at my best. It's my dream to show my rival that hard work can beat a genius. Naruto sighs, very well, if you get injured too bad, I got a healing technique that will help. Yosh. Thank you, Naruto. Lee grins. What are the odds of your friend going back to the hospital? Kurama asked. 75%. He re-injured his leg during his fight with the Orochimaru's minion. He left therapy so he can take part in the Chunin exams. Ba-chan is going to be pissed when she found out about this. Naruto thought. I guess you will need to heal him after the match is over. Kurama said. Naruto nods as he leaves the ring. Healing ward. 30 minutes later. Naruto is healing Azula with his water healing technique. There you go. I was able to heal your 3 broken ribs. Thank you. I am surprised you're not giving me a lecture. The next time I do something stupid, I want you to remember this moment. Azula nods as Naruto kissed her on the back of the neck. How's Makoto? Naruto looks over to his left and sees Makoto in the bed. I healed all of her electrical burns. The Raikage's daughter done a number on her. She should have told me she was going blind. She meant well, Naruto. I know. It will take several treatments before her eyesight to return to normal. Winner Neji Hyuga. Naruto sighs as he creates a shadow clone. Naruto pulls out a seal. Wait here for Lee. Put this seal on him and don't remove it until you fully heal him. The clone nods. I need to return to the waiting area. Azula gets up and follows Naruto out of the room. Stadium. Azula decides to sit with Hinata, her father and sister. Thank you. Hiyashi gives Azula a bow. Welcome Azula, if it's alright I wish to talk to you later on. Of course Lord Hiyashi. Orochimaru's hideout. Orochimaru looks over the report Kabito sent him. Yes, this will give Sasuke focus on his training, he thought. Orochimaru enters the training arena. Fire style, Grand Fireball Jutsu. Sasuke launched a massive fireball at several Orochimaru's failed test subjects, turning them into ashes. Sakura bolts through a huge swarm of test subjects and destroys them with the bone claws from her forearms. She quickly slices them into ribbons. Orochimaru claps, causing both Sasuke and Sakura to look in his direction. You both are making progress. But you still have a long road ahead to kill Itachi. Why are you here Orochimaru? He hands Sasuke the report. Sasuke smiles, very well. Sasuke walks away. That's right, get stronger dope, I will enjoy killing you. He thought. Stadium, Gaara vs Yugito. The match hasn't even started yet and Yugito was sweating. Kitten, are you alright? Nibi asked. No, something's wrong with my chakra. It feels like something is corrupting it. Yugito thought. Sensing the chakra, Kabito grins, took her long enough. Naruto sensed it as well. Kurama. He thought. Yes, kid, I sense. It's coming from the girl. Kurama said. A purple aura forms around Yugito as the first stage curse mark appears. Naruto stands up, this is bad. Naruto summons several shadow clones, evac the daimyo and the audience at once. The clones nods as they disappear in a yellow flash. Within seconds the entire audience was taken away to a safe location. Naruto jumps down into the ring. These exams are over, Gaara step away from the girl. Yugito roars as she transforms into the two-tailed beast state. Tsunade jumps down and joins them. Naruto. Haku sent us to where you fought Mei. She goes through hand signs, ice release, sanctuary of the ice goddess. Ice realm. Naruto, Tsunade, Gaara, Haku and Yugito was sent to the ice realm. How was she infected by that snake bastard? Tsunade asked. Yugito in her two-tailed beast form was covered dark purple flames. It seems our sister needs our help. Indeed. Does your partner Shukaku have any objections in helping? No. Lady Tsunade, stand behind me. Gaara said. Haku, back up Gaara. What about you? Tsunade asked. Naruto draws his tanto, I need to keep her focused on me. No offense but I have the better chance on outlasting her. Focus on her legs. Tsunade, Gaara and Haku nods as Yugito charged them. 3 miles outside of Konoha. Kabito arrives at the meeting point. There a young man with a false smile waits for him. I done what your master asked for. Lord Danzo will be pleased. The young man tossed a small bag to Kabito. Until next time. Why would Orochimaru wants DNA samples of Itachi Uchiha? Kabito thought. Ice realm. Haku used her ice to shield Gaara from a massive fireball while Tsunade throws large boulders. Thank you. Haku nods as she goes through hand signs. Ice release, demonic ice mirrors. Ice mirrors forms around Yugito, ice release, goddess kiss. Streams of ice and strong cold wind pours out of Haku's ice mirrors. Yugito roars as the flames around her started to recede. Gaara goes through hand signs, sand tsunami. The ground under Yugito's feet turns into sand and she begun to sink into the ground. Naruto using earth bending turns the sand into a rock. He charged in and slapped the seal on Yugito's forehead. Something is wrong. Why isn't this working? Naruto thought. Yugito's mindscape. Yugito appears in front of the two tails, help me kitten. I am being removed. Nibi. An evil laugh comes from behind Yugito, she's mine now. Ice realm. The curse mark begun to shine brightly causing Yugito to scream. Orochimaru started to emerge from the curse mark. As he emerges all of the two tails chakra is being drawn out of Yugito's body. Yugito screams as the last of the Nibi is pulls out of her. I should have known you were behind this. Naruto growled. Naruto unlocks the ground causing it to return to sand. As Yugito tries to get to her feet she senses something behind her. As she turns around Orochimaru was bringing down his hand. Tsunade pushes Yugito out of the way. Tsunade was sent flying, blood from 3 large claw marks pours out of her body. Tsunade. Naruto shouted. As she tries to use her seal, she felt her chakra network tear under the stress. Oh, that's right, how could I forget? She thought. Flashback 2 weeks before the finals. Shizune enters the office, you wanted to see me. Tsunade sighs, I did some tests today, my time is almost up. Shizune's eyes widen, what? Because of my seal it shortened my life, since I used it to fight Orochimaru last time. How long do you have? Tsunade sighs, I got enough time to name Naruto as my successor. Are you also going to tell him how you feel about him? No. Lady Tsunade, we can't control who our heart falls in love with. What matters is how you act. Tsunade looks down at her desk. Flashback ends. Tsunade crashes into a large building of ice. The impact caused the building to collapse. Naruto creates a shadow clone to go check on Tsunade. Guys, be careful, he consumed the Two Tails chakra. He's far more deadly than he was before. Naruto received the memories of the shadow clone. Tears begun to pour down his face. Damn you, snake bastard, Naruto growled. Tsunade? Gaara asked. Naruto shook his head. She's gone. If only. Guys, keep him busy. I have an idea. Naruto enters Sage mode, then summons 4 Sage-enhanced clones. Gaara, Haku and the clones begun their assault on Orochimaru. Naruto disappeared into a yellow flash. Kid, you not going to do what I think you are? Kurama asked. Naruto appeared next to the remains of the building Tsunade destroyed. She was impaled by several large spikes of ice. As she died, her henge stopped, revealing an elderly Tsunade. Naruto looks into Tsunade's lifeless eyes. He then uses water bending to remove the ice from Tsunade's body. Her body drops to the ground. Naruto has tears rolling down his face as he approached her body. Naruto holds up his right hand with his index and middle finger pointed at Tsunade. A blue Shinigami seal appeared at Naruto's feet. I knew it, Kurama said. Flashback: Naruto's training with Avatar Yoruichi after second round. After being the brutal beating, Yoruichi allows Naruto to take a short break. He goes to his grandfather, who is having tea with a woman with long white hair. She is dressed in a white robes of a shrine maiden. Naruto decided to pay me a visit during your break. Grandfather, who is this woman? Benimaru chuckled. Where are my manners, Naruto? This is Misaki, my familiar. Misaki bows to Naruto while he raised an eyebrow. What? Benimaru chuckled. In my past life as Asura Otsutsuki, I found Misaki on death's door. Thanks to the knowledge of ancient Shinigami seals, I made her my familiar. What was the cost? Benimaru grins. Smart boy, Misaki was killed before her destined time to die. Misaki died 10 years too early. For me to make her my familiar, I had to pay the Shinigami the remaining year's own. I see, so is Misaki still your familiar? Each time Asura was reincarnated, I would be reborn as well. I seek him out. I have all of the memories of my past lives. Is there a way to learn this right? Flashback ends. Kit, are you sure you want to do this? You know the price by going through with this, Kurama said. As a blue chakra forms as a point at Naruto's fingertips, 2 small strains of life force pour out him and enters the seal at his feet. Damn Kit, are you the god of luck? Kurama said. A white cloth begun to wrap around Tsunade's body. Spirit lost in this world. You have nowhere to go nor have the power to return to your body. Naruto moves his hand through the air, creating an Uzumaki swirl with the 4 elements within. Bearing this seal on your soul will allow you to remain in the world of the living. As my familiar. From this time until the end of time, you belong to me. Rise Tsunade Senju, my familiar. Golden seals of the Shinigami appears on the cloth and light begun to leak out. The light blinds Naruto for a moment until the white cloth unravels, revealing a beautiful young woman, Naruto's age, all of her wounds fully healed. Instead of her normal clothes, Tsunade was wearing a pure white robe. On Tsunade's right arm was the seal Naruto created for her. As Tsunade opens her eyes, Naruto hugs her. Thank goodness this worked. Naruto, she asked. Thank you, Grandfather Benimaru, he thought. Tsunade's eyes widened as she heard Naruto's thoughts. Naruto, what did you just do? You died. To save you, I used an ancient Uzumaki rite. I made you my familiar. Tsunade's eyes widened. You did what? Naruto, that ritual has not been performed since the founding of the Uzumaki clan. How much life force did you waste it on me? Kurama. Kurama appears on Naruto's shoulder. He sacrificed 2 days. Tsunade's jaw dropped. I only had 2 days left. We will have a discussion about this later on. Yes, Suna-chan. Tsunade smiles. I will tell Naruto later, she thought. Tell me what? Tsunade's eyes widen. Please tell me there's a seal to block you from hearing my thoughts. Naruto points to the seal on Tsunade's arm. Take your finger with some chakra and tap that seal. Tsunade looks at her arm. This. Yes, if you do that, both of us won't share our thoughts. Once she tapped the seal, Tsunade used her special henge. She now back to her original appearance. Center of Konoha, Ice Realm. Gaara was using Shukaku's chakra to keep Yugito alive. Naruto and Tsunade appeared next to them. You have done well, little brother, Kurama said. I don't know if this is helping her, Gaara said. Naruto pulls out some ink and a brush. He kneels down next to her. Haku was sent flying. Before she hit a wall, a shadow clone caught her. Thank you. Naruto looks at Yugito, who is barely clinging to life. Sorry, but I need to put a new seal on you. I understand. Naruto lifts up Yugito's shirt and puts a new seal on her stomach. Kurama. Yes, Kit. Kurama asked. Once I finish, I will need you to transfer some of your chakra into her. Kurama closes his eye. Kit, I don't sense Nibi's soul within this girl. Save her from that bastard. Kurama growls. I will. Naruto sent a command. One of his shadow clones appeared next to them. Naruto channels some of Kurama's chakra into her body. Finish the seal. I will handle Orochimaru myself. The clone nods. Haku. She appears next to Naruto. Yes. Take everyone back to Konoha, I will deal with Orochimaru. But. Now Haku. Naruto said in a firm tone. Very well, I will return to get you. Release. Haku, Yugito, Gaara, Tsunade and the remaining shadow clone disappeared. Naruto draws his tanto and approached Orochimaru. Ah, you decided to face me yourself, have you? Orochimaru grins. You're done, harming people I care about. Chapter 10. North Pole. 3 months before Nine Tails' attack on Konoha. Princess Yu, the 13th future monarch of the North Pole, saw the damage the Ice Kraken has done. Unlike the last city that the Ice Kraken sank below the ice, the city of Permafrost was still standing. How bad? The princess asked. Her two advisors Tonrak and Unalak approached her. Both of the brothers are 21 years old. Most of the city was crushed by the Kraken's tentacles, my princess. Unalak said. Buildings that can be rebuilt, the people are more important. Tonrak said. Was it the Permafrost defenders that stopped the Ice Kraken? No, my princess, it was a young man that done it. Unalak said. How? We are still trying to find out how the young man driven away the Kraken. But he done some damage to the creature. Tonrak said. I want to talk to him. Princess Yu said. Tonrak sighed. At the moment that is not possible, he was stung by several of the Kraken's barbs. He's in a coma at the moment. He might be the only one that could kill the Kraken. We will bring him with us. Yes, my princess. The brothers said. My princess, what about the people? Once the Kraken heals its wounds it will return to finish destroying Permafrost. Tonrak asked. Have the survivors brought back to Glacier, there they will get medical care and food. A long caravan of hundreds of people were walking towards several large mountains. Several polar bear dogs are pulling carts of injured people that couldn't walk. The young man that saved the people of Permafrost was in the first cart. Princess Yu, Tonrak and Unalak on their polar bear dog approached the cart. She sees a young man with spiky blonde hair and whisker marks on his cheeks and wearing strong clothing. How is he? His fever broke an hour ago, so he will make it. Good, I have questions for him to answer after he recovers. My lady, you should know he's a firebender. You, Tonrak and Unalak's eyes widen. I see. This man saved my pregnant wife and children. I beg you, please show him mercy when you judge him. He saved our people from that monster. So, I know he's not a threat to us. Make sure he survives, we will need answers in the coming days. Yes, my princess. Do you want them now? Yu looks down and sees the man is awake. How are you? She asked. Besides this massive headache, I am doing fine. Did I stop it? For now, once its wounds are healed it will return to destroy Permafrost. Damn it. The injured man puts his hand on Naruto's shoulder. Thank you for saving my family. You're welcome. What's your name? Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, my lady. Yu smiles. Naruto, what are you doing here? He sighs. It's a long story. We got a few hours before we get to the capital. Very well. Flashback. Konoha Ice Realm. A dance of light could be seen over the frozen village of Konoha. Each strike of Naruto and Orochimaru's sword sends sparks everywhere. Both of them lands in the Team 7 training field. Naruto charged Orochimaru and swings his tanto again. After more sparks flies, Naruto disappeared in a yellow flash. He appeared behind Orochimaru, then starts water bending the frozen lake. A massive ring of water forms around Naruto. In quick strikes launched dozens spheres of water at Orochimaru. As water fly through the air the cold wind turns them to ice. After being pelted by several of the ice balls Orochimaru was getting angry. Stop throwing ice at me. Naruto enters the avatar state. I am not going to fight on your terms, not after all you have done. Naruto spins around causing the ring of water transforms into 100 drill-shaped water. He then launched them. Orochimaru using the two tails chakra transforms into a large cat. Naruto, you need to be careful. I don't know if his cursed chakra would have an effect on the avatar state. Rava said. Good point. Naruto switched from avatar state to sage mode. He then jumps out of the way of a charging Orochimaru. Naruto stomps the ground, causing several large boulders to pop out of the ground. He then launches the boulders at Orochimaru. He barely avoids the flaming tails, forms a rasengan in his hand. Then channels wind chakra into it. Rasenshuriken. Naruto throws it and hits Orochimaru in the back. Ah! Orochimaru was sent flying as parts of his body was being destroyed by Naruto's jutsu. As Orochimaru tries to get up to his feet, Naruto appeared behind him. He goes through quick hand size, then plung his hand into Orochimaru. Ah! Orochimaru screamed. Naruto pulls out the soul of the Nibi and only small fragments of her chakra. Damn it, not enough, he thought. Kid, it's enough to save both Nibi and her vessel. I will just need to give more of my chakra to Nibi. Kurama said. Naruto summons a sage-enhanced shadow clone. Before passing it to the clone, Kurama begun to channel his chakra into Naruto's hands. The small ball of fire begun to grow. You will be fine now. Kurama said. Thank you, Kurama and Naruto. Nibi said. Naruto hands his clone the ball of flames. Haku. A few moments later Haku appeared. Naruto. Take my clone back. Yugito and Nibi don't have much time left. Haku nods as her and the clone left. Orochimaru stands up to his feet. The Nibi's chakra begun to burn him. What's going on? He asked. Without the soul of the Nibi in this realm, her chakra is melting down. I'd say you have a few moments before you turn to a pile of ashes. Too bad you're not the real Orochimaru, but I will settle for a fragment. Damn you. A thought came to mind, causing Naruto to smile. He flashed behind Orochimaru and placed a seal tag on the back of his head. The flames receded. Naruto then knocks Orochimaru out. A small bird of ice chirped, causing Naruto to look up. I see. He thought. Just a moment. Naruto puts Orochimaru into a storage seal. The Raikage will want to deal with you himself. Once Naruto puts the scroll away, he followed the bird. He made several shadow clones to repair the damage to Konoha in this realm. The bird led Naruto to a large palace of ice at the top of Hokage Monument. Inside was beautiful ice carvings and ice pillars. He enters an altar-like room, where a massive ice scalper of a massive bird rests. As Naruto approached it, he bows. Did you summon me? My lady. The bird began to glow and change into a massive eagle of ice. You have very beautiful wings. Thank you. It has been a very long time for the avatar to enter my domain. I am sorry for the damage we caused in our battle. Thankfully you relocated the battle outside of the village. None of my children were harmed. So, you're forgiven of that sin. Normally when a person dies in this realm, they become one of my children. I see. However, I have need of your aid in an important matter. Do this and your debt to me is paid in full. Naruto nods. On top of your world there's a massive continent of ice. There my children live since their exile by Zhao. You know about that. It's the talk of the town in the realm of the gods. One of my children, Senna, who prays to me to inform me of the dangers that plagued her people. A great beast known as the Ice Kraken has been destroying the water tribe's homes and eating my children. Originally there were 12 cities on the North Pole, now there is only one. It's only days before they share that horrible fate. What would you have me do, my lady? A small hourglass appeared in front of Naruto. I am owed a huge favor by the god of time, so he will allow me to use this. You will be sent into the past to slay the Ice Kraken. Once the mission is over then you will be returned to your Konoha. I understand. The sand in the hourglass began to pour, causing Naruto to glow for a moment before he disappeared. Good luck, Avatar Naruto. I hope that you will be able to save my children. Flashback ends. The ice goddess sent you? Tonrak asked. Yes, although being almost 20 years in the past is a bit unsettling. Why did she send you into the past? Why not send you to us in your time? Unalak asked. By the time I would have got here all of you would have been dead. Yu's eyes widen. I see. So that means the settlements, the major cities and Glacier has fallen. There's still time to stop that from happening, my lady. Yu smiles. Thank you, Naruto. He sits up. With that in mind, I have a few questions about the Ice Kraken. Tonrak. Yes, my princes. Flashback 10 years ago. Crystal, a small mining town near east edge of the North Pole. All of the building made of snow and metal. The town harvest a metal known as Kori, a metal that has many uses. Its light is a feather and is stronger than steel. It has a beautiful color that resembles blue ice. A 7-year-old Tonrak leaves his home with a bag in hand. Hey Tonrak, did Taiki forget his lunch again? A miner asked. Tonrak groans, causing the miner to laugh. I swear your father would lose his head if it wasn't screwed on. Where is my father? In his office. Off in the distance cracks begun to form, moving towards the mining town. Father. A scruffy man with long black hair, steel blue eyes and wearing blue miner outfit. Tonrak. His son runs up to him, you forgot this again. Taiki smiles as he pats Tonrak on the head. Thank you, where's your brother? He's at home, helping mother get lunch ready. A scouting party returns to the town. The leader of the scout part goes to Taiki's office. Elder Taiki, a word if you please. Wait here. Taiki follows the scout leader up a hill and sees a massive crack in the ice heading towards the town. This is bad. If that hits the town there will be nothing left. I am worried about what could have caused it. The scout leader said. Taiki laughs, there's no way that it's the ice kraken. No one has seen it for almost 4 years. I know, but that's what my gut is telling me. The ground shakes as several massive octopus-like tentacles comes out of the ice around the town. A woman's scream caught Taiki and the scout's attention. Damn it, I hate being right. Steam begun to be emitted from the ice kraken's tentacles. The ice around the town begun to melt. Tonrak helps an elderly man to his feet as he felt water begun to rise. Everyone get out of the village. He shouted. People start to panic as more ice melts. Tonrak does his best to guide them to the hills outside of the town. Almost 40 women, children and elderly arrived safely to the hills overlooking the town. His eyes widen as he sees his home starting to sink below the ice. As he tries to go back, the elderly man grabs Tonrak's arm. No. It's too late to save them, son. But my family. Brother. Unalak with his mother arrives at the hill. Where's your father? Crystal. As Taiki and the scout arrives in the center of the town, they were surrounded by a ring of ice. They look up, seeing the town since several stories below the ice. Someone help. Taiki looks ahead of him, one of the small houses clasped. He runs to check. Hold on, we are coming. Taiki and the scout enters the destroyed home and spots a woman pinned under a metal beam. As they lift the beam off, the town stopped sinking. Taiki's eyes widen. We better hurry. Several of the miners runs towards the walls of ice, with some of their tools in hand. As the miners started to climb, several small steam holes begun to form under Taiki's feet. Get to the top as fast as you can. Don't wait for us. Tendrils comes out of the tentacles and begun to absorb the quarry metal veins and the quarry around the village. On the north wall, several miners were climbing as they got in the middle of a quarry metal vein. Tendrils comes out of the metal and started to liquefy the metal. The miners fall to their deaths as the wall they were attached to was liquefied. The surviving miners that saw that started to climb faster, trying reach the top. Taiki sighs as the buildings around them melt and sink below the water. The water was around his waist and the ice below him fully turns to water. Goddess of ice, hear my prayers. Please watch over my family and deliver us a savior to slay this beast. Tendrils pierced Taiki, the woman and the scout and begun to absorb a blue liquid out of them. The three were turned into dried husks as they sink below the water. Tonrak arrives in time to see the first miners reach the top. As they look down, all of the water is being pulled into a large beak. You alright? Tonrak shouted. The miners were about run to Tonrak, several tendrils pierced them, as turned them into husks. Tonrak's eyes widen as he runs away. Flashback ends. What do you think, Kurama? Naruto thought. Z's Kurama snored. Sleep well, buddy, Naruto thought. Does the Kraken attack the settlements around Crystal or Permafrost? Naruto asked. It leaves most of them alone. Only a small handful of settlements were attacked. From what we gathered, it would attack, eat, then sleep. Does it grow while it sleeps? He asked. Princess Yu looks Tonrak and Unalak. That would explain how it grown since the attack on our home brother. Unalak said. We need more information, Tonrak said. Got that part covered. Shadow clone jutsu. 100 shadow clones appeared, causing everyone's jaw to drop. Don't worry, I am not going to attack you. Do you have map of the North Pole? Tonrak has a sweat drop. Sure. He pulls out a map and shows Naruto and the clones. After getting directions where to go, the clones took off. How does these clones of your work? Unalak asked. Along being a bender, I have chakra. It allows me to do many things. The shadow clones are used for gathering information. When they are done, we will have an idea of what the Kraken capable of. An hour later, the caravan of people reached the base of a mountain. They entered into a large cave where a large door of quarry. Several warriors appeared. My princess. Captain, please inform the hospitals that we have wounded. Yes, my princess. The guard bows before he runs through a doorway. The quarry metal doors opens, revealing a large elevator. Naruto, healed enough from his battle, gets out of the cart. He starts helping the other injured people. Princess Yu, Tonrak and Unalak were surprised by this. Thank you, an injured woman said. He nods. You're welcome, ma'am. Naruto, come here. Once he finished helping the people out of the cart, Naruto follows Princess Yu into the elevator. I have something to show you. Once the elevator was full, it lowered into a massive cavern. When Naruto saw it, he was in awe. The cavern was large enough to fit Konoha, Suna and Kiri into it. A beautiful city of ices covered the entire floor of the cavern with a large palace of ice at the north. Kori laced along the walls and ceiling of the cavern, it shined brightly. It almost reminds Naruto of stars in the night sky. Very beautiful. Princess Yu smiles seeing Naruto's response. Thank you. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, welcome to Glacier capital city of the water tribes. Once the elevator reached the ground level, many people were waiting. As the injured was being taken off of the elevator, Princess Yu, Tonrak, Unalaq and Naruto walks towards a platform. What is your next plan of action? Naruto asked. Once your clones find the beast, we can formulate a plan of action. Right now, we need to prepare our army. With respect, my princess, that's a tall order. Spears doesn't even pierce the beast's hide. Tonrak said with a sigh. There's a way around that problem. The platform starts to move towards the palace. Unalaq raised an eyebrow. How? Naruto saw some falling ice, so he water bends it before it hit the platform. He then molds it into an ice spear. You, Tonrak and Unalaq jaw dropped. What? I thought you were a fire bender. Tonrak said. Naruto grins, sorry about that, yes I am a fire bender, but I am also a wind, water and earth bender as well. That's not possible, Naruto. No one in our history had the ability to bend all four elements. Zhao must have destroyed all traces of the avatars. No matter, I will tell them about Aang and the others. He thought. It's a long story, but if you want to hear it I will tell you how I am able to bend all four elements. Time skip. There were other avatars before you? You asked. The platform reached their destination. Yes. Interesting, I will look into this later. Unalaq thought. Later, I would like to hear about some of the water avatars. If that's all right. Of course, Princess Yu. As they stepped off of the platform, several soldiers arrived. Princess Yu, the king demands your presences. Very well. You and the others follow the soldiers. The hall of the palace has beautiful ice carving and tapestry. This is very beautiful, I hope once this is over, I can see more. Naruto thought. They the doors of the throne room. Naruto, for the moment, keep your secret that you're a fire bender. Given our history it would be bad for you, if my father found out. Yu whispered. Understood, Princess Yu, but how we are going to explain my bending abilities? Leave that to me. They entered the throne room. Many elements remind Naruto of the shrine of the ice goddess. Sitting on the throne was large man in his 50s. He has gray and black hair, blue eyes and wearing a royal garb of blue. My daughter. You, Tonrak, Unalaq goes down to one knee, seeing them do that Naruto does the same. Who is this? My king, this is Avatar Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze from one of our destroyed southern settlements. He saved permafrost from the ice kraken. How? The king asked. As they rose up, Naruto has an ability to bend water, as well as the other three elements. The king laughed, daughter, you have some imagination. There has been a water bender in our tribes for 1,000 years. Let alone a bender that could bend all four elements. Naruto, please show the king what you can do. He looks at you as if she was crazy. It's alright. Naruto spots a small ice vase. He began to water bend, causing the vase to turn into water. It flies towards Naruto. He then channels the water to form a water ring. The king, Tonrak and Unalaq's jaw dropped. Yu was a little surprised herself. Even though I saw this early, it still surprises me. If Naruto said is true, this will greatly change our people. She thought. Permafrost. A squad of Naruto's clones reached the city. Most of the building were still destroyed. What do we look for? A clone asked. Anything that can give the boss the edge. Start looking. The clones scattered throughout the city, while most of the clones checked out the buildings. One of the clones found several quarry mines. What is this? The clone goes into the mine. He sees several husks of people. He bends down and sees a few drops of blue blood coming out of man's nose. That's not possible, he spoke. He walks away as the quarry on the walls begun to liquefy. The clone goes down several tunnels before he found a large chunk of quarry. So beautiful, the clone said as he picked up the ore. While he examines it, he spots several tendrils coming out of the walls. Naruto backed up, then started to run, causing the tendrils to chase after him. The clone comes to a dead end. Oh crap. When he turns around, the tendrils stopped 4 feet from him. Phew, that was close. Huh. The tendrils were aimed at the ore Naruto was holding. He raised it, causing the tendrils to rise up. Naruto then moves the ore from side to side. Watching the tendrils react. Is this what they're after? The clone thought as he rolls the ore down the tunnel. The clone watched as the tendrils liquefy the ore before residing back into the ice. How interesting, the clone said as it disperses. Outside, the other clones were looking over the damage. Found anything yet? The clone shouted. Only husks. Crystal. Naruto wanted to see the aftermath of what happened to Tonrak's home. Being in the North Pole, it made the search difficult. The area would have been covered by snow by now. With luck, one of the clones was walking when he fallen into the massive hole. Screaming as he fall. Oh good, he found it. The squad of clones begun to water bend, causing the snow to turn to water. It then flies into the air. Team 1, go to the bottom of the hole and scout. The second team will search up here. Team 1 jumps into the hole, most of them gone down to the bottom. Instead of water, they landed on ice. Massive ice tunnel leads away from the crystal. How big is that monster? Two of the clones were examining the walls where the quarry metal veins were. I don't see any claw or teeth marks. What could have done this? A clone asked. A clone approaches the clone that's in charge. Well, there is a massive tunnel leading to end from this town. We should have the boss take a look. The leader nods as he leaves a Hiraishin seal before he dispersed. Several seconds later, Naruto, Princess Yu, Tonrak and Unalak appeared in a yellow flash. Unalak throws up, sorry about that. Tonrak was trembling seeing what was left of his former home. Tonrak, Yu asked. I will be alright, my princess. I just need a few minutes to calm myself. Naruto, Yu and Unalak approached the hole. Unalak, what are those holes? Yu said as they pointed. Those should be where the quarry metal veins would have been. A clone approached them. Well, Naruto asked. We found no remains of people or any of the ore that Crystal had. Why would the beast take the quarry? Yu asked. Naruto received the memories from the clone from the mine. The Kraken seemed to be after the quarry metal. Yu raised an eyebrow. Sorry, I got the memories from one of the clones that had a close encounter with the Kraken. Naruto explained to them what happened. Tonrak was glaring at Naruto. No. He approached Naruto, then grabs him by the collar, then lifts him off his feet. Tonrak. There is no reason for these attacks if that blasted beast was after the quarry. Why would it kill our people? Given the evidence, Naruto was hoping his theory was wrong. Unless there's quarry is in your blood. Naruto said. Tonrak drops Naruto in shock. If that's true, that's bad news for us. All of the cities have quarry mines, Glacier having almost 50 quarry mines. Unalak said. When we return to Glacier, I want the doctors to examine people from Permafrost and Glacier. Yes, my princess. Tonrak approached Naruto. I am sorry for my outburst. Naruto sighed. It's all right, you had a right to be angry. Princess, is this region completely barren? After Crystal fallen, the settlements in the region relocated to Glacier region. Then that means they wouldn't mind if I use the region, he thought. Naruto then receives memories from the clones in Permafrost. Permafrost has fallen to the Kraken. Damn it, Tonrak said. Interesting enough, the tendrils from the Kraken have left my clones alone. Yu raised an eyebrow. Are there any more clones there? No. Please send more out, Naruto. Naruto summons almost 100. Which direction is Permafrost from here? That direction. Yu pointed. You heard the princess. The clones started running towards Permafrost. I hope I have enough chakra for this, he thought. Don't worry, Kit, I got you covered. Kurama yawns. You awake, Kurama, he thought. Hey, Kit, are we will in the ice goddess realm? Kurama asked. No, I will explain later. Naruto thought. We will need to return to Glacier. Naruto. Once Yu, Tonrak and Unalak touched him, they disappeared in a yellow flash. Time skip. 1 hour later. An older man with gray hair, blue eyes and wearing a doctor outfit steps out of the lab. With a clipboard in hand, he approached Princess Yu and Naruto. Dr. Chong. Princess, after reviewing the blood tests, I can confirm Naruto's theory. Yu's eyes widen. They have quarry in their blood. How is that possible? Both your advisors were from the mining tower of Crystal. Mostly likely they inhaled the dust from the quarry ore. Dr. Chong, I need you to do blood tests on several people of Glacier. Yes, my princess. Time skip. Eastern region. 4 hours later. When the clones finally arrived to where Permafrost once stood, they saw a massive hole. Teams advance. Most of the clones jumps into the hole. Once at the bottom, the teams split into 2 groups. With each group going down a different tunnel. The clones remain on the surface begun to pan out for noticeable signs of the beast. Several clones discovered the large cracks in the ice. The beast remains hidden below the ice, it only comes to the surface when it attacks. This will be useful, a clone thought. Glacier. After leaving the hospital, Tonrak offered Naruto to stay with his family for the night. They arrived as Tonrak's pregnant wife Senna finishes the dinner. Their 3-year-old daughter Korra was drawing with small wax crayons and a piece of paper. Korra smiles as her father enters the home. She gets up then runs to Tonrak and hugs him. Papa. Tonrak laughs as he picks up Korra and hugs her. Good to see you to Korra. Welcome home honey. I see we have a guest. Naruto, this is my wife Senna and daughter Korra. He bows, nice to meet you ma'am. Naruto is helping Princess Yu with a problem. He needs a place to stay for a while. Alright, I will set another plate of food. Thank you, ma'am. While at dinner Korra kept looking over to Naruto. His blonde hair was odd to her, all of the people in Glacier had dark hair. Senna saw Korra's reaction and giggled. After dinner was over Naruto was making level 9 purify seals. Senna brings Naruto a cup of coffee, thank you. Naruto what are those? Senna asked. They are a special seal of my clan, they are designed to remove harmful toxins from the body. You believe those seals could remove the Kori from our bodies? Tonrak asked. Naruto sighs, it will, but since you don't have chakra, I need to apply a catalyst for it to work. I am hoping when the problem arrives every person will be cleared of the Kori. Korra looks confused while her parents understood what the problem was. Both of them were grateful for Naruto not scaring Korra with news of the Kraken. Tomorrow, I will start to grant bending to your people. Hopefully this will aid them. Timeskip clone search party. At the end of the ice tunnel the clones come to a large opening. At the bottom was a massive squid-like creature with large tentacles. It roars as it tries to heal the missing limbs Naruto burned off with lava. The smell was so bad it caused one clone to run away to try to throw up. Damn, that's not good. A clone said as it covers his nose. Permission to disperse, I can't handle the smell. Go ahead, the boss needs to know. The clone trying to throw up disperse. Timeskip 3 weeks later. During the weeks that followed there was several attacks from the Ice Kraken. Because of Naruto's Hiraishin, the casualties were low. When he wasn't working on the purity seals, he was busy training with the water tribe. Everything Naruto learned Katara and the other water avatars, he freely taught to them. Surprisingly both Tonrak and Unalak were prodigy when it came to water bending. Hailstone, less than 20 miles from Glacier. Thanks to Naruto's clones the waterbenders' army was able to evac the city. Long before the Ice Kraken shown up. A small army of 200 waterbenders and clones wait until the beast shown up. Tonrak and Naruto were on a hill looking for cracks in the ice. I wanted to apologize to you Naruto. If it's about when you throttled me, it's fine. No, I had my doubts about you. Naruto raised an eyebrow, because I am a firebender. Tonrak sighs as he nods, it's fine. Give what happened between your people and the firebenders. I don't blame you for being wary of me. I told the king about you. Naruto looks through his spy glass, I see. I am surprised that I am not in one of your prisons or beheaded. He told me to keep a close eye on you. But after all you have done for our people, he decided to overlook you being a firebender. He wants to talk with you before you return to your time. Naruto was surprised. Well then, one less thing to worry about. Naruto received the memories of one of his scout clones. It's here. 1 mile south. To get to Hailstone from the south you would need to pass through 2 long V-shaped valleys. As the Kraken approached the first valley several dozen scouts riding polar bear dogs were waiting. On each dog was a shadow clone sitting behind the rider. With a backpack with many seals on them. It's here. Spear teams you're up, a captain shouted. As the large cracks enters the valley 80 riders comes over the hills from both sides of the valley gives chase. Come on girl, we have to protect our home. The rider shouted. Try to get ahead of it then get close to the hole. My teams will take care of the rest. Thank you, Avatar Naruto, my people are in your debt. Friends don't have debts. Rider smiles, ha. The spear teams were able to pull ahead of the Kraken. Once the team conjoined into a large V formation the clones nods. Keep your mounts at full run or you will be in the blast zone. The clones then jump off of their mounts and lands into the hole. A second later several large of explosion. Tonrak and Naruto sees the explosions from where they are standing. Spear team has completed their mission. One more valley before it reaches Hailstone. Tonrak said. Naruto sighs, it sickens me that monster is forcing us to use a city as bait. We can rebuild it once the monster is dead Naruto. I know, but it doesn't sit well with me. Me either. Second Valley. Almost 700 people were at the bottom of the second valley. Both waterbenders and Naruto's shadow clones. All of them busy setting up a trap for the Kraken. Along the entire valley deep holes were made. Once of the holes were deep enough, the holes there then filled with metal fragments, jagged rocks and many sealed enhanced paper bombs. Once the holes were halfway filled, the holes were then the rest with snow and packs it down tightly. Hurry up, I can see it coming. A scout shouted. How long? A clone shouted. Looking through a spy glass, 30 seconds. Damn it. The water benders run up the hills to escape the blast zone. The clones remained to finish their task. The last of the clones finished with seconds to spare. As the Kraken enters the blast zone, several traps were triggered. Seconds later, multiple explosions gone off. The people cheered seeing the Kraken roar. That's for my family monster. Naruto, Tonrak saw the Kraken emerge from the ice as it leaves the valley. The massive squad light creates lands short of hailstone, missing several tentacles and covered in shrapnel. Naruto pulls out a small TNT plunger, a little closer. Hidden within the mines below hailstone was hundreds of explosives, paper bombs, storage seals filled with lava. As the Kraken approached the city, it sensed something off in the distance. Kit, something's not right, Kurama said. The Kraken turns towards the north before it goes back into the ice. Where is it going? Kit, this is bad, I sense almost a massive hunger coming from it. I think the beast sensed the quarry from Glacier, Kurama said. Tonrak, Kurama thinks the beast sensed the quarry from Glacier. His eyes widen as images of Korra and his wife appeared in his mind. We need to get there before the beast. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Over 100 clones appeared, transport the army to Glacier. The clones, nods as they disappeared in a yellow flash. Naruto then grabs Tonrak's arm before they disappeared. Time skip 20 minutes later. Korra was drawing a picture. Korra, what are you drawing? Big brother. Korra smiled. Korra shows her mother her picture. Senna giggles, she grown attached to Naruto. She thought. Senna goes to the living room, she sees people running for their lives from the window. The ground started to shake, mama. Senna had a bad feeling. She picks Korra and leaves their home. The southern wall melts as the Kraken breaks through. As it roars, tendrils begun to spread everywhere, absorbing the quarry in the surrounding area. As many tendrils were about to pierce Senna and Korra, flames flies above them, torching the tendrils. As she looks up, Tonrak runs to them. Papa. Tonrak hugs his family. Honey. Now's not really the time, Tonrak, Naruto said as he continues to destroy tendrils with his fire bending. Once the last of the tendrils was destroyed, he forms the cross sign, Shadow Clone Jutsu. Naruto summons hundreds of shadow clones, evac Galcier. The clones nods before disappearing in a yellow flash. Flashes of yellow covers all of Glacier. Before the tendrils could attack anyone, a clone shone up and take them to safety. Once Glacier was free of people, Naruto entered the avatar state. Kit, it will be a while before your reserves are replenished, Kurama said. It's all right, Kurama, we got this. The Kraken roars as it destroys the palace. Your reign of terror ends today, Naruto growls. Naruto raised his hands, causing water all around him to fly towards the Kraken. Using air bending, Naruto launched himself into the air. A mile outside of Glacier. Once the people of Glacier was safe, the clones dispersed in a yellow flash. They had one more mission to perform. Princess Yu, Unalak approached Tonrak and his family. What happened? The Kraken sensed the quarry in Glacier. It decided to attack our home instead of hailstone. Naruto decided to get the people to safety. Where is Naruto now? She asked. He's fighting the beast inside Glacier. A loud explosion could be heard as part of the ice mountain falls. What are the odds Naruto survives this? Yu asked. Don't worry, my big brother will beat that monster. Korra grins. Glacier. Naruto was slammed into a wall of ice by a Kraken tentacle. As he coughs up some blood, several black barbs flies towards him. Using his left foot, Naruto sent a current of air to deflect the barbs. The ice around the cavern melts the ice at an alarming rate. The two bottom levels of the city melted, water was rising. The heat from the Kraken started to put holes in the ceiling. Sunlight shines through the holes. Damn you, beast. Kurama, how long? He growled. 10 more minutes before you have enough chakra, Kurama said. Careful, Naruto, you're letting your rage control your actions. It will cause you to become out of balance if this continues, Rava said. Naruto pulls himself out of the wall, then lands on a building below him. Naruto then sighs, letting go of his anger. Thanks for that. You're welcome, Rava said. Naruto jumps to his left to avoid hundreds of small barbs. That trick won't work again. A beam of quarry from the ceiling falls, causing Naruto to jump onto it. He runs along the beam towards the Kraken. He used his right hand to transform some ice into water. He quickly turns it into a large sphere above his head. As he joins off of the beam, Naruto turns the water into ice, then slams it into the Kraken's body. The Kraken roars as the blow caused some of the shrapnel digs deeper into its body. Naruto jumps back, avoiding the tentacle. He fired a lightning attack at the Kraken. Thanks to the shrapnel it had a larger effect. The kraken roars as Naruto received the memories from his shadow clones. Kurama. Kid now, Kurama said. Outside of Glacier. Princess Yu found her father and the nobles. Father. The king hugs his daughter, thank the goddess you're safe. I saw the palace fall, how did you survive? Your firebender friend Naruto. Yu's eyes widen, I am not mad, you saw the goodness in him. I am glad your faith in him was justified. The ground started to shake, what is going on? Tonrak said. A massive tornado comes out of the mountain, seconds later the kraken was seen hundreds of feet in the air. Look, Korra said as she pointed. A large glowing fox nine-tails jumps out of the hole and flies towards the kraken. As the fox grabs it, both of them disappeared in a yellow flash. Be careful, big brother. Crystal region. The region is having a massive blizzard, and high winds. The kraken hits the ground hard, while Kurama's avatar lands gracefully several meters away. Careful Kit, this is the first time you used this form. The quicker you slay the beast the better, Kurama said. The kraken roars as it moves its way towards Kurama's avatar, using several of its tentacles as makeshift legs. Both the kraken and the Kurama avatar charged towards each other. As the kraken launched its tentacles at it, the Kurama avatar jumped over them. It brought both arms down, slamming the kraken into the ice. The Kurama avatar grabs the kraken as its tentacles wraps around the arms and legs. In response, Kurama wrapped his tails around the tentacles. Kurama was able to get his right arm free. Kurama began to punch the kraken in the body. After the 7th blow, Kurama pulls back his fist. A rasengan forms, then wind chakra was added. Rasenshuriken. Kurama slams into the kraken, a loud roar filled the region. The kraken tentacle smacks the Kurama, causing him to fly back. As the Kurama avatar hits the ground, it fades, revealing Naruto. Sorry Kit, but you reached your limit. Kurama said. The kraken lands near the hole it created years ago. As it tries escape from there, Naruto grins. The entire hole was filled with the explosives and scrolls that were in hailstone mines. Release. Glacier camps. As the water benders finished making ice shelters, they heard the explosion. The entire North Pole shaked for a few seconds. Naruto. You said. Crystal. You have done well, Naruto. You saved the water tribes. Rava said. Kurama. He thought. Don't worry Kit, the beast is dead. I no longer sense it. Kurama said. Naruto coughed as the smoke and clouds cleared. Naruto has a sweat drop. Aw man, they are so going to punish me for this. The explosion resulted in Naruto creating a large bay almost 5 kilometers in length. Naruto stands up, then disappears in a yellow flash. Time skip. After Naruto returned to the glacier, he passed out due to low chakra. A few days later he woke up feeling a wet towel on his forehead. Naruto gets out of his bed and leaves the igloo. Princess Yu and Korra were helping pass out food. Princess Yu. What's wrong? Avatar Naruto is awake. Korra smiles, big brother. Both of them follows the man to a large group. There the king was there talking with Naruto. Avatar Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, you have saved my people from the ice kraken. All of us are in your debt. No, my lord, you're not. The ice goddess appeared. Naruto, it's time. All of the people kneel, just a moment please. Naruto walks up to Korra, kneels down to hug her. I want you to look after your parents and your little brother or sister. Korra had tears in her eyes. I will, I promise. Naruto lets go of the hug. Don't worry Korra, I will see you again one day. You promise big brother? I promise. Here is a gift to remember me by. Naruto enters the avatar state, then he places his hand on Korra's head. She felt a rush of power running through her. Naruto's eyes return to normal. As he stands, Princess Yu walks behind Naruto. She puts a blue choker with a blue stone with the symbol of the water tribes around Naruto's neck. While you were born a firebender, you will be part of our tribes. Avatar Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Will you all be alright? Yu smiles, yes, it will take time for us to rebuild Glacier and the other cities. But one day we will get there. Naruto nods, Tonrak, the next time we meet, you owe me a drink. Gladly. Naruto disappeared with the ice goddess. As they move forward in time, Naruto had a sad smile. Will they be alright? Yes, in time they will. I owe you a debt, Avatar Naruto. When I gave you your mission you have done far more than I asked. I did it to repay a debt I owed Katara and the other water avatars. Hold out your hand. As Naruto did, a large thick white scroll appeared in his hands. What is this? Most of the clan jutsu of the Yuki clan was destroyed during the blood purge. That scroll contains all of Haku's clan jutsu. Thank you, she will use it well. As Naruto appeared in Konoha, his eyes widened as major fight was happening all around him. He groans, "You got to be kidding me." Chapter 11. North Pole 10 miles south. A small fleet of firebender warships approached the North Pole. Envoy Hoshi walks on the deck, with him is General Iroh. "Are you sure you want to do this alone?" Hoshi nods, "Yes, I want to show the water tribes that they don't have to fear us anymore." Grandfather. A woman with short black hair and red highlights. Short black hair with red highlights. She's wearing a sleeveless black shirt, a red coat with gold trimming and black pants and shoes. "General Iroh, you remember my granddaughter Himiko?" "Ma'am." She nods, "Grandfather, please let me go with you." Hoshi sighs then pats his granddaughter on the head. "All right. Yes. Put on that heavy jacket I told you to bring with you." Naruto, I wish you were here to see Kuretsuchi. She has come a long way in a short amount of time. Hoshi thought. Both Hoshi and his granddaughter Himiko boards a small ship. After 30 minutes of travel the boat arrives to the bay Naruto created when he destroyed the ice kraken. In the center of the bay was an island of ice with a lighthouse and a large statue. "Grandfather, isn't that?" Hoshi laughs, "I see, Avatar Naruto has been here as well. I hope we get to learn the tale behind this." The boat approached a large harbor town. Most of the town was built into the ice wall. The harbor was huge with dozens of fishing boats docked. A large Earth King cargo freighter is docked at the far end of the bay. Many of the people spots Hoshi's boat. "Were we supposed to have another ship coming in today?" a dock worker asked. A woman's eyes widen as she spots the emblem of the firebenders. Firebenders. Many of the people spot the boat runs away. The ones that remain glares at Hoshi. Himiko glares back at the people. "Easy, they have suffered by our people's hands, Himiko. If we want to create future together, we need to settle this." "I am sorry." The boat comes into a port. A large group of people waits for the boat. Weapons in hand. "You're not welcome here, firebenders," a man said with a growl. "My name is Envoy Hoshi. I would like to request a meeting with your leader of this town." "Stand down." An elderly man with a long white beard walks through the crowd and approached the boat. "My name is Chiman, I am the leader of Maelstrom Bay." Hoshi bows to the Chiman, which surprised many of the people. "Nice to meet you. What does a firebender want from us water tribe folk?" "I am here to pay reparations between our people." "Elder, don't fall for this trick." "I am sorry Hoshi, but firebenders are not welcomed at the North Pole, not without Queen Yu's permission." "I understand, may I ask a question?" "Of course. Why is there a statue of Avatar Naruto on that island as we enter the bay?" Many of the people looks at each other. "You know Avatar Naruto?" Chiman asked. "Yes, he saved my people from the tyrant Zhao." "Who?" "May I ask for some of your time? I will explain how I meet Avatar Naruto, how he saved my people." Chiman strokes his long beard for a moment. "Very well. Elder. I will admit he piqued my interest. You will have 30 minutes of my time. Once your time is up, I will ask you to leave in peace." "You have my word." "Clear the way," Chiman ordered. As the crowd cleared, both Hoshi and his granddaughter followed Chiman. Many people in the village were surprised that a firebender was among them. "What are firebenders doing here? What is Elder Chiman doing?" They come to an ice fountain. Chiman sits on the reservoir. "All right, please tell us all how you met Avatar Naruto." Himiko stood silent as her grandfather told the tale of Avatar Naruto. The events that night was fuzzy to her. She wanted to remember all of the details. Chiman at first was skeptical, but the more he listened the more he was convinced. Chiman was one of the writers of the first spear team. Likely story, firebender spreading lies. "There is one way to confirm this, Envoy Hoshi," Chiman said. "Yes. You want an audience with Queen Yu. Then bring Avatar Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze with you." "Really?" "Yes, Avatar Naruto is a dear friend of Queen Yu. If you said is true, this should not be a problem for you." "I understand." Hoshi stands up then bows to Chiman. "Come Himiko, we going to Konoha." After Hoshi's ship left, Chiman turned to one of his men. "Get me your fastest runner, I need to send a message to the queen." "Yes elder." Konoha, same time. Zine comes out of the bathroom, wearing only his pants and a bath towel around his neck. He has long black hair, brown eyes and his back is covered in many scars. While he finishes getting dressed, the TV on the nightstand is showing the Chunin finals. Naruto and the others were teleported to the ice realm. Moments later Zine sensed several people around him. He sighs, troublesome. 12 Rude and Hyuga shinobi appears around him. "You will pay for the sins of your rakeage." A Hyuga shinobi growled. "Oh, really now?" Zine grins as his shadow expands and captures everyone in the room. "The Nara Jutsu." "How do you know that jutsu?" A Hyuga growled. Zine grins, "Your master made a mistake believing he killed me." Now Team Shadow will have justice. A root shinobi eyes widen as he recognized Zin's face, Chunin Yami Nara. All of the Hyuga in the room jaw dropped. How? Your entire team was killed. Don't worry, your master will soon be joining you in hell. Shadow Wolf Jutsu. Several wolves made of shadow emerged from the ground, then slaughtered all of the root and Hyuga. Blood splattered on the walls, windows and bed. Zin grabs his cloak, he left the room. The make room sign was hanging on the doorknob. Now then, time to pay Root HQ a visit. I hope that Danzo kept the records intact. Zin thought. Stadium. Tsunade and the others appeared in the ring. Gaara and the clone puts Yugito on the ground. Naruto then lift up her shirt. Hold on, almost done. The Raikage, Killer Bee, Samu and her team arrived. What are you doing to Yugito? Raikage-sama, please allow me to finish the new seal on her. If not, the Nibi soul will disperse instead of being sealed. Yugito will die if that happens. Killer Bee puts his hand on the Raikage's shoulder. Bro, let him continues his work, otherwise he will be a jerk. Naruto raised an eyebrow, while all of the Kumo ninja has a sweat drop. He does that, Yugito said in a weak voice. The seal on the ground activates, showing Naruto fighting Orochimaru. As he pulls out the Nibi's soul, Yugito felt relieved. Haku. Tsunade nods, causing Haku to go through hand signs. Ice release, sanctuary of the ice goddess. As Haku disappeared, the seal was destroyed by a fireball. Tsunade looks to her left, her eyes widen as she sees Danzo, Homura, Kaharu and Elder Ichiro Hyuga. I should have known you were responsible. Ichiro. The Hyuga elder grins. Sorry Hiyashi, but you brought our noble clan to ruin. The only way to save it is to remove you and those failure daughters of yours. Like I have done with your wife. Hiyashi activates his Byakugan. Haku appears with the shadow clone holding the Nibi's soul in his hands. What is going on? Naruto, focus on saving the girl, I will handle this. Kaharu laughs, really Tsunade? You have only a few days left to live, do you really want to shorten that for right now? Many people look at Tsunade with concern, but to their surprise she was grinning. Too bad for them, Naruto made me his familiar. I haven't felt this strong in a very long time, she thought. Danzo snaps his fingers, causing the stadium to be filled with Root and Hyuga main branch. Kill them. The first row of Root and Hyuga jumps down in the ring, then charges at Tsunade's group. As they got close, blue flames, lava and wind forms a wall around Tsunade and the others. The Root and Hyuga members were either burned alive, cut to pieces or melted. Azula, Mei, the contestants and their Jonin appeared next to Tsunade's group. Haku and Hinata, protect Naruto until he's finished with the girl's seal. Yes, Lady Mei, Haku and Hinata said. Most of the people disappeared by a body flicker. Top of Hokage Monument. Zin looks down at Konoha as several explosions erupt. Troublesome. Took you long enough. He turns around. Hiruzen, Itachi Uchiha and Jiraiya comes out of the shadows. Ready, Lord Third? Zin asked. Sorry my old friend, your dark deeds have caused too many deaths. Hiruzen thought. I am. Zin looks around. Hold on, we are a person short. Hiruzen looks down at the stadium. He has gone to protect his family. Itachi said. Itachi, are you sure what to do this? If you go through with this, your cover will be blown. Jiraiya asked. He takes off his Akatsuki robe and throws it to the ground. I am. My plan for Sasuke to redeem my clan has failed. He lost his mind and wants to destroy Konoha. I can't let that happen. He coughed. Very well, after this mission is over, surrender to Tsunade. I will reveal your kill order on your clan to the council. The charges against you will be dropped. I understand, Lord Third. I hope that at least Makoto will forgive me, one day. Troublesome, can we go now? I think I like him better when he was lazy. Itachi said. Both Hiruzen and Jiraiya nods in agreement. They disappear by a body flicker. Root HQ roof. Hiruzen and Zin appeared on the roof. Zin used his clan jutsu to immobilize the Root ninja. Hiruzen makes quick work of them with his staff. They quickly go to a door leading into the building. Zin stopped Hiruzen from opening it. Hold on. Zin's shadow expands, then goes under the door. How are you able to have this much control over your shadow? Not even your father has this degree of control. Zin grins. My clan is lazy and only mastered the tradition clan jutsu. Being part of Kumo's special forces, I decided to expand my horizon. I spent years expanding my reserves and creating new shadow techniques. I don't even need hand signs for my clan jutsu. Hiruzen chuckled. I dare say you would win by default. Your father and brother Shikamaru would find it troublesome. Hiruzen chuckled. Clear, go. Hiruzen throws open the door and both of them enters the building. Ground level. Jiraiya and Itachi finished slaughtering the Root ninja in the lobby. Where to? Jiraiya asked. The sub-levels. All of the documents we need to prove Kumo's innocence and Danzo's guilt will be there. Itachi and Jiraiya enter the elevator. As the door closed, several tiles on the wall falls to the ground. Why isn't there more of Root trying to stop us? They are trying to kill Tsunade and the other cage here. What? Relax Lord Jiraiya, they will be fine. Right now, we need to stay on mission. The elevator stops on the sub-level 01. When the doors open, Itachi and Jiraiya's eyes widen. The entire room was filled with large tubes with people in container. I thought Hiruzen stopped this sick behavior. Lord Third did, when he tried to kill Orochimaru. But sadly, Danzo didn't learn this lesson. The first tube they came across has a woman with long green and orange hair. Jiraiya's eyes widen. He grabs a chair and smashes the tube. The green fluid spills out onto the floor. Itachi helps Jiraiya get the woman out. Once on the ground, the woman coughed, her vision was blurring. Pakura, it's me Jiraiya. Don't worry, you are safe. If Minato's second wife is here, Itachi thought. He quickly checks all of the tube. Most of the tubes were filled with people outside of Konoha. When he got to the last tube, Itachi's eyes widen. Lord Jiraiya, come quick. Jiraiya summons Gameken, protect her. The toad nods as it pulls out a shield. Then Jiraiya joins Itachi. He felt sick to his stomach. Inside of the tube was a woman with long brown hair and has a long scar on her right arm. A purple aura forms around Jiraiya. I will kill that bastard. He growled. Jiraiya punches the tube, shattering it. Then Jiraiya pulls out his wife Amaya, princess of Natashiko village. He lays her on the ground. She coughed as she started to tremble. Don't worry my flower. You are free and safe. Amaya recognized the voice and smiles. I am going to break that bastard for this. Shadow clones of Itachi and Jiraiya helps the others trapped. Jiraiya picks up his wife and takes her to Pakura and Gameken. Once we save everyone, take them to Myoboku. They need to be medical treatment. Don't worry my flower, I will be with you soon. Amaya look at Jiraiya. I am sorry, I thought you died during the Nine Tails attack. Amaya saw tears in Jiraiya's eyes. She manages to nod, which made Jiraiya felt relieved. When the last person was saved, the 12 people in Gameken were reverse summoned. Time skipped 10 minutes later, one floor down. Thanks to Danzo's recorder keeping Itachi and Jiraiya had total access to all of Root files. Itachi was looking through the mission reports, while Jiraiya was looking through documents that could prove Kumo's innocence. Itachi raised an eyebrow when he goes to the next file. Lord Jiraiya, look at this. Jiraiya approached Itachi. What did you find? He asked. This is a mission search order. It seems that Danzo was searching for 3 priority targets. Who? Itachi flips the page. You got to be kidding me. Well, who is it? Minato, Kushina and Callista Namikaze. Jiraiya's eyes widen. When was the mission was assigned? Itachi flips back to the first page. Last week. This news changes everything. Hold on to that. Itachi nods as he stuffs the mission file into his bag. Grab what you can, the other team must be getting close and setting the charges. Jiraiya goes to the file cabinet, going back before the Hyuga incident. 4 level. Zen and Hiruzen had more of a challenge dealing with Root Shinobi. Hiruzen spins his staff around him, taking out several Root Shinobi. Zen using his shadow wolves to take out the rest of them. The ground started to shake. What the hell? Hiruzen looks out of a window and sees several yellow flashes going all over Konoha. A massive pillar of stone raises out of the stadium grounds. Looks like Naruto has returned from the ice realm. We need to hurry. Zen finishes the last Root Shinobi, then sets the final paper bomb. He then nods to Hiruzen, who is wearing an earpiece. Jiraiya, we are finished, how about your end? 5 more minutes. We'll hold. Yami, go ahead. You're sure? Yes. Zen pulls out a chakra energy bar from his pocket, then tosses it to Hiruzen. Thank you. Stadium roof. For years Hiashi thought that Ichiro was a cripple like Danzo. But that was a lie. Not only Ichiro played him but most of the clan. Ichiro at the moment was outpawing Hiashi when it comes to blows. Ichiro slams his fist into Hiashi's left shoulder, dislocating it. As he took a step back from Ichiro, his eyes widened. Chakra was formed around Ichiro's fists. No, it can't be. He thought. Gentle fist, twin lion fists. Hiashi was sent flying off the roof and into street below. When he hit the ground, blood start to form a pool under him. Ichiro jumps down and walks over to him. Don't worry Hiashi, your worthless daughters will soon join you. As Ichiro bends down to deliver the finishing blow, someone appeared and kicked him away. Ichiro jumps back in his widened, seeing someone he thought died years ago. Hisashi Hyuga, brother. Yes, Hiashi, it's me. We will catch up later, after I deal with Ichiro. A shadow clone of Naruto sees Hiashi in bad shape. after he kills the root ninja then jumps off a building roof. After landing next to Hiashi, Naruto spots a trough filled with water. Hold on. Naruto uses earth bending and creates a hole in the street. I will take care of Lord Hiashi. I am in your dead avatar Naruto. The clone raised an eyebrow, have we met? In a sense, I will explain later on. Naruto drags Hiashi to the hole, he then bends water into the hole and begun to heal Hiashi. Hisashi charged Ichiro, how did you survive? You should have died by Kumo's hands. Ichiro said as he blocked Hisashi's blow. Hisashi hits a chakra point in Ichiro's shoulder, blood clone. Hiashi watching the battle looks up at Naruto. Hold on, this will take a while. Naruto. Yes. Hiashi sighs, I will need your skills as a seal master. Naruto raised an eyebrow, what do you need? When this is over, I want your help to remove the birdcage seal. Naruto grins, of course. Hisashi easily slaps Ichiro's hands away from him. Once he was able to close the last chakra point in Ichiro's right arm, Hisashi moves it. You're in my range. Gentle fist 128 palms. Hisashi quickly closed all of Ichiro's chakra points. As Ichiro falls to the ground, the clone goes over and places chakra seal on him. Roof. Tsunade, Reikage and Akira were fighting Danzo, Koharu and Homura. To their horror Tsunade wasn't on death's door as they were led to believe. After the last Sharingan was closed, Danzo had no choice but to use the wood release. Tsunade smashed through a thick tree branch and lands right in front of the elders. While the others were winded Tsunade was still full of energy. How are you not tired? Koharu growled. Danzo spots the seal Naruto made for Tsunade, of course, that explains it. Homura looks over his shoulder at Danzo. Explains what? She's a familiar of that damn Uzumaki brat. Look at her arm. The elders look at the glowing seal on Tsunade's arm. We are fighting Tsunade in her prime. Koharu asked. Yes, we need to leave. A shadow connects to their own. Sorry, but that's not going happening. Danzo, Homura and Koura were unable to move. Took you long enough Zine. Zine approached the group. It has been a while, Danzo. His one eye widens, how? My men told me you died. Zine grins, you can thank Avatar Naruto for me being here. Shadow Wolf Jutsu. 24 wolf shadows emerged from the shadows and begun to tear Homura apart. Koharu was trembling as the wolves approached her. Spare me. Zine looks at Tsunade, Lady Hokage. She's all yours. Koharu's eyes widen as the wolves pounced on her. Blood and guts were sent flying everywhere. Damn you, I will kill you for this. Danzo growled. No, you are not. Zine draw back his cloak, revealing a katana attached to his belt. Zine draw the katana and moves it into a circle formation. Nara shadow style, blood eclipse. The entire area was engulfed in shadow, yellow eyes appear around Danzo. What is this? Your death. Outside the area, Tsunade, Reikage and Akira sees a huge sphere of shadow covering Danzo. Seconds later the sphere dispersed blood pours out of all of Danzo's cuts. Some of the blood hits the Reikage in the face. Really Zine? The Reikage spat. Danzo falls to the ground in several pieces. Sorry Reikage-sama. As the last piece hits the ground Root HQ exploded. Naruto's shadow clones quickly killed all of the Root and Konoha. The Hyuga that joined Root were taken away and all of them had their chakra sealed. Time skip council room, 1 hour later. Both councils were looking over the files that Itachi and Jiraiya taken from Root HQ. Hiashi was livid that Danzo helped Iwa try to get their hands on Hinata. The daimyo looks to Zine, Hisashi and Itachi standing before the council. Before we begin, I got a question, how are you alive Yami and Hisashi? Zine pulls out a scroll and puts it on the table. Tsunade opens then reads the message. Hey boss. I am a shadow clone you made during your final battle with the Ice Kraken. When you used Sage Chakra without the aid of the Toad contract, it had an effect. It made my chakra more dense than normal. I could not disperse like the other clones. With the time I had, I decided to do a few missions. I spent 2 years beneath the ice of the North Pole. I eliminated all of the Ice Kraken eggs I found. Once that mission was over, I decided to protect Konoha from the shadows. I saved Yami Nara and Hisashi Hyuga, from Danzo and the bastard Ichiro. I didn't want to affect your meeting Azula or becoming the Avatar. So, I kept to the shadows. My last mission was to save Lord Third from Orochimaru. If you are reading this, I hope my plan was successful. It appears, Hiruzen, Shukaku and I are in your debt Naruto. Hiashi smiled. Naruto leans back in his chair with a smug look on his face. Mei giggles seeing it. Friends don't have debts Lord Hiashi. The daimyo chuckled, so Yami, what are your plans now Danzo is gone? I owe a debt to the Reikage and Kumo. Until that debt is paid I must remain in Kumo. Zine felt killer intent coming from behind him. Troublesome. Shukaku grins seeing his oldest son alive. Raikage, would you object of us setting up an embassy in Kumo? No, as long as Konoha agrees to allow us to set up an embassy here. Lord Daimyo, if I may. Hiyashi asked, causing the Daimyo to nod. Oh boy, this might end badly. Naruto thought. Hiyashi stood up and looks at Raikage. Given what happened between our villages, I hated you and Kumo for what happened. Kurama. Naruto thought. Relax kid, it will be fine. Kurama said. However, my brother told me that you were the one that gave to him and Yami Nara protection from Danzo. For what it's worth, I am sorry. The Raikage sighs, why don't we put this incident to rest and move forward? Agreed. Hiyashi nods, agreed. Now down to important business. In 3 weeks' time the daimyo of the 4 great nations will go to Iron Country. Something up? Sume asked. Yes, Iwa has fallen, and the Earth Country daimyo has been killed by Onoki. Many of the people were surprised. To avoid a possible war in the future, the Samurai Council will allow the hidden villages to negotiate for land. I will allow both councils to submit your own proposals. We will review them in 2 weeks' time. Troublesome. This meeting will continue tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Dismissed. Naruto, now wearing his Jonin flak jacket, stood up. Hiyashi approached Naruto. Thank you for what you have done for my family. You're welcome, Lord Hiyashi. We will discuss the seal matter at a later date. Very well. Brother, let's go home. I have a surprise for Neji. Hiyashi and his brother leaves. May, I need to check on my stepmother. Could you head home without me? Sure, I will make sure dinner is ready when you get home. Naruto kissed her. Thank you. I have something to ask you and Azula when I get home. Oh, a surprise. Maybe, Naruto said as he disappeared in a yellow flash. Time skip. Front gate. 1 week later. Envoy Hoshi and several firebenders arrived. I hope that Himiko can handle that huge task, he thought. They approached the front guard stand. Name and reason for business. A Chunin yawned. Envoy Hoshi of New Whirlpool Republic. I am here to speak with Avatar Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Very well. Sign here. Once signed in, Hoshi looks at Konoha. Some elements remind him of his village back in Phoenix Island. Where can I find Avatar Naruto? Go down the main street, then take a right when you reach the Hokage Tower. The Uzumaki Namikaze compound is down the road on your left. Thank you. Hospital room. Pakura wakes up in her bed with an IV in her arm. She tries to get up. She stopped when she saw Naruto sleeping in a chair next to her. Minato. Naruto wakes up and yaws. Oh sorry, I must have fallen asleep. Azula, oh you are awake. To help you get up to date, I am not my father Minato Namikaze. Naruto. He grins, yes. Pakura pulls him into a hug. I thought you died at birth. I am sorry for not being there for you. They break the hug. It's all right mom. I am sure you have many questions. Pakura nods. It will take a while to explain everything. First let me see if you are able to leave the hospital. If so, I will take you home. After a few minutes Naruto returned with some clothes. Here, put these on, then we can leave. Uzumaki Namikaze compound. Naruto and Pakura appeared in a yellow flash. She manages not to throw up. I still can't get used to that. Sorry about that. They entered the house. Azula and Ino were helping Hinata with her boxes. I see you've been busy. Hinata blush. Oh, Naruto, how are you? Doing well. I am surprised you're not at home with your uncle. I was for a while, but I wanted to give him and Neji some time to catch up. Neji wanted me to tell you he owes you a big favor for what you have done for him. Hinata, this is my stepmother Pakura Namikaze. She bows. Nice to meet you. Naruto, is these young women your girlfriends? Yes, they are. Azula approached Pakura and bows. Greetings Lady Pakura. I am Azula, Naruto's future head wife. I welcome you back to your home and look forward to get to know you. So formal. Naruto, did you manage to ensnare a noble? Azula giggled, in a sense. I was a princess of a nation before Naruto rescued me. Pakura's jaw dropped, causing the girls to giggle. Knock, knock. Azula, please look after my stepmother. Of course. Would you like me to show you to your room? Sure. Pakura looks around. It felt like a lifetime ago since I stepped foot in this home. It's not a dream, Lady Pakura. Pakura smiles. Azula, you don't need to be formal with me. We are going to be family in the future. Call me Pakura. Alright, Pakura. She has a smirk. So tell me, how you met my stepson. It's a long story, but I can tell you if you like. Azula and Pakura walks down the hallway. Naruto answered the door and was a bit surprised. Hoshi. Avatar Naruto, it has been a while. May we come in? Sure. Ryazetsu pours some tea for Hoshi and his men. Since you and Ryazetsu killed Zhao, I've been busy. That bastard has caused many problems during his reign. Not surprising. The council wanted to pay reparations to the nations we caused problems with. Almost a month ago I tried to gain audience with Queen Yu. But sadly, I was refused. Sorry, they are a proud people, they don't trust easy. Hoshi chuckled, speaking from personal experience. Naruto grins, yes, so what can I do to help you, Hoshi? If I am to gain an audience with Queen Yu, I need you to come with me. Naruto touched his chakra on his neck for a moment. Alright, but it will take some time. I understand. Naruto had an idea. Since you are here, I would like your help with something I have planned. Hoshi raised an eyebrow. Time skipped 2 weeks later. Naruto watched the proposals for the daimyo summit. So far all of them were rejected. Lastly, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Holding a map in hand, Naruto approached the wall. He takes down the last proposal map. Naruto replaced it with his own. Interesting, everyone thought. His proposal would greatly change the elemental nations going forward. If his plan was agreed on. My proposal is we request these areas. Naruto points to grass country going towards Iwagakure, then following the mountains north until they reach the ocean. And the other nations? The daimyo asked. Wind country would gain everything on the northern west region of Earth country. I used the mountain range as the border. Since the end of the Third War, we currently holding control over frost, rice and waterfall countries. While those locations are valuable to us, they hold great importance to lightning country and their daimyo. If we were to give them back, lightning country's daimyo might support my proposal. Logical. As for water country, we can give them land of wave, all of the islands in the region, and noodles country. You have thought this out very well, Naruto. Thank you, my lord. I had help from Envoy Hoshi of New Whirlpool Republic. After listening to all of the proposals, I decided going with Naruto's plan. I will put this forward with the daimyo summit. My lord, there is one thing I would like to request of you. Go ahead, Naruto. I request to be take off active status for at least a year. Many people in the room were surprised. As many of you know, thanks to Lord Third and his team, my parents survived the Nine Tails attack. I think it would be in our best interest to find them and bring them back to Konoha. Root spent years looking for them in the elemental nations. How will you find them, Naruto? Hiruzen asked. I don't think they are living in the elemental nations, Lord Third. Many people's eyes widen. Troublesome. I was going to tell this news later. Envoy Hoshi has asked me to help him with diplomatic missions. This would give me the chance to look for them. Very well. But that's not the only reason I am going on this mission. The daimyo raised an eyebrow. This will give both Fire Country and Konoha a good opportunity to expand its influence. How, Naruto? Sakura's mother asked. At the moment the Fire Country and Konoha has a surplus of supplies. If you will allow it, my lord, I can be your envoy. Any nation I travel to I might be able to secure a trade treaty with. That's brilliant, a civilian council member shouted. It would open up a whole new market and goods. Sakura's mother added. I approve. One last thing, I request Team 7, 8, 9 and 10 to come with me on this mission. Naruto, since you will be an envoy, you will have samurai for protection. The teams are not for my protect, my lord. Each team could be an asset for the mission. How? Shukaku asked. Each team has a unique skill set that could be a huge help. Take Shino for example. What if he brought back new bugs that improve the Aburame clan's insect hives? A very logical choice. I must tell Shino to bring back many new insects. Shino's father thought. Or what if Kiba brings back new hounds for his clan? Soom has a huge grin. If we can introduce stronger blood ties into the pack, it would greatly boost their strength as a whole. I will request that Henna will go on this mission. She thought. Very well. You have my blessing, Naruto. Thank you, my lord. Naruto, before you leave, I request you come to the civilian council meeting. We will provide you with a list of items and supplies to keep an eye out for. Sakura's mother said. He nods. With Kakashi back in ANBU, you are the only member of Team 7 at the moment. I will allow you to be the Jonin sensei of Team 7. Do you have an idea of who should be on your team? Naruto grins. Yes, Lady Tsunade, I have. North Pole Palace. Queen Yu, the 12th monarch of the North Pole, reads the message one last time. Tonrak grins, seeing the queen fidget a little while she tries to act calm. It seems that the time we were waiting for has arrived. General Tonrak. Yes, my queen. Spread the word, our hero is returning home. Tonrak bows, at once. Phoenix Island courtyard. As the sun starts to set, the people of the island turns in. 4 large trucks pull into the courtyard, dozens of people come out of the back. Each person begun to put up posters and spraying graffiti everywhere. On the poster was a man in a mask and cloak, with bold words. Join Aemon. Purge Phoenix Island of the Firebenders. Chapter 12. Adamant. 1 month before Naruto's envoy mission. Adamant, the grand city of metal, in sheer size is almost 10 times the size of Konoha. Most of the large buildings are shaped like metal flowers. Well, look at the buildings. Ikki said in awe. Children, remember to behave yourself while we are here. He turns around and sees Milo pulling on Ikki's long hair. Ouch, quit it. Maybe I should have them wait outside. Tenzin thought. Dear, you will give yourself a panic attack if you keep this up. Why not go to the meeting alone? Tenzin looks at his pregnant wife. Are you sure? Bumi grins. Don't worry so much, both Kya and I will help keep an eye on the children. That's what worries me, he thought. Very well, I will see you back at the inn. Tenzin kissed his wife, then he walks towards the large palace of iron. Tenzin walks onto a large bridge of iron that expands almost 2 full blocks in length. While Tenzin walks towards the palace, he sees many people sitting on benches watching the iron trains go by. Below the bridge is a massive hole that reveals dozens of levels of the Undercity. It's amazing how far the Earthbenders have come. I hope that with their help I can rebuild the air nomads. Tenzin thought as he approached the doors to the palace. A guard approached Tenzin. Hold, the Beifong family is busy with several important meetings today. I am aware of that, I am one of the meetings. My name is Tenzin and I am here to speak with Toph Beifong VII. Apologies, you may enter. The doors open allowing Tenzin entry. Once inside, Tenzin was in awe seeing the beautiful sculptures of art of metal. Focus, he thought. He enters a large hall where a beautiful woman with long dark hair, green eyes and wearing a green dress. She is talking to an older man with a white sash. To another matter, Lady Beifong, recently a dispatch was sent to the Earth Queen. Envoy Hoshi of the Firebenders wanted to speak with her. Toph snorted, they probably want more tribute for their damn god Zuko. Not from the letter they sent, it appears that Zuko was slayed. Toph's jaw dropped while Tenzin's eyes widened. Huh. Yes, that was Her Majesty's reaction as well. It appears that he was slayed by someone called the Avatar. No, it can't be. Tenzin thought. Envoy Hoshi, of the Firebenders, request an audience with the Queen to discuss reparations between our people. So many questions. Do we have any idea who this Avatar is? Only rumors at this time. From the letter it seems that Zuko was not the person he claimed to be. Toph raised an eyebrow. Explain. A guard approached. My lady, your next meeting has arrived. Toph sighs. Very well. We will talk more about this matter, Ryu. Of course, my lady. The envoy bows before walks away. Tenzin bows. Lady Toph, I am Tenzin of the Air Nomads. I request your aid. I am surprised that there are still airbenders around, given the purge of your people. If I may ask, why the 7th? Toph giggles. I get that asked a lot. I was named in honor of one of my ancestors. Toph Beifong. She joined the Avatar to stop the Firebenders from ruling the world. Sadly, that didn't happen. Mother. A young woman with short dark hair, green eyes and wearing the outfit of the Metal Bender police. 2 officers followed her, escorting Tenzin's brother Bumi and Milo. Both of them are covered by pieces of cabbage and a red sauce of some kind. Tenzin sighs. I should have known, he thought. Time skip. Luckily for Tenzin, he was able to convince Toph in dropping the charges against his family. Although the prank they pulled has banned them from the market level. For life. At the moment Tenzin's family and a few others are going to Kiri on a large ship. Why can't we go directly to this hidden village called Kiri? Ikki asked. Because of your mother given birth to Rohan, she will need time to rest. We will stop there, drop off your mother, Milo and Bumi. Hey, why leave us behind? They asked. Do I really need to answer that? Your prank destroyed several food stands and that poor old man's cabbage cart. My cabbages, Ikki said as she tries not to laugh. Everyone in the room except of Tenzin and his wife was laughing. Tenzin sighs. That's my point. The temple we are going to is loaded with many traps. We will need to be careful. Why would the people there name their home after a dinner? Ikki asked. Jinora rolls her eyes. Not curry, Kiri. I am confused, Milo said, causing Jinora to sigh. Dear, are you sure this will be safe? Yes, in order for me to rebuild the air nomads I will need the ancient scrolls the monks hidden away. Tenzin pulls out a scroll and shows the group a map of a hidden temple within a large mountain. That's impressive, Kya said. It reminds me of a fire ant hill, Bumi said. Before her death, the air nomads requested aid from Avatar Kyoshi. They wanted to protect the air nomad legacy should anything happens to our order. What's as an avatar? Ikki asked. From the stories and ancient legends, the avatar was the only person in the world able to bend the four elements. The avatar saved our world from great evils that would bring our world to ruin. Seeing his children were interested, he smiles. Maybe I've been doing this the wrong way. If I tell them about the avatars, maybe they will focus on their studies more. He thought. Time skipped Konoha. After a meeting with the daimyo, both Naruto and Hoshi agreed. Until the matter with the daimyo summit was over, Naruto had to remain on standby in Konoha. Hoshi gone back to Wave to oversee the new expansion of the port. Naruto on the other hand married both Azula and Mei. The other girls decide to wait until after Naruto envoy mission was over. After returning from his honeymoon, Naruto spent most of his time training his team. Konohamaru, Udon and Moegi. So far, he loved training his team. Team 7 training ground 3 days before Naruto's envoy mission. Normally when a team finished their mission, the Jonin would allow their team to go home. But not Naruto, he does the mission first then trains his team for several hours. He quickly realized he struck gold with his team. Moegi shown to have sensory abilities as well, strong earth and water release. At the moment Naruto is helping her develop her sensory abilities. She's surrounded by 100 shadow clones, each one projecting a certain emotion. She needs to find the clone that is projecting killer intent. A sensor is your team's first and last line of defense, Moegi. If you can sharpen this ability, you will be able to do many things with it. Such as sensei. You can sense a person's emotions, can tell if a person is lying. You can even sense people outside of your view of vision, like if they are hiding behind a wall or in a building. Wow, that's a very useful skill. Indeed. Moegi closes her eyes and picture her surroundings. She sees different color flames as well, different shades. With her eyes closed she approached one of the clones that is projecting a red flame. She passed several rows of clones then touched the clone with the red flame. As Moegi touched the clone all but 2 clones disperse. Almost Moegi, look behind me. Moegi sensed the second clone, the red flames from it was burning as much as the clone she touched. There was 2. The second clone disperse, yes. Moegi opens her eyes, this is more difficult than I thought. It's alright Moegi, becoming a sensor takes time, let's put this lesson to a close. Now we can focus on your favorite part of training. Elemental jutsu. Yes. The clone walks away with Moegi following him. Nara compound. A shadow clone takes Udon to the Nara compound. Why are we here sensei? I am helping you with your confidence problems. Shikamaru walks out of his home, hey Naruto. Shikamaru, I have a challenger for you. He raised an eyebrow, really? Alright, let's see what you got kid. While the shogi game plays out Naruto want thinking of possible lessons to add. After the 7-game Udon size after he lost again. Naruto, are you sure this kid is a challenger? Naruto walks up to Udon, it's alright, just relax. Try not think of your move, as soon as Shikamaru makes his move, make yours. For most of the match when Shikamaru made his move, Udon would immediately made his. Naruto whistled as he watched Udon was close to winning. Shimaru stops, closes his eyes, then puts his hands together. Naruto recognized what Shikamaru was doing. He seen it once before with Shikamaru's match with Temari. You have done well Udon, but it looks like you won't win this one. Naruto thought. Once Shikamaru opened his eyes it was a different shogi match. He anticipates all of Udon's moves. Shikamaru won at the 7th move. Nicely done Udon, Shikamaru said. But I lost 8 in a row. You did make Shikamaru put effort into that last match. Shikamaru grins, troublesome. The clone then takes Udon to the library to get some books and scrolls for Udon's lessons. Naruto noticed Udon was more focused on the teachers in the library. Naruto sees this and raises an eyebrow. Udon. Yes. You really don't want to be a shinobi, do you? Udon sighs, no. Naruto put his hand on Udon's shoulder, it's alright. This life is not for everyone, what do you really want to do? I want to be a teacher like Iruka-sensei. Naruto smiles, alright, let's go speak with Iruka. He will be able to tell you what you will need to do to become a teacher. The clone and Udon leave the library. Tenten's family weapons shop. The real Naruto takes Konohamaru to Tenten's shop. Hello and welcome. Ah Naruto, how are you? Doing well Tenten, I brought Konohamaru Sarutobi here to pick out a weapon. Tenten stepped out from behind the desk. Being Lord Third's grandson, I bet you want a staff. He was blushing as he mumbles something. What? Naruto leans towards Tenten to whisper into her ear. He wants to be noticed as Konohamaru. Not as the grandson of Lord Third. I see, I am sorry Konohamaru. Let me help you pick out something that you might like. Alright. Tenten leads Konohamaru towards the back of the store. Don't worry about the price, Konohamaru, I will buy the weapon for you. Are you sure? I wanted to get you a gift for becoming a genin. So don't worry about it. He grins, thanks boss. Naruto wait for a few minutes and Konohamaru comes back with a unique Japanese bow and a quiver filled with arrows. I thought he would have picked a katana or spear. Naruto thought. Naruto grins, alright, Tenten, do you have instruction booklets on how to use a bow? Does Naruto Uzumaki like ramen? She grinned. Add those as well. Time skip. Uzumaki Namikaze compound. Azula, Mei, Pakura were having tea with Tsunade and Shizune. Pakura shows them a picture of her holding a newborn baby girl in her arms. Her daughter has blonde hair with some traces of green and orange. Ah, she is so cute, Mei said with hearts in her eyes. My daughter Callista, she was born 6 months before Naruto. She disappeared along with Minato and Kushina that night. Do you think that Minato and Kushina taken Callista with them? Tsunade asked. Hard to say, that night is still fuzzy to me. I don't know if it's because of the drugs Root gave me. Or is it something else that sealed the events of that night in my mind away? Pakura sighs as she drinks her tea. Shizune grins, so Azula and Mei, have you talked to Naruto about expanding the family? Mei coughs up her tea, Azula face turns red, baka. Tsunade, Pakura and Shizune laughed. I am home. Naruto and Konohamaru joined the group. Hey girls, how are you today? Naruto notices his wife's red face, he puts his hand on her forehead. Azula, are you alright? You're not coming down with a cold, are you? I am fine. Tsunade and the others giggle while Naruto raised an eyebrow. Wanting to change the subject, Azula gets out of her chair. We were going to have lunch, would you like some? Azula asked. Konohamaru. Yes, please. Alright, it will be 20 minutes. Azula goes back to the kitchen. Naruto watched her for a moment. Konohamaru, go to the courtyard, I will be out there in a second. He nods before leaving. Naruto approached Azula. I hope I can have you and Mei for dessert tonight. Naruto whispered. Azula's face turned beet red for a second. Baka. Is that a no? He teased. Azula looks over her shoulder at Naruto and gives him a grin. Alright, but no candles. Remember what happened last time? Naruto grins before kissing Azula. He then leaves to start Konohamaru's training. Pakura grins, looks like Naruto wants to jump right in. Mei's face turns red for a second as she takes a sip of her tea. She then has a serious look on her face. Have you considered my offer, Lady Tsunade? Akatsuki base. Thanks to Black Zetsu's cunning and stealth, he was able to steal the scroll that had the Orochimaru sealed within. At the moment the remnant was being drained of the Two Tails chakra. Overseeing the seal was a cloaked figure with a wolf mask. The chakra being pulled from Orochimaru was being channeled into a large pot. As the last of the chakra was removed, the remnant of Orochimaru was turned to dust. The figure applies a seal Uzumaki level 9 seal to the pot. Black Zetus comes out of the shadow. Well, Shadow. We have most of the Two Tails chakra. We don't need to hunt the Kumo girl anymore. I will let Pain know. After Black Zetsu left, the figure removes the mask, revealing a young woman with long blonde, green and orange hair, blue eyes. Konoha, you will pay for what you have done to my family. She thought. Time skip. Naruto Bridge, 11:58 AM. Naruto's first envoy mission started off poorly and only gotten worse from there. Thanks to Choji bragging on how much exotic food he would eat. All of the people meant to go on the mission were replaced by members of the Akamichi clan. It taken almost 3 hours to track down everyone down. After that, Naruto tries to settle the matter of why Choji's cousins couldn't go. Thankfully Tsunade shown up to put the matter to rest, the only for Naruto and his group to arrive at the bride with a few minutes to spare. I got a bad feeling this mission is doomed from the start. Naruto groaned. You got this, boss. Konohamaru grins. His team nods in support. You worry too much, Naruto. Keep that up and you will get gray hair in your late 20s. Ino said. Kiba grins, yeah, I doubt your wives would want that. Ino nods in agreement while Hinata giggles. Can it dog breath? It's unyouthful for the envoy to be so negative, Naruto. Guy said with a grin. Naruto groans, fine. Envoy Hoshi is waiting at the dock for Naruto. Hoshi. He turns and sees the group. When I asked you for your help, Naruto, I didn't think I would get an entire party of people. Hoshi teased. Sorry, I talked my daimyo in allowing me to expand my nation's influence. So, you wanted to test yourself in the game, him? Naruto raised an eyebrow, causing Hoshi to chuckle. Sorry, it's a term I often use. I mean diplomacy. Interesting, how do you think I am going to fare? Jury is still out on that one. But from what I have seen so far, you show promise. The general is probably getting nerves. The wind begun to pick up pace, kid, you will need to be careful. I think we have a storm brewing, Kurama said. As everyone is about to board the ship, a second ship arrived. Envoy Hoshi, a message from the general. The soldier hands Hoshi the message. Envoy Hoshi. My scout's ship spot a massive hurricane entered the region. While it won't hit wave directly, it will get the tail end of it. To protect my men, I have ordered the fleet out of the region at combat speed. Envoy Hoshi, if you decide to return you must depart at once. After the hurricane passes, I will send a ship to you. General Iroh. There is a problem, a hurricane entered the region. The general withdrawn his fleet. Naruto bends over as a blue aura form around him, this is so unfair. Ino giggled while Hinata pats Naruto on the back. It will be alright, Naruto. Hoshi decided to return to the ship, he didn't want his granddaughter to worry. As both the firebender ships departs, a skiff with Tenzin and his family was on approach. Tenzin was getting annoyed by his children bickering. Ouch, quit it. Tenzin looks over his shoulder at his children fighting. Stop it. Honey, look out. Tenzin's skiff hits a rock, Jinora falls off of the skiff and hits her head, then lands in the water. Jinora, Pema shouted. Naruto and the other saw it. Konohamaru takes off his quiver and bow then jumps into the water. Naruto forms a small tornado around his legs and flies towards the skiff. Naruto summons a clone. Konohamaru, save the girl, I will look after the people on the boat. Konohamaru dives under the water, while Naruto uses air bending. A sphere of wind forms around the boat, stopping it from capsizing. Hold on, your daughter will be saved. As Naruto starts moving the boat out of the water, Tenzin's eyes widen, another airbender. He thought. When Konohamaru and the girl reached the surface, the clone touched him and the girl's shoulder, the three of them disappeared in a yellow flash. A second later they appeared on the dock. Ino runs over to them and begins CPR on Jinora. As the boat is placed on the dock, Naruto releases the wind sphere. Pema hands her son to Bumi, then runs to check on Jinora. As Pema breaks through the crowd, Jinora coughs up water. There you go, you will be fine now. Jinora. Mommy. Pema hugs her daughter, thank you. Ino nods while Konohamaru grins, he starts to blush, she's really cute, he thought. Ichiraku. Itachi was feeling nervous waiting for Makoto to arrive. Calm down son, you will faint before she arrives. Here, have a bowl on me. Chuki smiled. Thank you. Itachi sits down and waits for his bowl of ramen. Makoto enters the stand wearing her chunin vest and sword at her waist. One miso ramen please. Coming right up. She sits down in the chair, she doesn't look at Itachi. 3 questions, answer truthfully and I might forgive you. Is that clear? Yes. Is that your first question? Makoto sighs, causing Ayame to giggle. No, why spare Sasuke and me? I couldn't bring myself to kill my brother and sister. You were innocent in that affair, I hope that you both would have reddened our clan from its dark history by killing me. Sadly, that was wishful thinking. That answers 2 questions. Last one, does it bother you that you slay our parents and clan? He's going to say no. She thought. Yes, it does, every day. Makoto's jaw dropped, not a day goes by that I don't regret what I have done. I love Konoha, I didn't want to see it be torn apart by a civil war. From what is worth, I am truly sorry, Makoto. Itachi gets out of his seat and bows to her. Azula was right, Itachi does have regrets. She thought. Makoto sighs in defeat, it will take some time for me to get over the pain you caused. Itachi. I understand, he coughed. But for now, let's agree to let this family matter be put to rest. Itachi nods, very well. Let's enjoy our meal and see how this goes. Itachi's eyes widen as Makoto starts eating her ramen. Don't ruin the moment, Itachi, I will put you in a genjutsu. Itachi sits back down, he has a smile as he enjoys his bowl. Tezuna's house. Tezuna was looking over blueprints to the new dock when several of his men burst through the door. Tezuna, we have a problem. What is it? Flashback, north side of wave. Before Hoshi goes on his mission to the North Pole, Tezuna asked him for advice. The problem is that Wave's new port doesn't have enough storage space. After looking at the map, Tezuna had an ingenious plan. On the north end of the island was a small mountain, it would be a perfect location for a storage facility. Tezuna sent 2 teams to examine the location. The 2 8-man teams arrived at the location, would you look at that? It will be a pain in the ass to level it then move all of the rocks. That's an option, we could save time and labor if we can tunnel into it then gut it out. After an hour, one of the scouts named Yuto found a small cave. The young man has short brown hair and brown eyes. Hey, I found something. Some of the men starts to walk over to the Yuto. Instead of waiting, Yuto decides to check out the cave. Along the cave walls were the symbols of the four elements, air nomads and herds of sky bison. At the end of the tunnel was a large mural. While studying the mural, Yuto touched the symbol of the four elements. Seconds later the mural wall lifts up, revealing the tunnel continues further. Yuto decides to check it out, ignoring his instinct or telling him to leave. At the end of the tunnel, it opens up into a large cavern. Yuto looks down and sees a small city with a pyramid-like temple in the center of the city. Unknown to him, a creature that laying in the shadows stood up and slowly was approaching him from behind. Time skip. Outside of the cave, Yuto's friends were looking for him. Do you think he entered the cave? They heard a scream coming from the cave. The two parties runs into the cave. Once they reached the air Yuto was in, all they found was a shoe. Flashback ends. I want a search party assembled at once, we need to find Yuto. The door opens, in steps Naruto and Tenzin. Hey Tazuna. Naruto. I thought you left with Hoshi. He had to leave, I came to warn you that there's a hurricane coming. Thank you. Roshi, go back to the village and warn everyone about the hurricane. Roshi stood up, then leaves the house. Since you're here Naruto, I could use your help. What happened? Time skip. What are the odds of them discovering the temple? Tenzin thought. Elder Tazuna, I know this location your team discovered. Really? Tenzin nods, yes, I am on a quest to go this location. He pulls out a scroll and shows Naruto and Tazuna. Inside holds the legacy of the air nomads. If I am to rebuild my order, I need what is inside. I offer to aid you in this if you agree in allowing me to take what belongs to my order. Tazuna strokes his chin for a moment. If you agree to surrender claim of the site to Wave, I will allow you to claim what belongs to your order. Tenzin nods, very well. Time skip. Cave entrance. Naruto, Tenzo, Team 8, 9 and 10 were standing at the cave entrance. Why are we here again? Shikamaru asked. We are helping Tazuna find his missing men. Also, from what Tenzin said, there's many ancient puzzles inside. Given you're a master at those, you will be an asset to the mission. Shikamaru grins, troublesome. Alright teams, let's go. Chapter 13. Tsunade's office. 3 days after Danzo's failed coup. Kakashi, Inoichi and Jiraiya are waiting for Tsunade to make her decision. Are you certain you can't use your clan jutsu? Inoichi sighs, whatever she is using is shielding her mind from me. I did not think such a thing was possible. Tsunade sighs, so we can't tell if Sakura is lying to us. Sorry Lady Tsunade, but at the moment all we have is her word. If her mind is protected, there is one more thing we could try. Tsunade thought. Shizune. Yes Lady Tsunade. Have Karen come to my office in 20 minutes. Shizune nods before leaving the office. Kakashi, I know Sakura was one of your students. But I need you to keep a very close eye on her. Yes, Lady Tsunade. Jiraiya, what is your opinion on this? He sighs, we all know what Orochimaru capable of. I would not put it past him to send a spy in our ranks. Again. Kakashi takes a step forward. What should we do? For the moment, we will leave Sakura in her cell. Should we tell her mother? Inoichi asked. Tsunade rubs her chin for a moment. No, at least not for a while. If Haruka learns about Sakura from someone else, she will go ballistic. I know. Tsunade taps her seal on her arm. Naruto, she thought. Yes, Suna, Naruto asked. I need you to talk to you, meet me at the ANBU prison in 10 minutes. She thought. On my way, Naruto said. Time skip. A few minutes after Naruto and his team left for Wave. Tsunade and Sakura leave the ANBU prison, so I am free to go. Yes, until your probation is over, you are restricted to the civilian areas of Konoha. I understand Lady Tsunade. I am sorry for causing so much trouble. Sakura, we will discuss this at a later date. Can I visit my friends? At the moment most of them are on missions. Sakura. Oh great, Sakura thought. Sakura has a fake smile as her mother approached them. Hi mom. Haruka huges Sakura, while her daughter doesn't return it. Tsunade sees that. Not a good sign, I guess we will go through with the plan. She thought. Hey Haruka, why not go to Ichiraku and catch up with Sakura? Good idea. Come dear, let's get something to eat. As they go around the corner, an ANBU lands next to Tsunade. Lady Tsunade, the envoy from Kumo is at the front gate. Very well, have them meet me in my office once they settle in. Hi. Ichiraku. Pakura, Azula, Tayuya and Ryazetsu were enjoying their lunch. Another bowl of pork ramen please. Azula asked. Ayame grins, you got it. Mei raised an eyebrow, what is with you Azula? You never asked for seconds before. Pakura asked. What? I am hungry after that training session we had. So, Ryu, are you planning on returning home? Ayame asked. Only for a week. My oldest sister Momo is getting married. Does your family know you're the servant to the Avatar? Azula asked. Ryazetsu sighed. Not yet. Haruka and Sakura enter the ramen stand. Azula, how are you today? I am doing well. Haruka, who is this? Azula, this is my daughter Sakura. Hello. Who is this? She thought. Sakura, this is Azula Namikaze and Mei Uzumaki. Naruto's wives. Sakura's jaw dropped. You're joking, right? Karen and Haku approached Ichiraku and leans against the wall. Now let's see if you're hiding something. She thought. Tsunade's office. The daimyo and Yami Nara entered the office holding a scroll. My lord, Yami. Yami nods. Tsunade. From the message you sent, I take it the terms were agreed upon. Yes, the daimyos decided to use Naruto's proposal. With a few conditions from the Wind and Lightning's daimyo. Such as. Yami puts the scroll on the desk. Tsunade raised an eyebrow as she looks through it. You're joking, right? Naruto is to marry Kunoichi from Suna and Kumo. From Suna they have chosen Tamari, sister of their current Kazekage. The daimyo said. The Raikage has chosen Samu and Yugito ni. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Wait, he picked both of his niece. It appears that Naruto made a large impression on them. Tsunade sighs. Very well, anything else? Yami and the other Kumo shinobi will be placed under your command, while they live here. However, should they be recalled, then they have to return to Kumo. No questions asked. Alright, I take it you want to return to the ANBU Yami. Yes, as a show of good faith. The Raikage ordered me to share intel from the Thunderbirds. Generous. Sorry, but the intel is related to the Land of Fire or Konoha. Tsunade nods. Very well. ANBU. An ANBU wearing a deer mask appears. Yes, Lady Tsunade. Have Azula Namikaze and Mei Uzumaki brought to my office within the hour. We need to talk. The ANBU nods before she disappeared. Before you go, Yami, I will need some help with a situation. Yami raised an eyebrow. Mountain cave. The wind started to pick up as Naruto and his party enters the cave. Tenzin looks at the murals on the walls. What kind of animals are those? Hinata asked. They're sky bison, the first airbenders. Tenzin raised an eyebrow as the group continued down the cave. How do you know that? Naruto grins. Long story. I will tell you later. They reach the location. Yuto disappeared. Ino whistles seeing the city below them. Hinata and Neji activate their Byakugan. Naruto looks through a spy glass at the temple. Well? He asked. Kiba and Akamaru were sniffing the area. I smelled a guy and something else. Akamaru was growling. Right, boy. There is a second smell present as well. It must be the creature that took Yuto. I don't see him in the buildings close to us. Hinata said. How can you? Tenzin's eyes widened when he saw Hinata and Neji's face. They have a doitsu, it's a bloodline that lets them see through walls and other things. Asuma said. Neji's eyes twitched when he saw how large the temple was. You alright? Hinata asked. Neji has a sweat drop. This temple is beyond insane. How did they build something this complex? He thought. If Yuto is in the temple, we will have a huge search on our hands. Asuma said. Troublesome. Naruto spot a clearing next to the stairs of the temple. I found a place we can set up camp. Hopefully the other teams arrive soon. Everyone nods. Naruto creates several shadow clones as an advance party. Tenzin almost falls over. Ino giggles. Is that a normal occurrence? He asked. Yes, it is. Naruto hands one of the clones his bag. The team then jumps off of the ledge and lands on a building's roof. They quickly make their way towards the temple. Tenzin was full of questions. Tazuna's house. Since lunch Moegi been watching Kya. After 20 minutes, Kya has enough. Why are you staring at me, child? She asked. When you were cleaning the dishes, were you waterbending? Yes, I was. Have you seen waterbending before? Moegi grins. All of the time, my sensei is very good at it. Kya raised an eyebrow. I thought Naruto was an airbender. He can bend all 4 elements. Moegi said with a hint of pride. Outside Ikki and Milo was playing with Inari. Konohamaru on the other hand was target practicing with his bow. Jinora was watching him for a few minutes. Is it hard to use that? She asked. Konohamaru put down his bow then turns to her. No, would you like to try? Sorry, I am not allowed. It's a weapon. He holds up the bow. No, it's a tool. That is what my sensei tells me. Bumi comes out of the house. Well said, my boy, he thought. I could show you if you like. Jinora smiles. Alright. After a few minutes Bumi decides to give some pointers. Konohamaru. Yes sir. Would you mind, if I show you a couple of things? I was in the military myself. Konohamaru hands Bumi his bow, sure. Uzumaki Namikaze compound, sunset. Makoto and Itachi are sitting on the couch in front of Azula. She is currently reading a document that could affect the Uchiha clan. As she finished, Azula raised an eyebrow. Are you too certain? Yes, after Makoto and I had a long discussion, we feel it would be for the best. At least for a few generations at least. Sensing Azula's hesitance, Makoto decides to put her 2 cents in. We fear that council might make the same mistakes again. We don't want our children to turn out like Sasuke. Azula sighs as she looks to Mei. What is your opinion on this? This might cause a few problems with the council. It's not every day that one of the founding clans becomes a branch member to another clan. Given there's only 3 members of the Uchiha clan left, they might support this. Itachi said. Azula rubs her chin for a moment before she looks at Itachi. I will agree to this, but with a few conditions. Itachi, I will allow you to run your clan as you see fit. But being a branch family, you must obey the rules Uzumaki and Namikaze clan sets. I understand, Lady Azula. Second, on the eve of your grandchild becoming clan leader, your clan will be released. From that day on you will no longer be a branch family. In exchange, Itachi asked. Azula grabs a piece of paper and writes down the conditions, then hands it to Itachi. All of Makoto's children and grandchildren will inherit the Uchiha name. The Uchiha clan will allow them to learn to use their Sharingan. Should a member of either Uzumaki or Namikaze clan need sanctuary, the Uchiha clan will give it to them. Makoto's faith in Azula is well founded. I am grateful for that, Itachi thought. Itachi smiles. That's a fair exchange, I agree to the terms. Karen and Haku enters the room. Azula. Good, you're back. Discover anything? Haku and I followed Sakura. Not once did I sense anything from her. Azula raised an eyebrow. Nothing. All day you sense nothing from her? No. Azula nods. Very well, I will talk to Tsunade in the morning. With her, Jiraiya and Yami's help we might be able to figure this out. So, Sakura is back in the village? Makoto asked. Yes, she arrived a few days after the Chunin exam finals. Sasuke sent her, to see if I am in the village. Itachi said. That's Tsunade and Jiraiya's thought as well. She will keep a close eye on the Uchiha clan compound. It will be for the best, we keep you hidden until Tsunade decides to act. Itachi nods. Very well. Should he stay here? Makoto asked. No need, I know place I could stay that Sasuke or Sakura doesn't know about. Very well, Karen. Yes, Lady Azula. What level of seal mastery are you? 7. Keep training, something tells me you will be needed in the days to come. Yes, Lady Azula. Karen leaves the room. Itachi starts coughing. Are you alright? Makoto asked. No, but I will manage. Azula sighs as she pulls out a 3-pronged kunai. Time skip. Temple entrance 30 minutes later. By the time the team arrived at the base of the temple, a camp was set up. Several tents, a grill and a table. Asuma was put in charge while Naruto gone to check on Azula. This ability Naruto used seems useful. One of the clones approached the team. It's a lifesaver, where is the boss? He had to take care of a problem in Konoha. Alright, we set up camp and scouted out the area around the temple. You didn't go inside? Tenzin asked. No. The real Naruto walks up to the group. Sorry about that, Azula needed my help with an important matter. The shadow clones dispersed, allowing Naruto to have received the memories. Naruto, look. Hinata points to the cave entrance. Several lights could be seen in the distance. Naruto pulls out a flare and shots into the sky. Once the teams arrive, we can begin the search. Tenzin, may we see the map of the temple? Of course. Konoha, midnight. Sakura slips out of her bedroom window, then climbs up onto the roof. She quickly hops from building to building. After a few minutes she lands on the ground in front of the Uchiha clan compound. I know you are here, bastard, you will pay for the pain you caused my Sasuke-kun. She thought. Itachi, Yami, Kakashi and Tenzo watch Sakura enters. Damn it. Sorry Kakashi. Itachi said. How should we handle this? Tenzo asked. For now, we observe. Troublesome. Itachi raised an eyebrow. Since your return to Konoha, I notice you've been saying that more. Damn it, I was hoping to be finally rid of that verbal tick. What about you, Itachi? You haven't coughed all day. Kakashi asked. Itachi hated to admit it, he thought there was no return from his condition. He would been surprised if he lived to be 25. But thanks to Katara's healing technique, hope was on the horizon. It will be a slow process however, given how aggressive Itachi's illness is. He will need more treatments in the future, but already Itachi feels some of his former strength returning. Let's just say I am back to my old self. Look there. Tenzo pointed to Sakura as she enters Itachi's family home. Temple, sealed room. Throughout the entire temple was a honeycomb with passageways and rooms. Only someone with a Byakugan could appreciate the scale of it. To Neji, it almost reminds him of the inside of a clock. The team enters a large room with 12 statues. On all 4 walls were murals telling the tale of the Avatar cycle. What are these statues? Asuma said. Each of the statues were made in honor of the Avatar and their journey. Naruto said. How do you know this? You're not an air nomad. Naruto grins, are you sure you want to know the answer? Tenzin's face was turning a shade of red. Kit, I sense he is getting frustrated with you. It's time to show him who you really are. Kurama said. Tenzin, let me show you a magic trick. Everyone stand back. Once everyone cleared the center of the room, Naruto entered the Avatar state. What the hell? Kiba shouted. Naruto opens a bottom of water, then took a breath. Tenzin's jaw dropped as Naruto begun to fire bend. He gracefully moves as rings of fire forms around him. So beautiful, Ino said. 4 of the statues begun to glow. Naruto switched to air bending. The others were in awe watching Naruto bend the elements. This explains so much, I never thought I would meet the Avatar. He thought. As Naruto finished his eyes returns to normal. All 12 statues light up, then moves towards the center of the room. Once they formed a circle around Naruto, the 4 walls begun to rise, revealing a hidden door. Gato's hideout. Gato was fuming, not only did he spend 2 years in blood prison, but now his crime empire was in ruins. Damn that blasted blonde hair kid. In his mind he can still see Naruto with a big grin. 2 men enters the room, boss. What? He growled. You're not going to believe this, that kid that sent you to blood prison is back in Wave. Gato smiles, send word to the others, we attack Wave. Temple, main chamber. In the heart of the temple was a massive machine with a crystal. After the 4 doors were revealing it set off a chain reaction. The crystal begun to glow, moments later the ancient gears begun to turn. The temple trembles as new passageways open while others close. On the floor was a massive door that housed the temple's guardian. Once the door fully opened, a pair of red eyes could be seen. Massive black pincers started to emerge from the shadow. While outside the temple starts to rise out of the ground. Once fully exposed the temple was floating in the air. Slowly rotates clockwise as light begun to shine from the jewels of the temple walls. Chapter 14. Temple built site. When Kyoshi learned she was the Avatar, her life was turned upside down. She agreed to help the air monks protect their legacy. Once that mission is over, Kyoshi would go into hiding. The young Avatar approached Ren, the oldest and wisest of the air monks. Lady Kyoshi, he said as he bows. Please don't call me that, she said in annoyed tone. She still has doubts. I will show her the journals, it will put her fears to rest. Ren thought. The temple begun to glow, what is going on? A worker shouted. Kyoshi and Ren disappeared in a blinding flash of light. Time skipped 30 minutes later. The elder monks were in a tent. Ren and Avatar Kyoshi disappeared. The leader asked. Yes. This works in our favor, I was planning on luring Ren away. With them gone we can seal the guardian without issue. How long will it take us to move the guardian to the temple? 4 hours. Tell the men, we move at once. The monks bow before leaves the tent. A large ship could be seen in the distance. Wave outside of Tezuna's house 10 a.m. After meeting Konohamaru, Bumi decided to help the lad. He set up a training course for him to sharpen his skills. Konohamaru jumps out of a bush, fires an arrow. The high winds from the hurricane made it a challenge. Konohamaru runs past the target without looking back. An archer must be on the move at all times. Speed, stealth and precision are the archer's best weapons. Bumi's voice echoed in his mind. After Konohamaru fires his last arrow, he drops to one knee. Out of breath and sweating. Bumi approach him, not bad Konohamaru. You managed to hit one of the targets. Konohamaru looks up, his arrow on the edge of the target. He grins. You have done better than I did, when I first used a bow. How many targets did you hit sensei? I missed every target, boy my instructor was pissed at me. Konohamaru raised an eyebrow. Ah the good old days, I miss my old instructor. Drill Nacy Pants we called him. He would come on unglued whenever he falls for one of my pranks. Konohamaru grins, did you say pranks? Bumi grins, let's take a break. After collecting the arrows Bumi and Konohamaru returns to Tezuna's house. Uzumaki Namikaze Library 10:30 a.m. Since 9 a.m. the compound been busy. Pakura, Mei, Haku, Tamari, Tayuya, Shizuka, Samu and Yugito were moving box. Why are we doing this? Tayuya asked. Naruto and Azula brought back all of the scrolls and books from Whirlpool. They need a place to be stored. Pakura said. Azula enters the room holding 2 cups of coffee. Not just the library, we are adding 3 new wings and a second floor. Tamari picks up another box, that will take a while. She said. Indeed, Pakura said. Karen sitting at Minato's desk, 3 small stacks of books were on it. Burning the midnight oil again? She asked. Azula hands Karen a cup. Thank you, I think I figured it out. Karen hands Azula an open scroll, Aegis seal. Before the founding of Konoha, the Uzumaki were in a war with another clan. The Sirens. Azula raised an eyebrow. Your clan doesn't strike me as the type. Karen giggled. True, but those were dark times from what I learned. She points to the books on the desk. The siren had a very deadly bloodline. Seductress. Jiraiya enters the room. I don't think I heard that bloodline before. He yawned. Azula hands Jiraiya the other cup. It's a dead bloodline. From what Tsunade told me, bloodlines grant abilities. What abilities does Seductress offer? Azula asked. It grants the Kunoichi empathy, mind reading, will drain and mind domination. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. Mind reading. Like the Yamanaka clan jutsu. Yes, but on a lower scale. They could only hear the surface thoughts of a person. Good thing Inoichi didn't hear that. He thought. The Sirens used their bloodline to seduce others to their cause, making anyone their loyal slave for life. That's troubling. Karen nods. Once the Sirens conquered their nation, they set their sights on Whirlpool. Karen yawned. What happened? Azula asked. The Sirens tried to bring the Uzumaki into the fold. They didn't consider their target might be stronger empaths. Azula smiled. I bet the Sirens didn't like that. Karen grins. Sometime after the war started, the Uzumaki clan created the Aegis seal. How does it work? Jiraiya asked. It shields a person's mind, protecting them from the Sirens' influence. Azula raised an eyebrow. So your empathy and the Yamanaka clan jutsu. As long as Sakura has it, she is untouchable by those means. How did Sakura get her hands on it? Jiraiya asked. Azula looks at the Aegis seal. Can it be removed? Karen yawns. Yes, there is a seal that can remove it. That's where you come in, Lord Jiraiya. I'll need your help. He grins. Alright, which seal do you need to learn? Void. Jiraiya's raised an eyebrow. Are you sure? What is it? Azula asked. Void is a legendary seal. Sensei told me it was used only once by Mito Uzumaki. By his account, it was. Before the creation of Aegis, my clan used Void on a regular basis. How does it work? Karen cleans her glasses. Void removes all forms of mind control. Any seal on the target is destroyed during the purge. Azula raised an eyebrow. Will it harm Sakura? Karen puts back on her glasses. Hard to say. Azula nods. Very well. When do you want to start training? Jiraiya asked. Karen yawns. Right away. Azula sighs. No, both of you are tired. Get some rest. You can start training tomorrow. But. Karen, you need to rest. Azula said in a firm tone. Yes, Lady Azula. Karen groaned. Azula nods before she walks away. Kushina will be pleased. Jiraiya thought. Karen raised an eyebrow as she senses something from Azula. She closes her eyes and focus really. 2, maybe 3, she thought. Something wrong. Huh, nothing, she yawns. Hyuga compound. Ever since Danzo's failed coup, Hiashi notice a change. The compound become livelier with the Hyuga elders gone. Hisashi enters Hiyashi's study. Brother. Well. The others agreed to stay. Hiashi leans back in his chair and sighs. That's a huge burden off my mind. Did they tell you why? It's because of you. Hiashi raised an eyebrow. Unlike our father or grandfather. You done your best to help the branch family. I owe Naruto a huge debt for helping us. Indeed, I was surprised you allow Hinata to date Naruto. Hiashi makes a new pot of tea. I promised Hitomi, I would allow her daughters to follow their own path. If Hinata's path is with Naruto, so be it. For now, she will remain in the Hyuga compound. Hisashi raised an eyebrow. What were those boxes I saw Hinata take to the Uzumaki compound? Hiashi grins. Art supplies. Hisashi chuckled. Some much like her mother. Indeed. Would you like some tea? Thank you. Hisashi waits for his brother to drink. So, are you planning on telling Sum how you feel about her? Hiashi spits out his tea. What? He coughed. I noticed you've been spending a lot of time with her. Hiashi blushed. That's not your concern. Brother, Hitomi been gone for 10 years. She would want you to move on with your life. Sume enters the room. Hiyashi starts to worry. Oh no, did she heard that? Hiyashi thought. How can we help you today, Lady Sume? Hizashi asked. I need to talk with Lord Hiyashi about a couple of issues. Do you have some time to talk? Hizashi grins, making his brother nervous. Lucky for you, my brother's schedule is free for the day. In fact, why not discuss things over lunch, my treat? Hiyashi glares at his brother. Great. Sume grabs Hiyashi by the arm and pulls him out of the office. Hizashi waves goodbye. I'm going pay for that later. Hizashi looks to the photo of Hitomi on Hiyashi's desk. I am sure you would approve, they've been alone long enough. Rest easy, Hitomi, your family is doing well. He leaves the office and turns off the light. Temple chamber. Naruto comes to my head. He thought. Good, I was starting to worry. Rava said. Rava, Kurama, what happened? He thought. When you revealed yourself as the avatar, it must have completed the first trial. Rava said. Kurama nods. When you complete the test, it released a wave of energy. Kurama said. Naruto gets to his feet, looks around the room. He walks over to Ino, checking her pulse. Naruto. Ino asked. It's all right, get your bearings. Naruto noticed most of the group was gone. Kya, Ren and Kiyoshi appeared. I don't remember those two. Kurama, do you sense the teams? He thought. No, Kurama said. Where did they go? To Zuna's house, 12 p.m. Konohamaru finished his lunchtime to train. He thought. Wind from the hurricane caused the window to rattle. Kya gets out of her chair. A white aura form around here. What is this? Kya disappeared, followed by a blinding light. What is going on? Konohamaru asked. Crash. Ouch, my back. Troublesome. Arf. The light dies down, revealing teams 8, 9 and 10. Minus Naruto, Tenzin and Ino. Uncle Asuma. Konohamaru. Is everyone alright? Tsunami asked. I will be, once Fatso gets off of me. Kiba growled. Choji's face turns red as steam comes out of his ears. Shikamaru sighs, troublesome. Expansion Jutsu. Gato's hideout. The decades of running his criminal empire have taught Gato a priceless lesson. Why risk your life, when you could have others do that for you? For the right price, of course. For years, Gato used a body double. It has been a lifesaver on more than once. However, Gato did make one mistake. He forgot about Zabuza's companion. His ruse was discovered when Naruto and Haku shown up at the hideout. Luckily for the spinless coward, he survived the encounter. For his crimes, Gato was sent to blood prison. Sadly, he escaped. Thanks to a bribe. Boss. Gato turns his chair around. Why are you here? I gave you an order to attack Wave. He hissed. There has been a development. Gato sighs. Go on. One of the men pulls out several photos and hands them to Gato. There are several Konoha teams in Wave. Gato balls up his fist for a moment. He stops at the final picture. He grins. This is perfect. With this I could get their help. He thought. Gato puts the photo of Asuma, Kurenai and Guy on the desk. Get me the dove, I need to send a message to them. To Zuna's house. Udon playing shogi with Asuma when Moegi burst through the door. Moegi, what is wrong? Udon asked. Big trouble. Kurenai and Guy enter the room. What's wrong? Kurenai asked. While training, I sensed people with dark emotions. Kurenai raised an eyebrow. Dark emotions. Sensors are able to sense emotion from people. What color were their flame, Moegi? Red. Asuma sighs. Guy, Kurenai. Yes, Asuma. I want all teams on standby. Kurenai nods as she leaves the room. Sorry to bother you with this. Asuma put his hand on Moegi's shoulder. It's all right, thank you for bringing this to our attention. Temple chamber. Ren stood up. How did we end up here? He asked. Tenzin approached. Are you all right? He asked. I am, thank you. Grand Master Ren. Ren raised his left hand, causing Kiyoshi to approach. This is Avatar Kiyoshi. You got to be kidding me. They thought. I am Tenzin of the Air Nomads. This is Avatar Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Kiyoshi raised his eyebrow. Great, another reminder. She thought. Ino and Kya approached the group. Given the state of this room, I assume we are in the future. Ren asked. Yes, thousands of years. Naruto said. Kiyoshi sighs. That's just great. How do we get back? We must help them recover our legacy, only then we be allowed to return to our time. Ren walks towards the doorway. Wait, we had a group with us. Are they alright? Ino asked. Are they benders? Ren asked. No. It's not our way to harm others. They were safely removed from the temple. Ino sigh in relief. Thank you. Come, we have a long trial ahead of us. Ren leads the party down a large hallway. Murals of Sky Bison and the avatars were on the walls. Grand Master Ren. Yes, Lord Naruto. Naruto is fine, I don't like titles. Have you trained avatars before Kyoshi? He asked. I trained 2 before her. Kyoshi has a tick mark as Ren started telling the tales of her predecessors. Naruto had stars in his eyes as he listened. Is he always like this? Kyoshi asked. Ino nods, most of the time. The group enters the heart of the temple. Most of it is hollow, massive gears scattered around them. Neji is right, the construction of this temple is insane. Ino thought. In the heart of the void was a large floating platform. 4 crystals in the corners and a pedestal in the center. A pathway of light appeared before them. The group walks onto the platform. To reclaim our legacy, the 4 elemental stones must be collected. How do we do that? Tenzin asked. Touch the symbol on the pedestal that represent your bending style. You will be teleported to new area, to begin the trials. How many trials are there? Naruto asked. 10, once the last trial is over. You may claim the stone, only when the 4 stones are placed on the pedestal, we proceed to the main chamber. Avatar Kyoshi and Naruto could pick any of the trials. Should we go in pairs? Naruto asked. Yes, but we're 2 people short. Naruto grins, I got that covered. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 2 clones appeared causing the others to take a step back. How? Tenzin asked. Ino grins, he does that. Very well. After touching the air symbol both Ren and Tenzin disappeared. Naruto looks to Kya, please look after Ino, she is new to water bending. I will. Naruto nods before him and his partner disappeared. Kya and Ino left next leaving Kyoshi and her clone alone. She reached for the earth symbol, stops for a moment. Something wrong? The clone asked. No. Kyoshi and the clone disappeared. Time skip Fire Path 4th trial. To reach each trial, Naruto has to navigate through a large maze. Every few minutes the maze would change causing new walls and path to appear. Adding time and frustration, something Naruto wish he could avoid. Once the last status lights up, Naruto would appear in a massive chamber. 12 statues were on floating platforms around the chamber. Naruto looks around the room, 100 holes were on the floor, walls and ceiling. Naruto sighed, great, this again. Kit, you barely survived the last trial. You need to be on the move at all times. Kurama said. You worry too much Kurama, it will give you gray fur. The key is to be like the leaf, flow with the movements of the gates. Air bending is about spiral movements, if you met resistance, you must be able to adjust at a moment's notice. Gyusto's voice echoed in Naruto's mind. Thank you Master Gyusto. Naruto puts a Hiraishin mark where he stood. He closed his eyes for a moment, letting go of his stress. He then runs towards the first statue. Fire begun to spew out of the hole, Naruto spins around avoiding the flames. When 3 flames appeared before him, he spins to his left avoiding them. When Naruto lights the first statue with flames, he heard a loud click. All of the holes begun to spew fire at once. To avoid being turned into a burnt crisp Naruto flashed away. He drops down to one knee, are you alright? The clone asked. This is going to be a problem. I hope the others are not having the same problem. Time skip Wind Trails. Once Ren and Tenzin completed their 7th trial, they teleported to a new area. They stood on a platform in the center of a large void. Powerful wind blows several floating platforms around them. Given what I have seen, very little of our teachings survived to your time. Tenzin nods causing Ren to sigh, the answer is no. Pardon. The old air monk looks at Tenzin with a serious look. You're not allowed to tell me what happens. Why? It could save our order. Tenzin, the air monks does more than train and guide the avatar. We help protect the balance of the world. Changing our history would be a betrayal of everything we stand for. Tenzin sighs in defeat, very well. If I may ask what the deal with Avatar Kyoshi? She does not want to be the avatar. Tenzin raised an eyebrow, why? Ren sighs, it's a private matter, she will not share with me. Though I have a feeling I know what the problem is. Care to share? No. If I may ask, how is the training going with Avatar Naruto? I didn't train him, I only found out he was the avatar a few hours ago. You sound upset. I don't know what is worse. That I didn't know or that I didn't train him. Perhaps it's your destiny to be the student of the avatar. Tenzin raised an eyebrow. Let me show you what a master of air bending could do. Time skip Final Earth Trial. The final test was simple. 16 Earth statues need to be restored using earth bending. The clone restored half of the statues, then left the rest for Kyoshi. While he waits, the clone meditates to conserve chakra. After another failed attempt, Kiyoshi grew frustrated. She picked up a rock and throws it at the disfigured statue. The statue turns back to sand. Kiyoshi turns to the clone. Why are you just sitting there? You're supposed to be helping me. Kiyoshi growled. I done half as we agreed. Damn firebender smug ass. The clone smiled. Got under your skin, have I? He teased. Kiyoshi sticks out her tongue. Sit, you need to calm yourself. What is the point? After this I am walking away. How long have you been the avatar? 6 months. Naruto opens his eyes. There is more to the role of avatar than you think. Of course, there is. People cheering your name and having monuments named after you. No thanks, I'll pass. She said in a mocking tone. Naruto raised an eyebrow. I need to be patient with her, he thought. Have you considered what would happen if you walked away? Kiyoshi raised an eyebrow. What are you talking about? Before you make your choice, you need to ask yourself this question. How many people will suffer if you walk away? Kiyoshi has a tick mark as she punches the clone, causing it to disperse. You're wrong, you damn fool. I won't corrupt myself with greed like you have, she growled. Kiyoshi resumes her task. I will finish this, then I am done, she thought. Time skip. Final water trial. Like the other trials, Kyo and Ino need to bend water so it would reach the statues around the large room. Only when a steady flow of water touches the statues, they would glow. During the first trial the girls came up with a plan. They create a pillar of water to reach each statue. A good plan, but for Ino it was a tiring task. She had to take breaks often. Why can't water bending be easy? My clan jutsu is far easier by comparison, she thought. After 4 of the statues started to glow, Ino falls on her ass. Kya walks up to her. Are you alright? She asked. Ino sits up. I am fine, just a bruised ego. How long will it take to reach your level? Years. Did Naruto grant you bending? Ino raised an eyebrow. How? Tenzin talks a lot about the avatar, so you tend to pick up things. It was an early birthday present. That was nice of him. Are you two together? Ino blushed, more or less. After what happened with my last fianca copyright I am taking it slow. Seems reasonable. Is it? My heart telling me to stop dragging my feet. Ino thought. Would you like for me to teach you how to water bend? Really? I owe you for saving my niece. Konohamaru did the hard part. I only gave her CPR. The offer still stands. Ino raised an eyebrow. I don't want to separate you from your family. Kya laughed. Now that Tenzin knows Naruto is the avatar, we will be staying. Oh. Tenzin's order is responsible for training the avatars. I dare say Naruto will have his hands full dealing with my brother. Ino and Kya laughed. Come, let's begin your first lesson. Kya takes almost an hour to explain the forms and how water bending works, offering advice when Ino had a question. Once she was satisfied that Ino got the basics, Kya resumed her works on the other statues. At first Ino felt overwhelmed. Slowly she started to get the hang of it. After finishing the other statues, Kya watched Ino. Almost there, she thought. As Ino started to feel tired again, she completes her task. All of the statues glows before appeared in a circle formation. A dark blue stone appeared in the center. I got it. When Ino touched it, she disappeared. Kya was returned to the altar. I guess I wait here. Konoha. 20 years later. Ino appeared in front of Uzumaki Namikaze compound. How did I get back here? Needing answers, she walks through the gate. Her eyes widen seeing how large the compound is. Over the years, Naruto expanded his clan's compound. Almost 12 buildings and a dojo were built. A dozen children were playing in the courtyard. Ino spots Hinata with a little girl with black hair, blue eyes and whisker marks. The little girl is painting the sakura tree. Like this mommy. Very good Himawari. Hinata pats her daughter on the head. Naruto runs out of the house. A pregnant Azula followed him. Dang it, I am late again. Naruto, while I approve you focused on your work, you need to rest. You've been pushing yourself too hard as of late. Naruto sighs. You're right, once the Chunin exams are over I will take a break. I think Lord Sixth would agree. Good, if you pass out it would frighten the children. What message would that send to them? A young boy with blonde hair, blue eyes and whisker marks walks out of the house. That our father is workaholic and needs to spend more time with his family. Boruto grins. Naruto raised an eyebrow. What was that, Boruto? Azula puts her hand on her nephew's head. I guess the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Boruto, you're going to be late for class. Boruto raised an eyebrow as a dark aura formed around Azula. Both of you go now. She growled. Yes, my fire princess, Aunt Azula. They spoke. Naruto flashed away while Boruto runs away. Hinata giggles as she approached Azula. Do you think Naruto knows? She asked. Azula smiled. Lord Sixth will make the announcement during the closing ceremony. Finally, Naruto's dream comes true. The girls turn to their visitor. How have you been, Ino dear? Azula, what is going on? Come with me. Ino follows Azula into the house. It's been years since I seen you with long hair, Ino. I like it. Ino blush, thank you. 3 more children run past Azula and Ino. No running in the halls, children. Yes, Aunt Azula, they said. How many children are there? 12 and still growing. Ino's jaw drops. How many children do I have? Azula grins. That would be telling. They come to a door with a seal on it. Apply your chakra to unlock the door. The one you seek is inside. Ino raised an eyebrow. Alright Ino, what have you got yourself into this time? When Ino applies her chakra, the seal glows for a moment. Once the seal disappears, the door slides open. Ino steps through the door. Tenzin's vision, Air Monk's temple. After finishing the last trial, Tenzin collect the air stone. He found himself in a strange place surrounded by air monks. Is something wrong, brother Tenzin? A monk asked. No, I am fine. Why do I feel I am forgetting something important? He thought. Come brothers, our important guest has arrived. The monks started to leave. Tenzin stood there confused. Something wrong, brother Tenzin? Gusteau asked. Must be nothing, if I may ask who our important guest. Gusteau chuckled, the avatar of course. Tenzin follows Gusteau and his fellow air monks. A sky bison carrying the avatar lands in front of the group. A young boy climbs down as the monks approach him. What is your name, child? Gusteau asked. Aang. Vision. Naruto is on the ground, holding the fire stone. After collecting it, Naruto finds himself floating over Phoenix Island. Why am I here? The island burst into flames, people turned to ash. Naruto heard a laugh behind him, he turns. A man wearing a mask, dark clothing and a hood stood before him. His eyes glow red as Naruto sees himself holding a blood-covered Ryazetsu. Naruto wakes up as tears rolls down his face. Kurama. It's all right kid, we will be ready for that day, Kurama said. When Naruto stood up, he appears in front of the platform. Kya approached him. Oh good, you are all right. He turns and sees Kya. You all right? Where is Ino? She disappeared when she touched the water stone. Naruto puts his stone on the pedestal. One of the crystals started to glow. He received the memories from the clone he left with Kyoshi. I will be right back. He disappeared in a yellow flash. Kyoshi's vision. After collecting the earth stone, Kyoshi found herself in an empty field. For miles, the land, the trees were burnt and smoking. She spots a road on the hill and decides to follow it. Kyoshi walks for almost 20 minutes before coming to a new field filled with dead bodies. A woman on her knees praying. Kyoshi approached her. Are you all right? She asked. The woman continued praying for someone to help. As Kyoshi touched her shoulder, the woman looks up. The woman's eyes were missing, blood started pouring out of the eye sockets. The woman stood up. Why didn't you protect us? We suffered because of you. The woman growled. The woman's body burst into flames before turning to ashes. Kyoshi was shaken seeing that happen in front of her. What? After a few minutes, Kyoshi was able to calm herself enough to continue forward. She spots a village on the hill. Time skip. The sun sets as Kyoshi enters the village. From the looks of it, the village was on its last leg. People fled from her. Hey wait. She follows them to the center of town, where a fountain of blood rests. Kyoshi pales seeing the blood spraying from the fountain. An elderly man approached. So you finally decide to see the damage you caused. She turns to the man. What? The elderly man taps his cane on the ground, causing people comes out of the woodwork. Most of them suffered by the hands of others. Some with missing limbs, disfigured or worse. Where were you, Avatar Kyoshi? Our people suffered because you didn't protect us. No, 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 no. Kyoshi holds her head. What have I done? The people grabbed Kyoshi and tied her up. The mob begun to stack wooden planks and boxes in the fountain. Kyoshi is tied to a large stake. For your crime of walking away, Avatar Kyoshi. Sentence is death. A light torch lands at the base of pile. Flames quickly start to rise. Kyoshi could feel the flames on her legs. I am sorry. Please forgive me. I think you made your point, time God-sama. Kyoshi opens her eyes and sees Naruto standing on top of the stake. He does a forward flip and lands on the ground in front of the pyre. Naruto bends the fire off of Kyoshi. You can't do that. She must be punished for what she done. Maybe, but you can't blame someone for wanting to take a different path. Did she make the wrong choice? Yes, what matters is she learns from this. Naruto frees Kyoshi, then carries her bridal style to a portal. It's alright, Kyoshi. Kyoshi wakes up a few minutes later. Naruto used the last of his water to heal the burn marks. Kurama, could you do that trick you used to expose Zhao? He thought. Did I cause those people to suffer? She asked herself. Naruto sighed as he picks up the earth stone. Kyoshi, I have something to show you. Take my hand. She touched his hand, causing Kurama's chakra to cover her. Naruto's memories filled her mind, the pain he endured, the life he had. After a few minutes the chakra receded, causing her to look up to Naruto. The lives we once had is over. We were chosen to be the guardian for the people that suffered and lost hope. I don't know if I have the strength. It's alright. Naruto helped Kyoshi to her feet, then both of them disappeared. Time skip, central chamber. When Naruto and Kyoshi appeared, the others were there waiting. Tenzin looked shaken while Ino looked relaxed. Are you okay? I've been better, Tenzin said. Flashback, Air Temple. Dozens of squads of firebender warriors pour out of the airships like a raging river. Tenzin stood there in horror as he witnesses the massacre of the air monks. A building next to Avatar Aang exploded, causing debris to land on him. Tenzin runs over to help. I need to get Aang to safety, he thought. As Tenzin lifts the final stone, his eyes widen. Aang was crushed by the debris. Tears filled Tenzin's eyes as he drops to his knees. Flames from a firebender covered both Tenzin and Aang, turning them into a pile of ash. Tenzin wakes up screaming, I am alive. He quickly looks around and sees he was back in the temple with Ren. The old Grand Master approached Tenzin. Destiny must play out as the gods decided long ago. If our order was meant to fall, it will. One way or the other. All we can do is rebuild. Tenzin wipes the tears away, then stands up. I understand, Grandmaster Ren. Come, the others are waiting. Flashback ends. Naruto nods. I see. What about you, Ino? Ino started to blush, causing Naruto to raise an eyebrow. It was fine. Flashback. When Ino entered the room, she had no idea she was walking into a rainforest. Trees, plants Ino never seen before was all around her. What is this place? How large is this forest? She asked. A pregnant woman, with short blonde hair and dressed in purple, approached Ino. 10 times the size of Konoha. Ino turns around, her jaw drops seeing her future self. I was wondering when you would show up. What? Future Ino giggled, remembering how confused she was when it happened to her. Come with me. Ino follows her future self to a large field of beautiful white flowers. Beautiful, what is this place? Ino asked. My wedding gift from Naruto. It's a pocket dimension made from Uzumaki seals. Future Ino points to a massive seal on the ceiling. Ino looks around. I often come here, it takes my mind of the hospitals. Pardon, theirs is only one. Oops, Future Ino said. Ino rolls her eyes. Let's get to the reason you are here. You've been denying what your heart is telling you. Ino groans, really? I am getting dating advice from my future self. Future Ino giggles, I can tell you this, Naruto is not like that bastard Sasuke. He treats you like a princess. Ino sighs, you're right, but given what happened with Sasuke, I just don't know. You will have your answer on your birthday. Pardon. The water stone appears next to Future Ino. We are out of time. Naruto's journey is a dire one. Ino raised an eyebrow. For Naruto to complete his destiny, he will need your support. Otherwise, he might fall to despair or death. Ino nods as she takes the stone and disappeared. Future Ino sighs, soon, the dance of twilight will begin. I wish I could relive that day. Flashback ends. Kyoshi placed the earth stone on the pedestal. Ren noticed Kyoshi is acting differently. Maybe her experience was beneficial, he thought. With the last stone in place, Naruto and the others disappeared. Gato's hideout. Gato pacing the room when 2 people entered. Kakuzu and Hidan of the Akatsuki. Oh good, you have arrived. Why are we dealing with you, worm? Hidan asked. I have a job for you. One that doesn't pay, Kakuzu said. Gato approached the men and shows a picture. This is your payment. Asuma Sarutobi, Kurenai Yuhi and Might Guy of the Leaf. I checked their updated bounty, together that's almost 100 million yen. Acceptable. Hidan was annoyed, maybe for you, damn money-hungry dick. What do I get out of the deal? What do you want? Gato asked. Hidan has a murderous grin, I want the people of Wave. Kakuzu groans, that again. Nothing will stop me from paying my tribute to Lord Jishinism. You can have them, I want the people of Wave gone regardless. Hidan starts to laugh, wonderful. Temple, final chamber. The team appeared in a massive room with several levels. Ren leads the group towards the center. What is this legacy of the air monks? Tenzin asked. Moo. The group looks up. Several levels above them were filled with sky bison. Some were eating, others were either asleep or flying above the group. Naruto grins, well I'll be. Tenzin was in awe, all my life I heard the stories. I never thought it was possible. We didn't want our legacy be lost to the sands of time. Like the dragons? Naruto asked. Ren nods, yes, the air monks taken care of the sky bison for generations. If we were to lose the sky bison, we would lose an important part of ourselves. One sky bison was flying oddly fast, doing loops, come on sentient spirit one more time. The sky bison moo as it does another loop, then lands in front of the group. Yuto. Ah Naruto, good to see you again. What happened when you? Tazuna sent out search parties. The boss is going to kill me. The sky bison starts to tremble. Kid, we are not alone. I sense something above us. Kurama said. Naruto looks up, he sees a flash of brown coming towards them. Wind release, wind gust. Naruto launched a jutsu causing to Yuto and his sky bison fly several feet back. A scorpion tail slams into the ground where they stood. Why did you, what is that? Yuto said. As the tail retracts, Naruto shoots a flare at the ceiling, revealing a massive scorpion, a Kaiser scorpion. I thought they were extinct. Tenzin shouted. What is it doing here? Ren said. Naruto summoned several shadow clones, you didn't put it here. What? No, it's not our way. Zane. Oh crap, Senshin, we are in huge trouble. Naruto helps Ren to his feet. Kurama, this scorpion is half the size of the ice kraken. Should we use it? No, you still haven't mastered it yet. Kurama said. Naruto, given the condition of the temple you might bring it down on you. Rava said. Naruto sighs, plan B. The scorpion drops down to the ground level. A loud boom echoed throughout the temple. The massive scorpion screeched, as several spikes started to form on the scorpion's armor. Moments later the scorpion launches the spikes at the group. Oh, this is going to be a problem. Naruto said. Bridge. To keep Land of Wave safe, Asuma come up with a plan. His team will guard the bridge, Guy's team defends the harbor and Kurenai's team defend the village itself. Originally, Jinora, Ikki, Milo, Bumi and Naruto's team was to wait in the shelter. But they wanted to help. Jinora, her siblings and Udon was helping Kurenai's team. While Bumi, Konohamaru and Moegi gone with Asuma's team. Bumi was checking his old black bow, it has been a while old friend. Good people need your protection. Konohamaru checks his gear one last time, need arrows sensei. No, I am good Konohamaru. Shikamaru approached them, are you good with that bow? He asked. I fought in 2 wars, 7 tours of experience. Still learning, Konohamaru said. Shikamaru sighed, troublesome. Choji, best be ready for a long battle. Choji pulls out a bag of chips, started eating. Want one? He asked. Don't talk with your mouth full. Shikamaru said. Asuma approached Moegi, anything. She closes her eyes, I sense a very powerful chakra signature ahead of us. Eyes open people. Bumi, Konohamaru and Moegi. Support, Shikamaru and Choji. They fall back as Asuma pulls out a walkie-talkie. Anything on your end, guy? A large ship pulling into the harbor. Asuma raised an eyebrow, Kurenai. All of the civilians are in the shelter. That won't save them or you. Hidan and Kakuzu steps out of the fog, there was 2. Moegi said in disbelief. Asuma draws his knives, it's all right, I thought there was one as well. Hidan pulls out a 3-bladed scythe, you will die first. Kakuzu, stay out of this. Don't ruin the head, I need it to collect the bounty. Hidan charge in with a sick laugh, Asuma barely was able to block the strike. Sparks flies as the blades clashed. Hidan kicks Asuma in the gut sending him flying. His attacker quickly closes the distance and swings his scythe. Asuma barely parries the strike in time. Hidan spins around and brings down his scythe for a killing blow. An arrow deflects Hidan's scythe, damn you old bastard. Damn that was close, I owe Bumi a beer later. He thought. Bumi fires several more arrows, each time saving Asuma's life. Hidan glares at Bumi, you're really getting on my nerves. I will deal with you first, bastard. Hidan charged towards Bumi, sensei. Bumi jumps out of the way, missing the blade by inches. Bumi punched Hidan in the throat causing him to take a few steps back. Geronimo. Bumi follows up with several punches to Hidan's face and chest. Asuma and the other were surprised. Not bad. Now Shikamaru. While stunned, Shikamaru's shadow jutsu connects with Hidan's shadow. What the hell? I can't move. Finish him, Asuma shouted. Moegi pulls out a water bottle and pours it on the ground in front of her. Water style, water needle. The water forms a drill before flying towards Hidan. Konohamaru fires an arrow, while Bumi fires too. Moegi's jutsu pierced Hidan's chest, while Bumi's arrows hits Hidan's right shoulder. Konohamaru's arrow grazed Hidan's left cheek. Choji and Asuma charged in. Using wind chakra, Asuma's blade sliced off Hidan's head while Choji's massive fist sent him flying. Hidan lands 12 feet away. Good job people, now focus on the second. Ouch. That really hurt you dicks. Hidan's head looks at Asuma and the others. What the hell? Bumi had a serious look on his face. Damn it, I hope never cross paths with that damn cult again. Bumi thought. Kakuzu grabs Hidan's head by the hair. Ouch. That hurts you bastard. Threads comes out of Kakuzu's cloak and starts reconnecting Hidan's head. Ouch. Watch it you dick. Village Harbor. When the ship docked, the loading ramps lowered. Gato's men storm out of the boat, destroying shops and burning building. Rock Lee ducks under a punch, then gave one of his own. The force of the blow breaks the man's jaw, a few teeth were sent flying. Several Gato's men surrounded Neji before they moved in. Rotation. Gato's men sent flying by Neji's jutsu, Tenten followed up by cutting the men down. A small clay bird hits the ground in front of Rock Lee. An explosion sent Rock Lee flying. Lee, guy shouted. A young man with an eye patch and long blonde hair laughed. Brilliant, look at my beautiful art. Village Square. Fang over Fang. Kiba and Akamaru tears through a group of Gato's men. A man cuts Shino in half only for him to turn into a swarm of bugs. The man screams as the bug swarms him. Jinora and her siblings were protecting the shelter. Anyone got close were sent flying by their air bending. After casting a B-rank genjutsu, Kurenai was a bit winded. What is going on? I only cast 2 genjutsu. I shouldn't be this tired, she thought. A man snuck up behind her. Die bitch. The man raised a sword. Sensei. Hinata screamed. Udon charge in with a kunai, stabbing the man in the upper thigh. The man punch Udon away, allowing Hinata the opening. Kiba helps Udon to his feet. Thanks pup for saving Kurenai sensei. Udon nods. Any time. They could hear the man screaming behind them. Should we stop her? Udon asked. Do you want to stop her? Udon looks over his shoulder. He paled. No, I am good. Temple. Naruto slammed into a wall by Kaiser Scorpion Pincher. Naruto. Ino shouted. He flashes away as rock spears flies towards him. Naruto appeared next to group. You alright? Tenzin asked. The temple starts to shake. A large gear falls to the ground next to Kya. The temple is coming down. Tenzin said. Sorry, but I need all of you to leave. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. Naruto create dozens of shadow clones. Within seconds the entire room was empty, leaving him alone with the scorpion. Naruto enters the avatar state. Now then, time for me to get serious. Outskirts of Wave. The clones dropped the group off a mile from the village. How? Ren asked as he heard an explosion. Several explosions go off in the distance. This is bad, Wave is in trouble. Kya said. Go, I will watch over the herd. Ino looks to Yuto. Are you sure? I got this. I know you don't want to be the avatar, Kiyoshi. But they need you right now. Ren said. Where were you when we needed you? A woman's voice echoed in her mind. The lives we once had is over. We were chosen to be the guardian for the people that suffered and lost hope. Naruto's voice echoed in her mind. Kiyoshi takes a deep breath, letting go of the anger. Never again, she said to herself. Ren raised an eyebrow. Pardon. Kiyoshi runs towards the village. Tenzin and I will help her. You two go help the people in that direction. Ino and Kya nods before they run towards the bridge. Temple. Naruto used the substitution jutsu to avoid being crushed by the falling gears. The gear hits the ground with a thunderous boom, causing the temple trembles. Large cracks form on the temple walls. He appeared on a ledge that was close. Naruto grins as a plan comes to mind. Roar. A young dragon flies through the hole, breathing fire on the Kaiser Scorpion. While the beast was focused on the dragon, Naruto pulls out a storage scroll. With a poof of smoke, a large stack of explosive notes appeared. Naruto summons 3 clones. Team 1, get the search parties to safety. Second team, set explosive tags. Team 3, gravity seal there. Naruto points to a blue crystal on the floor. The clones, nods before starting their assignment. Naruto whistled, Furia. The young dragon swoops around allowing Naruto to jump on. Let's go girl. With the beast distracted, the clones focused on their work. Explosive tags were placed on the upper levels and support beams. After 20 minutes all 3 teams were done. The explosive tags and the gravity seal was triggered. Let's get out of here Furia. The dragon nods before flying through the large hole. The seal glows. It begun to expand throughout the large room. The scorpion being dragged towards the seal. The explosive tags go off. Naruto looks over his shoulder watching the temple fall. Smoke and debris fill the massive cavern. Naruto summons a clone, make sure it's dead. You got it, boss. The clone jumps off, Furia flies through a large crack on the ceiling of the cavern. Once outside she flies towards the village. Naruto received the memories from his clone. One less thing to worry about. Man, I am hungry. Naruto pulls out a small scroll. Release. A bowl of ramen appears. Not yet, Kit, I sense something happening off in the distance. Kurama said. Naruto sighs before putting the ramen back in the scroll. Never a dull moment. Village square. Kiba and Udon drags Kurenai towards the shelter. They lay her next to the door. Go, we will protect her for you. Jinora said. Kiba nods before running off with Udon. Why did sensei faint? He thought. An explosion caused glass shatter from buildings' windows to fly everywhere. Jinora and Ikki used air bending to keep the glass from cutting them. 3 of Gato's men charged towards them, only be sent flying by Ren and Tenzin. Ren approached the last of Gato's men and bows. Please surrender, otherwise I will be forced to apologize. For what? The arrogant man asked. Ren raised his head. For this. He quickly spins around, sending few of the men flying with a gust of wind. Ren hops to his right, avoiding a punch from one of Gato's men. Kiba, his team joined Tenzin. Should we help him? Tenzin-san, Shino asked. Ren spins around, sending Gato's men flying with a gust of wind. No, he will be fine. Harbor. Guy avoids a chain of explosion from Deidara. He holds his right arm. Quit running. You are ruining my art. He growled. Guy sees the destroyed buildings. You should stop this shameful behavior. It's unyouthful. The mad bomber laughed as several clay birds flies towards Guy. A wall of stone rise up from the ground, shielding him from the explosions. Guy looks to his left. Kiyoshi approached him. Thank you. I will deal with the men. Yosh, with your help we will win. If not, I will do 1,000 laps around wave, on my hands. Yosh, Guy-sensei, I will help you in this endeavor. Lee. Guy-sensei. Deidara, Kiyoshi, most of Gato's men have a sweat drop. Tenten's was embarrassed, she covers her face with one hand. There they go again. Neji nods in agreement. Lee charges towards Deidara only to be sent flying by an explosion. Lee. Guy shouted. Lee hits a wall and lands on his back. In the window above Lee was a large bottle of sake. The bottom tips over, pours sake. Hiccup. Lee jumps up to his feet, his face was rosy red and walks awkwardly. He. Dia want a piece off me. Get him. Lee charges in, almost falling over. He easily avoided the strikes. Lee grabs one man by the wrist and spins him around as if they were dancing. Lee used his right leg, was able to knock down several of Gato's men. He spins around his dance partner, then throws him into a fishing net. Hey, let me out. Tenten and Neji blinked in surprise as they watch Lee taking out several more of Gato's men. Kiyoshi slams her foot on the ground, a large rock pop up. Kiyoshi rushed her hands forward, sending the rock flying over Lee's head. The rock lands between a group of Gato's men, knocking them to the ground. As they try to stand up, Lee capitalizes. Guy easily dodges several more explosions. Damn it, I am low of clay. Deidara thought. Guy had enough and dropped his weights. First gate open. Deidara raised an eyebrow as Guy disappeared. He appeared right in front of him. With a powerful kick, Guy sent Deidara flying. Kiyoshi stomped her foot on the ground, causing a wall of stone to appear. Deidara slams into it, then falls to the ground. Several of Gato's men surround her. Damn it, she thought. Here, catch. Tenten thrown one of her weapons to Kiyoshi. Oh no, I gave her the wrong one. Kiyoshi spins around to avoid a knife, catch Tenten's weapons. To her surprise, they were Iron War fans. She dodges another attack, she parries a second attack, then smacked the guy on the head. Bridge. Asuma is kneeling on the ground trying to keep his blood from spilling out. Hidan laughs. Now is time to end it. Hidan grabs an arrow on the ground, he was about to stab himself. Shikamaru's shadow binding jutsu stops Hidan. You're his brother, aren't you? Shikamaru raised an eyebrow. I faced Zen the Thunderbird multiple times. Each time he stopped me from killing his precious Thunderbirds. His control over the shadows is far superior to yours. Damn it, I am low on chakra. Shikamaru thought. His shadow binding is losing its grip on Hidan's arms. Like I said, Dick, you a mirror shadow. Hidan raised the arrow. No. Shikamaru screamed. Wood release, tree binding snare. As the arrow was about to pierce Hidan's heart, a tree branch burst through the ground. It wrapped around Hidan's arms and body. Ah! What the hell? Everyone looks to Moegi, she is just as surprised as them. I have Lord Firstwood style. Hidan breaks free, only for him to be sent flying by a jet of water. Kya and Ino runs up to the group. Kya blocked the seal on the ground. Boomy shouted. Kya spins around before dropping to her knees. When she quickly stood up, her hands were over her head. Two massive waves of water poured onto the bridge. She forms a large sphere of ice over Hidan's seal. You bitch, Hidan hissed. Ino runs to Asuma. Konohamaru. Boomy nods, causing the young genin to run to Ino. Asuma lose too much blood, I need to perform an emergency blood transfusion. You have the same blood type, take off your gear and raise your sleeve. Konohamaru quickly takes off his shirt, while Ino pulls out a storage scroll. When she unseals it, several large medical kits appeared. She quickly takes out the tools she needs. Look out, Shikamaru shouted. Hidan appeared and raised his scythe, die bitch for Jishinism. Naruto appeared between them, rasengan. Hidan was sent flying into the dome of ice. Damn you bastard. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is here. You are coming with us. Kakuzu said. Naruto grins as he enters Sage mode. You got that half right. Naruto walks towards Hidan. Careful, he is a follower of Jishinism. If he gets your blood it could be a fatal battle for you. Boomy shouted. Naruto stopped, did you say Jishinism? Boomy raised an eyebrow, yes. Naruto grins, well then, I don't need to go all out. Kit, you know that technique will hurt a lot. Even with Sage mode, Kurama said. I know, luck for us the others will deal with him. Naruto thought. Naruto pulls out an empty storage scroll and lays it at his feet. Then he goes through hand signs causing Hidan to laugh. You think a mere jutsu can stop me? You're sadly mistaken. As Naruto completes the final hand sign, his eyes go solid back. Shinigami art, soul chains. 8 chains shoot out Naruto's back, wraps around Hidan. Hey, I don't know what you are planning but it will not W. The chains turn to a white flame as they pull out Hidan's soul. Hidan falls to the ground as Naruto's clothing catch on fire. Sensei, Konohamaru and Moegi shouted. Naruto, Ino shouted. Once Hidan's soul was above the scroll, Naruto slams his hand onto the scroll. The chains break off Naruto's body then pours into the scroll. Creating a seal, once completed Hidan's soul was sealed away. The scroll turns black as he puts it away. Kya pours water on Naruto's back causing the flames to go out. The area around Naruto turned into a large black shadow. Sorry, but you're not getting the 9 tails today. Yami Nara, Kakashi, Tenzo and Henna appeared between Kakuzu and Naruto. Black Zetsu appears with Deidara, that's enough, this will be settled later. Kakuzu picks up Hidan's lifeless body before the 4 of them retreated. Once they were out of range, Naruto released Sage mode. He drops to one knee as Shikamaru approached. His eyes widened seeing the burns on Naruto's back. Are you alright? He asked. Naruto let out a weak laugh. I've been better, don't tell Azula I done something stupid. He groans. Shikamaru nods, she won't hear it from me, thanks Naruto. Boomy approached them, did you kill the bastard? He asked. In a way, I removed his soul. That body is an empty shell now. Shadow clone jutsu. Naruto summons 4 clones before he passes out from the pain. 2 of the clones moves Naruto next to Asuma. Boomy and Shikamaru kept an eye out while the others watch Asuma and Naruto being healed by Katara's technique. I must grow stronger, I almost lost 2 people I cared for today. Ino thought. Konohamaru felt dizzy from the transfusion. Can I lay down? He asked. Ino help him lie down. We were lucky today, Boomy said. I need to train more, this could have ended badly today. Konohamaru said. You're not wrong, that bastard's cult destroyed my unit, decades ago. How many survived? Moegi asked. 10 out of 250. Konohamaru closed his eyes, we will continue your lessons tomorrow Konohamaru. For now, you need to rest. Maybe the nightmares will stop now. Boomy thought. Time skip harbor. Gato is fuming, his men are being taken apart by the Konoha shinobi. When Kiyoshi shown up, Gato snapped. He pulls out a Tommy gun and goes to town, taking shots from his ship. Kiyoshi raised a rock wall protecting Ren, Tenzin and his children. You will pay for ruining my plans you damn Konoha filth. He continues firing like a madman, no one was safe not even Gato's men. After firing his last round, Gato changes the magazine. Kiyoshi throws one of the war fans, knocking the gun out of Gato's hands. You damn bitch. Boom. Shells flies through the air strikes Gato's ship. The ship trembles causing Gato to hold the rail, what is going on? Offshore several ships arrived. The admiral of the fleet looks on through binoculars. Nice shot Kira. Thank you, Admiral Iroh. Send in the troops and a few escort vessels. The rest of the fleet will remain here. Yes, Admiral. Time skipped, sun set. A few hours passed, the civilians left the shelter. Gato and his surviving men were taken prisoner. Ren, Kyoshi, Naruto, Tenzin and Tazuna were standing on the bridge. Naruto felt responsible for what happened today. He sighed, I offered that bastard mercy and look what happened. You hoped there was still good in Gato, so he would change. Most Avatar would have done the same. Ren said. Naruto, you're not to blame for what Gato done here today. Tazuna said. He nods, what happens to Gato and his men? Tenzin asked. The raid destroyed the buildings the firebenders were building. The admiral asked that Gato and his men be turned over to him. Tazuna said. Moo. Several sky bison flew overhead, so what are your plans for the sky bison? Tazuna asked. I will need a place to keep them until we have a permanent home for them. Until then, you are welcome to keep them here. Tazuna said. Tenzin bows, thank you. An hourglass appeared on the ground, time to head back. Naruto smiled, may your path be a good one Kyoshi. Regardless of the path you take. Kyoshi smiled, today, my fears were put to rest. I decided accept my destiny. Naruto raised an eyebrow, really? She nods, thank you for showing me there was another way. I will never forget this debt Naruto. She bows before disappearing. Ren approached Naruto and Tenzin. Safe travels Grand Master Ren. Tenzin said. The Grand Master bows before he turns to Naruto. I have a question, if I may. Of course. How did you learn our ways? Ren asked. Tenzin turns to Naruto. I would like to know that as well. Naruto reveals the Shinigami seal on his arm. With no airbenders to learn from, the Shinigami gave me this. It's a seal that allows my spirit to go to spirit realm. Ren smiles, I see. So, you learned from my order while in the spirit realm. Naruto nods, will you share what you learned with Tenzin? Ren asked. Of course. Ren bows to Naruto, I am in your dead avatar Naruto. Ren disappeared. Naruto turns to Tenzin, if you like we can start your training right away. Tenzin nods, I would like that. But at the moment, I need to find a place to rebuild the air nomads. Naruto grins, I have an idea. Time skip following day, Tsunade's office. Tsunade was looking over some reports when she heard commotion outside. What is going on? She growled. Shizune enters the office, Lady Tsunade, you need to see this. What is it now? Shizune lifts the blinds, Furia's head was an inch from her. Shizune screams before falling on her ass. Naruto chuckled as Furia lands on the roof. Moments later Shizune and Tsunade joins him. Shizune has a tick mark as she approached him. Damn it Naruto, that was not funny. She growled. Naruto chuckled, sorry Shizune, I wanted to surprise you. Suna, is the land above the Hokage monument still available? Yeah, why? Moo. Tsunade turns to the left, her eyes widen seeing the sky bison herd. She sighs, how am I going to explain this? Don't worry Suna, I got that part covered. Tsunade raised an eyebrow as Naruto holds a document with the daimyo's seal. Akatsuki hideout. Hidan's lifeless body was put into an empty storeroom. As the door closes, a small white snake slithers out from behind a box. It approached Hidan's body then enters through his mouth. Moments later Hidan stood up, his eyes were yellow with slits. Finally, I am immortal. The door opens revealing Shadow. You have fall into my trap, Orochimaru. Shadow said. He turns around, ah, Pain's little girl. I will take you with me. Orochimaru charged towards Shadow, Scorch release, Scorch balls. In his arrogance, Orochimaru let the jutsu to hit him. Orochimaru let out a loud scream, how? He hissed. The blessings that Hidan had, left when his soul is removed. That body is mortal like the rest of us. Most of Orochimaru's new body was turning into husk. Orochimaru laughs, well, you won little girl. As a reward, I will let you in on a little secret. What secret? Orochimaru walks towards Shadow and whisper into her ear. As he took a step back Orochimaru falls to the ground dead. No, it can't be. Shadow thought. Chapter 15. Uzumaki Namikaze Compound. A massive triangle seal was in the courtyard. Karen channels her chakra into the seal while Tsunade, Jiraiya and Hiruzen were watching. Looks like Karen hit her limit. Hiruzen said. Tsunade nods as the Chunin drops to one knee, out of breath and sweating. Tsunade sighs, I say you did 2% Karen. I don't know how Mito was able to do this by herself. She must have been a chakra freak. No offense Lady Tsunade. None taken, if I remember correctly her chakra levels rivaled that of the Nine Tails. That was before she sealed the fox away. Karen's jaw dropped. You got to be kidding me. With help from Karen and Jiraiya, I was able to find notes Mito left behind. Did it reveal anything useful, sensei? Tsunade asked. Yes, 3 level shinobi could use their chakra to perform the seal. While Karen performs the void ritual. Hiruzen said. Jiraiya rubs his chin for a moment. That could work. Maybe we should use chakra storage seals as backup. We don't know how long the three of us needs to maintain the seal. Hiruzen and Tsunade nods. How long before Itachi and Makoto recovers from their surgery? Hiruzen asked. 1 more week. If it's an emergency, we could have Naruto use that healing technique. We can wait, it will allow us to form a plan how to capture Sakura. Hiruzen said. Azula comes out of the house with a huge plate of food. Mei behind her holding a pitcher of tea and some cups. Let's take a break for now, Karen needs to replenish her reserves. Azula said. The group enjoys their lunch. How's it going, Azula? Hiruzen asked. It's going well, Hiruzen-sama. The old Hokage chuckled. No need to be formal, my dear, I am too old for it. Also thank you, by the way. Azula sets the table. It's only lunch. I don't mean the lunch, my dear. She raised an eyebrow. Azula, ever since you, Mei and the other girls entered Naruto's life, I noticed a change. He's more confident and happier. On behalf of Tsunade, Jiraiya and myself, thank you. The Sannin and the old Hokage had a huge smile. You're welcome, Azula and Mei said. Moo. When Karen goes to the deck, the sky bison herd returned to the courtyard. Very smart animals, Hiruzen said. A baby sky bison took a liking to Shizune and lays in her lap. Shizune starts to pet it and giggles. Ever since the sky bison arrived, they've been the talk of the village. Tsunade said. Many of the villagers often come to watch them. Mei said. Azula. Pema approached the group. I need a favor. Of course, what do you need? I need to talk to Tazuna about the temple construction. Could someone to watch Rohan for a while? Karen grins. Azula would be happy to watch him for you. Azula's eyes widen as she looks to Karen. I will. Thank you, Azula. I will be back in a few hours. Karen grins. My plan is working out perfectly. She thought. But. Pema walks away. Karen. Sorry, Lady Azula, I need to resume my training. Karen tries not to laugh as she walks away. I will get her for this. Azula growled. Azula and Mei entering the house. Tsunade, Jiraiya and Hiruzen laughed. Alright, why did you do that to Azula? Tsunade asked. Karen looks over to the Hokage. She needs the experience, sooner rather than later. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Wait, you don't mean? Karen nods. Well, I'll be. Naruto is in for a surprise when he returns from his mission. Hiruzen chuckled. Jiraiya has a serious look on his face. I hope Naruto's up to the challenge. Minato was a mess when he found out Pakura and Kushina were pregnant. I think he will be fine. He has Azula, Mei and the other girls to help him out. Hiruzen said. Tsunade drinks her tea. I don't have that support. Given Amaya's condition. Tsunade spits out her tea. You're joking. She coughed. Jiraiya grins. Well, that's shocking. I never thought you had it in you. Tsunade grins. Amaya and I were talking. We decide to name Naruto be godfather to our daughter. Hiruzen puts his hand on Jiraiya's shoulder. I am proud of you. Does this affect your book series? Tsunade falls out of her chair. Old perverts. Pema's bedroom. Pakura knows Azula is pregnant, decides to keep a watchful eye. Ring. Makoto's done with her shower. Haku, could you help her? Mei asked. Yes, Lady Mei. Haku leaves the room. Hey, why don't you let me use the bell? Tayuya asked. Azula rolls her eyes. You abused it when you got sick last month. Sorry, Lady Azula. If you let me use it again, I will use it with respect. Azula sighs. We'll see. The girls watch Rohan as he opens his eyes. He's adorable. Cooed Mei. Rohan makes a face. Azula and the other girls smell something. Did he just mess himself? Tayuya asked. They are in for a surprise. Pukra thought. Azula pulls up her sleeves and opens the diaper. The smell fills the room. Whoa, what are they feeding him? Tayuya coughed. Pakura giggles. Who is going to change him? Mei asked. Azula, you might want to use an umbrella. Pakura said. Why? She asked. Seconds later, Azula was sprayed by Rohan's pee. Mei and Tayuya covered their mouths with their hands. Pakura giggles for a second, then stopped as a dark aura formed around the fire princess. Karen. She growls. Front gate. 10 minutes later. Naruto, Hinata, Shino, Kiba and Henna appeared in a yellow flash. Sorry about this, Naruto. I was in a hurry to catch up with you guys. I forgot a few things. It's alright, be back here by noon. We can return to the ship. The team nods before going their separate ways. Shino returns to his clan compound. In his hand was a small bug container. Inside was several small black and red bugs he collected while in the cavern. Time skip. Aburame compound. Shino's father looks over the bugs with a magnifying glass. Where did you say you found them? He asked. In a cavern at Land of Wave, father. Shino shows the location on the map. I will send several members our clan to collect more for study. You have done well. Shino nods. Before you leave, I need to address something. Yes, father. Before his death, the Land of Earth's daimyo gave a few POWs to Konoha. One of which is Suzumaki of the Kamizuru clan. I see. After some negations, Lady Tsunade agreed to hand her over to our clan. Are we considering eliminating her? Shino asked. That was an option, given our clan's history. Instead it would be logical for her to adopt her into the clan. As your wife. Shino's sunglass dropped slightly interesting. Shibi thought. Uzumaki compound. Before returning to the ship, Naruto wanted to talk to Tsunade. Given what Shikamaru told him, he will need her permission to request Tenzo's assistance. First thing, Naruto want to check on Makoto and Itachi. How does switching a pair of bad eyes for another solve their blindness? He thought. Kid, it's a bloodline. It's not supposed to make sense to people outside of the clan. Kurama said. Good point, I am surprised you're not bring up how bad the Uchiha are. Naruto thought. You taught me not all members of that clan is corrupted. So I decide to keep that to myself. Kurama said. Thanks Kurama, he thought. Naruto opened the gate and is met with a lick from a sky bison. Thanks for that. Naruto spots Tsunade and the others eating on the deck. Hey. Naruto, what are you doing here? Tsunade asked. Henna forgot a few things and asked to return to her clan compound. Also Suna-chan, I need to talk to you. Both Jiraiya and Hiruzen raised an eyebrow. Suna-chan, there is a story behind that, they thought. What do you need? She asked. It seems my student Moegi has your grandfather's bloodline. Hiruzen spits out his tea. Naruto, are you sure? He coughed. Very, in fact Moegi saved Asuma's life yesterday. What happened? Naruto tells them about the battle on the bridge. After a few minutes Hiruzen sighed. I am grateful. ANBU, Tsunade said. Kakashi appeared. Naruto. Kakashi-sensei. I have a mission for Tenzo. Tell him to get packed and meet Naruto at the front gate. At noon. Kakashi nods before he disappeared. How is he doing? Naruto asked. He's still blaming himself for what happened to Team 7. Hiruzen said. Azula walks out of the house covered in baby powder and damp clothes. In her hands Rohan, covered in baby powder, and his diaper was sliding off. Tsunade, a little help please. She whined. Oh, I love this, the mighty fire princess taken down by a baby. She thought. Naruto grins before she takes the baby from her. Don't worry Azula, I got this. Naruto. Everyone watch how quickly Naruto changed Rohan's diaper and cleaned him up. How? Tsunade asked. I helped raise Konohamaru, believe this was easy compared to him. Hiruzen nods, thanks for the help Naruto. Anytime Gigi. Karen starts to sweat as Azula starts projecting a black aura. The sky bison sensing danger took to the skies again. Clearing the way for Azula, Karen, I would like to have a small chat with you. The redhead runs away with Azula close pursuit. Naruto puts Rohan in his lap and watch Azula chase Karen around the yard. Hey Suna-chan, I would like Kakashi to join my mission as well. Really? It will help him get his mind off of Sasuke and Sakura. If I find my parents, he might convince them to return to Konoha. Alright, but after Sakura is captured. Naruto nods as a loud scream echoed the village. What was that? Jiraiya asked. Shino enters the compound. Naruto-san. Hey Shino. I need some advice. Time skip. Noon. Naruto, Tenzo, Shino and Suzumaki waits. Why am I going with you? She asked. Naruto lightly elbows Shino in the side. Before we are married, I would like to get to know you better. Suzumaki raised an eyebrow. Nicely done Shino, Naruto thought. Kiba approached first, mumbling to himself about killing someone. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Did something happen? Henna giggled while Hinata was blushing. Don't worry Naruto, Kiba's just a little shaken. Our mother is seeing someone. Oh really? That's good. Kiba leaks killer intent. Drop it runt. He growled. Naruto flinched. Alright. Henna grins. Hey Naruto, want to know who my mother is dating? No thanks. The last thing I want is to be buried in a backyard somewhere. Naruto and the others disappeared in a yellow flash. Time skip. 9 days later, Uchiha compound. Itachi Uchiha leaves his bedroom to get a drink of water. Less than a few hours Itachi could tell a difference in his eyesight. Makoto, thank you, he thought. As he puts down the glass, a shadow figure appeared behind him. With a kick sent Itachi flying over the island. Bone blade comes out of the right forearm of the intruder. The person jumps over the island and dives down with the blade. Itachi rolls out of the way and jumps to his feet. The figure charges in, slashing away at Itachi. He quickly grabs a silver candlestick holder and blocks each attack. Sakura finally decide to end me, he thought. After the fourth attack, the figure kicks him into the coffee table. Itachi coughs up some blood before the figure pulls back the hood. Sakura had a deadly calm look on her face. Her eyes were lifeless and bloodshot, the veins in her head were bulging and gray strands of hair were showing. She draws the other bone blade on her other arm. What have you done to yourself? Itachi asked. What I done is for the future of the Uchiha clan and my lord, Sasuke Uchiha. She raised her arms up only to be frozen into place. What? I can't move. Oh no. On the wall mirror she sees Tsunade, Yami Nara and several others walks out of the shadow. Hello Sakura, time for us to have a talk, Tsunade said. Time skip. Hyuga compound. The guards stationed at the front entrance saw Hiyashi climbing over the wall. Lord Hiyashi does know we can see him, right? One of the guards asked. The other guard lightly chuckled. I think he forgot, but good for him. My wife and I was starting to worry. Hanabi was sitting at her desk when she saw her father in the courtyard. She opens the window. Father. Yes Hanabi. He asked nervously. Everything all right? She asked. Hiyashi nods. I thought you were with Aunt Sum. I was, we had a long talk over dinner. She gave you a mouthful. Hiyashi almost falls over, his face was crimson. Sorry? He asked nervously. She can get chatty if she drinks sake, Hanabi said in an innocent tone. Hiyashi breathes a sigh of relief. She does that. It's fine, good night Hanabi. Hanabi raised an eyebrow as she watched her father goes to his study. What was that about? Uchiha compound. 10 minutes later. Whatever you are planning is not going to work, Sakura said. Karen, Hiruzen and Jiraiya finished the massive seal in the courtyard. Watching them was Naruto, Itachi, Makoto, Inoichi, and Anko. I am surprised you're not helping with the seal, Naruto, Inoichi said. Lady Tsunade wants me on standby, if Sakura somehow pulls a fast one. Hey Naruto, are you alright? She's your teammate after all, Anko asked. He sighs, in time I will be. The change was so sudden, it was almost like someone thrown a switch, Naruto said. Once the massive pyramid seal was complete, Jiraiya waves to Tsunade. Alright, send her out. Yami nods as Sakura tries to break free of his shadow possession jutsu. You would have a better chance to escape if I was Shikamaru. Yami grinned. Kakashi appeared next to Tsunade. Both the shinobi forces and ANBU has been updated. Very well. Permission to stay, Lady Tsunade. Of course. Kakashi nods before joining the others. Sakura walks to the center of the seal, then Yami release her. She tries to run away, but is blocked by a barrier. Jiraiya, Tsunade and Hiruzen goes to a different point of the seal. Karen covered in chakra seals approach the massive seal. With a nod from Karen, Jiraiya, Tsunade and Hiruzen drops down to their knees. They place their hands on the seal and starts channeling chakra into it. The seal begun to glow crimson as Karen starts to go through hand signs. Slow and steady, she thought. As Karen finishes the first sequence of hand signs, the seal starts to slowly shrink. The barrier surrounding Sakura starts to glow white. Sakura slams her fist against the barrier. She felt the seal on her back started to burn her. Sakura instantly stepped away. That's a good sign, Tsunade thought. The seal stopped halfway from Sakura, causing Karen to go through the second set of hand signs. Once the second set was complete, the seal starts to slowly move again. The barrier surrounding Sakura shot up into the air, fire-style fireball jutsu. The fireball Sakura cast was absorbed by the barrier. Sakura's eyes widen as panic starts to set in. After Karen completes the third set, the seal reached the barrier surrounding Sakura. You're grasping at straws. This will never work, Sakura growl. As Karen finish her the last set of hand signs, the white barrier covers Sakura. She is lifted into the air as her clothing was shredded. Sakura screams as seals all over her body glows and burns away. What happens next surprised everyone. No, it can't be, Itachi and Makoto said. Sharingan appeared in Sakura's eyes for several moments, then shattered as the seal on the ground disappeared. As Sakura falls, Naruto caught her and lays her on the ground. Naruto, she asked as she opens her eyes. Sakura. Where am I? She asked. Inoichi. Inoichi enters Sakura's mind for several minutes before sighing. You're not going to believe this. Time skip, hospital. Sakura laying down in bed as her mother talks to Tsunade. Naruto, Inoichi and Itachi were there as well. Hold on, you mean my daughter was being controlled? How is that possible? Sakura's mother asked. Sasuke ensnared Sakura using his Sharingan. It's a forbidden jutsu created by Madara Uchiha. It's how he was able to control the Nine Tails, Itachi said. How does it work? Tsunade asked. It's a simple genjutsu, all you need is eye contact. The jutsu clouds a person's mind, allowing the Uchiha to influence their actions. They form bond of loyalty to the person they are enslaved to. The longer the exposure, the stronger the control becomes. When could that bastard done that to my daughter? Sakura's mother growled. It was the day after the bell test. Sakura coughed. All eyes turns to Sakura, honey. After chasing that damn cat, Naruto offered to buy the team lunch. After he gone to buy ramen, I was alone with the temp. We sat there and his eyes changed. After that it felt like I was in a cage, I could hear myself saying and doing terrible things. Naruto rubs the back of his head, Tsunade taps her seal. Damn it, I failed her, he thought. Kit, you're not to blame for what the bastard Uchiha done. Kurama growled. The Nine Tails is right, Naruto. Tsunade thought. Sakura starts crying remembering the battle at the Valley of the End. Oh no, Ino and Naruto. Are they alright? Naruto sits down next to Sakura. I am fine, Sakura, so is Ino. Sakura's pink hair starts to turn gray. Intense pain throughout her body causes her heart rate to go up. What is going on? She groaned. Shizune enters the room with a sad smile. I completed the tests. Orochimaru experiments on Sakura has done irreparable damage to Sakura's organs and chakra network. Tsunade sees the results. How long does she has? A few days at best. No, I just got her back, I will not lose her again. Sorry Haruka, our medical knowledge can't repair the damage Orochimaru has done. Kit, Kurama said. There is a way to save her. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Naruto, that's not a good idea. You know what it would cost if you go through with it. Tsunade said. What are you talking about? Haruka asked. Naruto sighed before nods to Tsunade to close the door. Time skip 30 minutes later. Naruto goes through hand signs causing the Shinigami to appear. Avatar Naruto. Shinigami-sama, I have something you might be interested in. Naruto holds up the scroll that contains Hidan's soul. The Shinigami summons a black bone scale. Place it there. Naruto puts the scroll on the left scale. A small orb with Hidan appears. Let me out or I will gut you like a fish. Ah Hidan, I was hoping our paths would cross. You have a lot to answer for. What do you ask for in return? My teammate Sakura Haruno is dying thanks to that traitor Uchiha and Orochimaru. In exchange for Hidan, I would like to make Sakura my familiar. Without paying the toll for it. The Shinigami summons Sakura's soul and puts it on the empty scale. The scale moves but stops close to center. Sorry Naruto, for the exchange to happen the trade must be equal. What? All souls have weight, the lives they lived, the people they affected, good or bad. Hidan has affected tens thousands of lives. Naruto smirks as an idea comes to mind. How about this for a trade? The Shinigami raised an eyebrow. Could you bring back Azula's family and friends temporality? Yes, but no longer than a week. It would cause the world to be out of balance. Naruto grins. Perfect. The scale balance, the terms are set. The girl Sakura can be your second familiar. Azula's friends and family will be restored. For 1 full week, once it's over they will return to the spirit realm. Thank you Shinigami-sama. Time skip. Uzumaki Namikaze compound 10 a.m. Naruto entered his home with a huge smile. After a minute, he leads Azula out of the house. His hand was covering her eyes. Naruto, what is this surprise you want to show me? You're going to love this Azula Heim. He stopped at the porch, then removes his hand. As Azula's eyes adjust, she saw the people from her past standing in front of her. Iroh, Mai, Ty Lee, Zuko, Aang and the others. Tears starts to form as Azula runs to Mai and Ty Lee. The girls hug for a moment while Naruto and Zuko watched. Zuko froze when Azula gives him a serious look. Azula, it all right, let us explain. Mai said in a concerned tone. Azula approached her brother. No words can tell you how sore. She hugs Zuko. I know, it will take some time, brother. Tears rolls down Zuko's face as he returns the hug. Thank you. As they broke the hug, Azula turns to Naruto. How is that possible? Azula asked. Naruto told them about the events with Sakura and the Shinigami. How long can they stay? Azula asked. 1 full week. Sorry Azula, it can't be more than that. Azula wipes away the tears then smiles. This was enough Naruto, thank you. I need to return to the ship. Azula, could you handle the rest? Azula nods, I will see you soon. Naruto steps off the deck, only to be stopped by Ty Lee. Something wrong? He asked. Ty Lee smiled before pulling Naruto towards the group. You're not going without joining the group hug. Outside the gate, Sakura was leaning against the wall. Her hair fully restored to the pink bubblegum color. Her memories kept her up all night. She looks at the familiar seal on her arm. Why did Naruto save me? I don't deserve it, she thought. Naruto leaves the clan compound, have doubts. Sakura nods, why give me a second chance? I was horrible to you and all of my friends. Naruto sighed as he put his hand on Sakura's head. Sakura, you're not to blame for what that Tem done. In the coming months, I will help you through this. They walked towards the front gate. Haruka was waiting for them at the gate, she holds a backpack. Mrs. Haruno. Naruto, I know we were not on the best of terms given our past. But I owe you a debt for saving my daughter. He nods, water on the bridge. I was surprised you want me to take Sakura on my mission. It's for the best. I have a feeling her friends and you will help Sakura through this. Haruka hugs her daughter, please be careful Sakura. Tears rolls down Sakura's face as she returns the hug, I am sorry mom. It will be alright. Mind Naruto and make up with Ino and the others. I will. Haruka lets go of the hug, both Naruto and Sakura disappear in a yellow flash. Hokage office 10 minutes later. Lady Tsunade summoned Itachi and Makoto. We have a serious threat on the horizon. I can't spend the resources searching for the Akatsuki and Sasuke. Something needs to be done. I agree, Itachi said. I know Sasuke is your brother Makoto and Itachi. But he crossed a line that should not be crossed. The longer he remains with Orochimaru the more dangerous he will become. Both of them knows what Tsunade was suggesting. Makoto nods causing Itachi to sigh, agreed Lady Tsunade, I feared this might happen. But you are correct Sasuke is becoming a huge problem to the Hidden Leaf. What are you planning? Both Jiraiya and Yami Nara has their spy network search for them. During this time, I want both of you to train. You're putting together an elimination team? Itachi asked. Tsunade nods, two in fact. Jiraiya, Yami, Anko and Yugao will be a team. Their mission will eliminate Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi. What about the second team? Makoto asked. The second team will have several objectives. Destroying Orochimaru's base and research. Rescuing any captured test subjects and eliminating Sasuke Uchiha. Itachi, I put you in charge of that mission. Given the dangers we could face, I request that Makoto, Karen Uzumaki, Kin and Tayuya be on my team. Tsunade nods, very well. I know this will be a difficult mission Itachi but it must be done. I know Lady Tsunade. How's your recovery? Thanks to Naruto healing technique, most of my strength has returned. Still, I want you to be fully recovered for this mission. Tsunade pulls out a scroll. Here, Naruto put several shadow clones within. They will help you in your recovery. Itachi takes it, thank you. Dismissed. We should start training right away, we both need to master our eternal Mangekyo. Itachi said. Makoto nods, let's go to our family compound. I don't want to disturb the Sky Bison. Itachi and Makoto leaves. Shizune. I want you to go get the healer teams ready for the mission as well. Something tells me we are going to need them. Shizune bows before leaving the office. End.